Dr.
No,
Liz?
I was just praising the brother. So thank you.
Okay. Blessed love. And again, can I just welcome everyone that I haven't individually welcomed from the beginning? Sister Judy, Brother Nat, Aki, Alexandra, Brother Danny, Professor Cecil, Sister Liz, Dr. Liz. G. Naya, where are you located? G. Naya, where are you located? Someone with the name Jean Naya, could I ask you where you located, or turn on your camera, please?
Sister Marcia, Janea is friend of ours.
Okay.
And
where
can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I'll let you speak it there.
Where are you located, Jean Naya?
Yeah, I'm located in Lewisham, London, and I'm a sister of Dr. Liz, who's my good friend.
Thank you so much and welcome.
Yes, blessed love, everybody.
Blessed love. Can I just go over now to Sister Lorenzia, who is going to give us a brief report, not a long one, but a brief report in regards to Ghana. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. So yeah, we've on the 7th of January, a new government was sworn in. That's the NDC. NDC was it started with Rawlings, JJ Rawlings. If people know him, over 40 years ago, he won by coup d'etat and since became a civilian. And his government is now the new government. We are holding our breaths because during their previous side, there was Doomsaw. If anyone knows, Doomsaw is the electricity that goes on and off. So Doom is off, Saw is on, Doomsaw. So it happened a lot during that time. This government that was just left, NPP, they managed to sort it out somehow. This new government came, and soon enough, he's already letting us know that because of mistakes by the previous government, is going to happen again. So yeah, we're holding our breaths. So as in the nationality has been going on a lot. The most that had their nationality given was, I think, 500 or so. A previous one had been 400. And besides that, a lot of people have been going. There are a lot of people going in small packets. I go to Ghana nearly every Easter because I come from the area where Easter is celebrated a lot more. And you always see people coming and having their nationality. So it's becoming a really nice, pleasant place to be. I think that is all I have at the moment. Thank you.
All right. So you're saying that the most non-melanated people to be become citizen at one time. In other words, Caucasian people, Arab people.
They were mostly Americans. They were mostly Black Americans.
No. I saw a picture with people who were not Black people, not Africans, not Africans, being given citizenship, coming out with their certificate. So you're saying that that's a normal thing where a lot of non-melanated people are given citizenship in Ghana?
No, I didn't mean that it's a normal thing. What I was saying is that there's a lot of that going on, and some are in small numbers.
Right.
Those are the biggest numbers we've been hearing so far. Sometimes a few of them together.
Right. Yeah, I saw it said 300. So yeah, I was a bit surprised. Right. Thank you so much. Is there any question for Ghana, please? Yes, brother. Elder Glenroy.
Yeah, I just wondered whether there was a time period to which these both Africans and non-Africans had to be in the country, because clearly in the year of return, I stand to be corrected that the balance between, well, it seems to me in the era of return, it was all Africans. Perhaps I was wrong. But is there a requirement? Because when I was in Ghana, we went up to the East Coast, it was, and met with Africans who used to live in America, who had opened businesses and shops in the area, and were still waiting for their nationality. And I think that was after about 5 years. I think that's been cleared up now, but I just wondered whether the non-Africans that we saw in the video, I don't know if you saw it, were people who had been in Ghana for some time and qualified on the basis of their longevity in the country rather than being able to purchase a citizenship. Thanks.
Okay. I don't have the answer for that. Because that's what I believe, that you had to spend a certain number of days there to qualify. But when I saw that they were not all Black people, sorry for my expression like that, I was shocked. However, there might be a criteria that they qualified for, but I'm yet to find out. I do not have an answer for this. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Ifo?
I have a question somewhat related to that. I have heard of the lands that have been provided to some of the people who are, especially the people coming, our relatives that were kidnapped and are coming back home.
Mm-hmm.
And there have been troubling reports that some of that land that was given was land that other Ghanaians were already living on, and so I am wondering if you've heard of anything to address that injustice, because it seems really hypocritical but not strange, because I've seen the same nonsense in a place they call Nigeria.
Yeah.
Where governments externally say they're trying to do something to support Africans globally, and then they destroy the lives of local people in the process of trying to help. So I'm wondering if there's been any movements to address that injustice, so as not to create a tension between our relatives that are coming back home and the people who've always been there. Thank you.
Okay. I think what also have been happening is that some chiefs tends to also take the lands back and give it to other people when they've been paid for. I'm not very sure about whether there's a movement to counteract what is happening now. I think if it goes on, there is going to be one, because a lot of people are being affected now. Some families have had some lands for years, generations, and they are keeping it as such. However, some chiefs or some people can go and say, oh, this land is not being used, so yes, we have the right to take it back. And people are now gathering, because when it happens to a few people, they don't know what to do. When it becomes widespread, then people get together. So I'm hoping that this can be dealt with, because there are some families abroad who have been affected. So I'm hoping that this will gather momentum and people can go forward and dispute all these things. This is all I can say now.
All right, thank you very much. If you look up Lekki Phase 3,
okay,
in Nigeria, there is a similar case, and they've taken the federal government and the local government to court for stealing their land. And it's the same British colonial system. So I would love to be able to connect folks who are dealing with similar issues so that we can stop this stuff from happening. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks.
Thanks a lot for your information. Give thanks. Brother Glenroy, I know you're not well, but did you want to give a report?
Not really. I'm fresh out of information about Zanzibar. I'm going back next week, so next Sunday I should be able to give an up-to-date report. Tessie is here, I think.
Yes, I'm going to call him next. Tessie, good afternoon. Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, Sister Marcia. Happy New Year to everyone. Well, it's been very hectic this week. You know, the
you can go ahead and give a report.
And situation in Nigeria.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, the report is just. Yeah, the report I have is just about the, you know, the situation of Nigeria is getting very hot. A lot of people complaining. A lot of situations. The Northerners are planning to drift away from Nigeria because of the situation. They are claiming that Tinubu has signed a document with foreigners to take over their territory and all of that and resources. So a lot of things are happening. Meanwhile, also, that's what is measured apart from the crisis. And the government of Nigeria is arresting anyone who speaks against the government. You're being arrested and detained. So it's a very crucial issue. There is no freedom of expression anymore here in Nigeria. Talking about Cameroon, they are preparing for the elections that are coming up this year in Cameroon. And Paul Biya has declared that he's standing again for the elections, and which is, of course, it was expected. And also the government has decided to shut down NGOs and churches because they feel like maybe they use those institutions to bring in money to fund opposition to their operations, and also they are trying to shut down or restrict money that is in the hands of the people through trying to censor mobile money applications and all of that. Meanwhile, the war that is in the southern Cameroon's Ambazonia is on, and a lot of people are being killed on a daily basis. This morning, about 2 people were recorded dead, killed, and 4 days ago, 3 of them were killed, and there are many people being killed like that, systemic killings and all of that. So the conflict is still on and alive, and we just thinking of a better way of coming out of the conflict. That's I'm very concerned because the situation is getting out of hand, and if this year is going to be the year that we're going to see the end of the conflict, that will be very, very much expected. That's what our expectations are. Considering that there is election and there are people that, you know, they are already indicating to stand against the government and other factions, I'm sure that there will be a conflict in the Cameroon because some people are already saying that there is going to be a coup d'etat, and I'm sure that maybe the government will bring back its forces from Ambazonia into trying to mitigate or curb the situation that will be taking place in Yaoundé, which is the capital, as there may be a major conflict in the days ahead. So we're still hoping that the killings, Africans can stop killing Africans, and also what happened in Congo and other areas of Africa is really, really sending those waves that things need to change in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask you, Brother Tise, for people who don't know about the war in Amazonia, can you give us some more detail? Thank you.
Yes, actually, Amazonia was a trust territory category B of the United Nations United Nations Trust Territory category B that was supposed to gain get her own independence during the time of the decolonization of the African state. Other countries were given the options of having independence by assuming their autonomy, but the case of the Southern Cameroon was a little bit not very precise, as they were given two options, or they were presented two options. The United Nations presented them with two options, either to join Nigeria or to confederate with the Cameroons to form a two equal state in a federation. So that was finally being chosen as an option by the Ambazonian leaders at that time in 1960, that they were going to confederate with 1961, after they gained their independence in 1961, that is October 1st, 1961, they now choose to confederate with the Republic of Cameroon, that had her own independence on the 1st of January 1960. So after that independence, there had been a process of France assisting the country to assimilate the people, and this was seen in the actions that the government later took, that in 1974, they actually moved from the federated state into a United Republic of Cameroon. And in 1972, they finally moved from the federated state into the Republic of Cameroon, which now gave, that was in 1984 rather, which now gave them a complete assimilation of the people of Southern Cameroons to be La République du Cameroun, because the name now of the country was no longer, seen. The people of Ambazonia now lost their state into that assimilated system of the Republic of Cameroon and being a unitary state. This has been creating a lot of conflict in the country since that time. That tension rose onto, and until 2016, where it escalated when the teachers and the lawyers were raising agitations because of the systemic bringing of the system of education of the French into the English-speaking part of Cameroon, and bringing all the French teachers. So they wanted to take away all the English-speaking teachers and replace them with the French-speaking teachers, so that the people will turn to be French speakers. And that also, the lawyers agitated, because the system of the legal system was being also replaced by the French legal system. And this brought that about the conflict, that all of the civil society movements in Ambazonia came together to declare a position called, the consortium now came together to declare a position that the government must negotiate and they revisit the situation of the federal state that brought them into that union. And this, the government rejected vehemently and waged war. The president of Cameroon in 2017 now declared war on the people of Southern Cameroon, which has led to the killings of more than 40,000 people, and the killings are still going on. And the people of Southern Cameroon have thereby declared their independence in independent state, and are ready to defend it. And now the youth of the various communities in Ambazonia are fighting the occupational forces that the government of French Cameroon has placed to kill all of them in order to take over control of the territory. So this is a summary of what is going on now. And of course, Amazonians do not have support from the Africans, the African countries, or they're fighting this all by themselves. And just to say that the Amazonian needs international support in order to bring justice and to this situation, because Amazonia is a land that has a well-defined territory. It has its own, it had its own administration at some point in time, and it was doing very well, apart from the situation now that the people are suffering. We have more than 200,000 refugees in Nigeria alone, and not to talk of the ones that have fled to other countries, regionally and in Africa and globally. And we have a situation where the economy is so bad that people's lives are not secure. I think there is a report by the United Nations Refugee. They are currently trying to give aids. Children have not been going to school, and the war is on. People's lives are not secure. Just like I gave a report that there's systemic killing on daily basis, and that is the current situation. The war is on. The conflict is there. The people of Amazonia, they need support. They need help. Giving your voices to announce this situation to the rest of the world for intervention, it's something that needs to be reflected on, and maybe a decision taken to support this Amazonian struggle.
Thank you so much. See, a lot of people might hear that there's something going on in Cameroon and not knowing the depth of it. So, and a lot of people here might not have heard it before. So that's the reason why I ask you to explain. So we've got two hands up. We've got Elder Glenroy, and then we've got Ifo.
Yes, greetings, comrades. Thank you for that. People should also be aware that the territory, if we can call it that, was once colonized by the Germans, and then after the Second European War, that was then turned over to the so-called League of Nations, who then gave it to the British to then administrate, and so on and so forth. So there's a long history of exploitation and deliberate frustration. But I'm surprised by what Ifo said in his last aspect around the rest of the African community. Not disbelieving him, but it seems extraordinary that we've got a situation where in the Sahel, for example, there is clear determination to remove France influence in the country. And whilst I understand the government's lack of enthusiasm or lack of even ideas, or even just looking around and following that trend about the role that France should play or continue to play on the continent, it's usually down to the people. And what has always surprised me about the conflict in Amazonia is that there doesn't appear to be enlistment of the local Cameroon people. And surely the wave or the mood in the continent is to remove the French influence. And I can't think of it being any more direct and pernicious than in Cameroon. So my question is, are there any organization, NGOs that are reaching out to ordinary Cameroonian people to build alliance with Amazonians in the relationship of getting rid of the French? Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Comrade Greenroy. There is a Pan-African organization headed by one professor, in Kenya that has taken the president Pobea to the ICC. Currently, we're following the situation for crimes against genocide against the Amazonian people. And I think the Canadian government at one point last year tried to negotiate, to create a platform for negotiation, the dialogue, which the government rejected, that it did not appoint anybody to interfere in the affairs of Cameroon, and that they are not part of any negotiation process. And that has been the situation, the government not wanting to to negotiate, and the killings, they continue with their killings, and that is what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ifo?
I have been hearing, because I play soccer with Cameroonians here in Canada, and there are some folks here who are involved in directly and indirectly in the struggle. So what I'm wondering is similar to what Elder Glenroy was wondering. It seems really strange that people are identifying as English or French in their fight to and to me that seems anti-African, to be identifying as the colonizers' language as opposed to their traditional languages. That's one. And then the other one was you were talking about the increased attention in Nigeria from the government blatantly abusing anyone who speaks out, and the very open and troubling case of the human rights lawyer who's kidnapped by the police because he wrote a book about the corruption in the country. And so I'm wondering what you're hearing on the ground, and if that is having a chilling effect on people, or if people are galvanizing and organizing to make sure that this doesn't happen anymore. Thank you.
You say?
Thank you so much, Comrade Ifo. I want to say that I'll start with the problem in Cameroon. It's not a language problem of English. It's people trying to reclaim their territory against assimilation and colonization by an African country. So they want to get their autonomy and management of their own resources as well, because the people are not seeing benefiting from any of the resources that is coming from Amazonia. Instead, everything is being embezzled and channeled to the wrong way. So this is a situation of self-determination, which is in accordance with the African Charter and also in accordance with international law. Now, talking about the situation in Nigeria, this is a real situation that is going on. The people are facing it head on. I think we have activists that are speaking up despite the challenges. We have a political activist here, Omoyele Sowore, who is standing head on and carrying on the campaign for a revolution to take place in Nigeria. And we are hoping that maybe the people can realize that it is good. The power has to be to the people instead of in the few elites that have taken hostage of the country and want to do everything using the military to cause pain on the people. In fact, the economic situation is down. People are suffering in Nigeria, and nobody you dare speak up against the government, else you're arrested. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Elder Glenroy?
Yeah, sorry to come back again, Chair, but I just been and I should have expected that somebody would raise it, and it was done so. This idea that the conflict is really, as he put it, Africans fighting over two European languages. That's not the case. I mean, this is how the media have spinned it. This is how the enemy of Amazonia has spinned it in order to make it look that way. And we have this before. People might remember the situation in Darfur, where we were being told, or we were being, they tried to tell us, that it was Christians versus Muslims. And it was nothing of the sort. It was people stealing land, stealing property, stealing mineral resource. And the same thing goes on in Amazonia. Amazonia has mineral resource. The government of now I want to call it French government or French Francophone government, I don't know if that's appropriate phrase, but they're the one who want to steal the wealth of Amazonia. You know, and it's nothing to do with their language. They would steal it whether they speak German and continue to speak German. As I've said, it was previously a German colony. I raised that because I expect this thing to come up again. Not about the language. Yes, obviously, they were under certain government or the law was, I can't even remember what the English version of the legal structure is, but they had a legal structure based on the very people who were part of that colonization process. And when you train as a lawyer, you train under the English law. And of course, if the law being introduced was going to be French, then you are in danger of having to go and relearn, or you lose your job as a lawyer, etc., and a teacher, of course. So these were some of the oppressive things that were being done. So the linguistic aspect of it was there, but people are not fighting against Cameroon as Amazonian because of language, and we really have to lance that boil. People might remember Namibia. Lots of Africans who were in exile and learned a trade as lawyers in the West, in England, when they went back to Namibia, because the law there were practicing the legal aspect, the Afrikaners law, they couldn't get their job. They couldn't practice their law. So these are some of the oppression that people have to really get their head around, why the imposition by Cameroon of French on the local people is an issue. Not because Africans are fighting to speak English and speak French. I really think we have to address that as we had to address the Muslim Christian issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ifo?
Oh, I'm sorry I wasn't clear. What I meant was, I agree with what Elder Glenrose said. What I meant in my question was that when I talk to Cameroonians who are involved in the struggle, they're talking about themselves as English or as French. And that's what I say is part of the problem, is that they're not identifying themselves as who their ancestors said they were, which I think is part of the issue. And I understand the same thing back in, if you want to say, Nigeria. There are conflicts which are couched as Muslim versus Christian, but it's basically political spin. Because in the South, when the Southern politicians are stealing resources, they say, "Oh, it is the Northern Christians that is the Muslims from the North. That's why you don't have resources." But it's the Southern people that stole it, and then in the North, the Northerners will blame the Christians in the South for why they stole money in the North. So I understand that those games are being played. But in the same thing, similarly in Nigeria, I ask people in Nigeria, why are you identifying by colonial religion as opposed to by who your ancestors said you are? So yeah, I agree with your analysis. I think it was my question was not that clear. Thank you.
Give thanks. Tisay, do you want to come back and say anything? Tisay?
Well, I just want to say that it is a lot of the media has and the government keep propagating the wrong information to the people in order to make the genuine request of the Amazonian people not to become popular or not to be acceptable by the international community. And that's what we really condemn, and we don't accept that narrative by the government, because it is not what it is. It is not the, the people are not fighting over language. They are fighting about their resources that are not benefiting the people. And they think that it is their right to control their territory and also make sure that the people have a better living standards. So that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jean Naya, sorry, I can't look in the chat at all time, but did you want to say something? Sister Naya? Because you're saying something about Haiti. Did you want to say something?
Hello?
Yeah, did you want to say something? You put something in the chat about Haiti?
Yeah. No, I was just responding to the thing that had been sent there with regards to the Cameroon, and I just said that, you know, it's a sad situation. And what about the situation in Haiti? No, that's much. I don't want to go into any details.
Okay. Are you from Haiti?
I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
Are you from Haiti?
No, we have family in Dominican Republic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, by all means, if anytime you want to come and give a report on Haiti or Dominica, you're welcome.
If that.
Thank you. I see Brother Garrick is in the house. Greetings, Brother Garrick.
Yes, greetings to you all.
Are you back?
I'm back, yes.
And do you want us to give us a small and a brief and a wonderful report?
Yes, well, I can give you feedback on Jamaica.
Yes, please.
Let me just put the camera on.
Thank you.
Just to say, Happy New Year to you all. It's 2025.
Thank you.
And I know it's very cold. Strange enough, we had tropical storm in Jamaica.
Really?
Yes. Of course, it's the hurricane season. So we expect that, don't we? Just to say, while I was in Jamaica for just over a month, well, just under a month, my colleague Roland is still out in Jamaica, so he's coming back next week.
Okay.
We held a number of Windrush events in Jamaica, which we Badgers International Forum. The first was held in Kingston in Jamaica Library Service, and the second was held in St. Thomas in Yalis, and the third also from St. Thomas, Yalis, the 30th of December, where we had Jackie McKenzie joined us because she's also in the Eastern Caribbean. I don't know if she's back. And out of these conversations, a number of things came to light. Firstly, to say that with regards to the information about Windrush, back in 2023, Professor Martin Livermore went out to Jamaica as the Windrush Independent Advisor for the 75th anniversary. And when he returned, he gave us a feedback on the work he did while he was in Jamaica. And what he was trying to do was to find out what information is available in Jamaica for people descendants of Windrush and some of those who've been removed from the UK and been deported to Jamaica, was to find out how people have access to information. And what we found that very little information is across the different parishes. And he put in place a way of communication to use Jamaica Library Services where people can go and access the internet and get information on the Home Office website around Windrush eligibility and how to make application. So while I was there, I spoke to the head of library services just a couple of weeks ago to find out how that plan has gone. And what I was told that since the plan was put in place, well, it wasn't put in place. It was discussed, it was agreed, but it was never implemented. So it hasn't happened. So I quickly reported this to the Home Office that there are issues with the telephone number that's been put out in Jamaica for people to have direct contact to the Home Office, that the 0800 number that is used in the UK does not work as a free number in Jamaica. And so what we did was to check the number out, just to do a couple of tests to see what were the issues. So we've done a little report to the Home Office about the number. What we had from a number of people on the call in Jamaica is that if there is a number out in Jamaica, why can't Grenada and other islands have a similar number across the Caribbean where they can communicate with the Home Office? So I've reported that to the Home Office. I'm still waiting as to how that will be actioned. We also was able to have the Home Office online directly on one of our events. The internet connection wasn't very good, so we had some issues with their presentation. I did ask them for a copy of the presentation so that I could use that information to answer questions. It wasn't forthcoming. They haven't produced the presentation. They said it was confidential, so I've not got a copy of it. However, some of the issues that came out of that conversation, one important question was people in Jamaica who have no desire, I'm referring to senior people, have no desire to return to the UK, but has been impacted by Windrush, and they would like to make a claim. And we asked the question directly to the Home Office with regards to whether or not a claim will be processed from outside the UK, and if an individual do not wish to return to the UK, will that claim be processed? And verbally, I was told yes, it will be processed, but have not had the written information from the Home Office to confirm that. But they stated this online, that people who wish to make a claim that way should contact the team, and the team will discuss the way forward. So they're not under a compulsion to return to the UK, because you got to consider some of our seniors in their 70s and 80s. Why should they return to the UK, to a cold country, if they don't need to? So we thought that could be an ongoing issue, but that was raised on the platform directly with the Home Office policy team, and they assure me that the claim can be processed without the individual returning to the UK. The other thing that has come out of our conversation in Jamaica is the fact that many people in Jamaica don't know where to get any help and support. And so that is the reason why we've established the international forums to assist individuals with information, so that they have at least access to advocacy online and also accurate information. We will maintain the international forum, and we are looking at continuing the international forum to include other Caribbean islands and also African countries to make sure that they have access to information. And I have said to the Home Office, this is your responsibility, that you should be promoting the scheme in the across the Commonwealth country. We're doing it off our own back, 100% voluntary. We're getting no resources to do this. And I've written to the minister, Seema. I've had a reply with regards to international people not having access. And in the reply, she has indicated that the new Windrush Independent Commissioner, which is a public appointment, that should be in place in the spring, probably April or May. And that would be crucial because when we met with the Home Office Home Office Yvette Cooper, MP, in Brixton in October, a number of us met in person. We raised a number of issues, and we were told that the independent commission will be the main link between the community and the Home Office. So we are waiting for that appointment to happen. And then we also suggest to the Home Office that there should be regular fixed meeting with the Commissioner. We've suggested quarterly meeting. We're waiting to see if they accept what we have proposed. So I'm hoping that when the appointment does materialize, that will improve communication with the Home Office, and in particular, we're able to raise issues directly with the Commissioner to move Windrush forward. We also raised the issue that the Prime Minister made regarding a Windrush reset. And I asked the question directly, what does that mean, and when will we see evidence of a reset? And it would appear all of that will be part of the Commissioner's work. That's my report.
Thank you so much. Give thanks. Does anyone want to ask any, Elder Glenroy, Brother Glenroy?
Yes, greetings.
Hello, Glenroy.
Greetings, Derek. It wasn't much of a report on Jamaica. I thought he was going to be saying something about Jamaica itself, but clearly all this issue around the hostile environment is overshadowing all of that.
Yes.
One thing that keeps coming through for me, Garrett, maybe not for anyone else, is that Labour or Conservative, there is a fundamental culture in the Home Office that is lying to us. I mean, I don't believe that they could have generated a number for free call. And remember, majority of the theft from people across the globe, actually, who wanted to make calls to Home Office, because I had caught up in that when we were inviting people to reparation conference, is that you have to pay a ridiculous amount of money for phone calls, international phone calls. Yeah. So this suggestion that they would do something different surprised me, and I don't think it was true. I think it was a lie. And I know it's not just Jamaica that's affected by this. So why only do a call that can only work from Jamaica that doesn't work? So I'm just really putting on the table that what you need is a sub-organization of your effort that will call out the Home Office and
Yes.
so they're lying when they're lying and not reflect on you building a relationship with them. And I just really wanted to that, whether you think or feel there's a change, because sometimes it's a perceivo, isn't it? That because it's Labour, somehow going to be different. What's your feeling on that? And
well,
should more people be contacting their Labour MPs on your
you've raised really two really important issues. There are live issues, and firstly, the telephone number that is been given is an 876 number, and we have challenged the Home Office because we've had a number of people in Jamaica trying to access this number. And the phone service in Jamaica, there are two phone services. So there's Digicel, the main one, and then there's Flow. Yes? So we have done some work on both systems, and we've put together a report for the minister because she wanted this. And in fact, the Home Office was really annoyed when I write directly to the minister to resolve this. And so the minister have asked for a report. I've submitted that report to the minister of the issues that people in Jamaica are experiencing trying to use the 87 number. And I believe this will be an ongoing issue to be resolved. The second point you raise, which is important because all of us was thinking that when Labour take office, that we will see some changes to the way that the government are dealing with Windrush. And that was some of the questions that we put directly to Yvette Cooper in Brixton in October. There was 13 organizations present. Jackie McKenzie was there also, and Winnow was there. A number of organizations was present, and we put direct question to the Home Office, and there was a question put to the Home Office with regards to removing the Windrush scheme from the Home Office, and the response was that she would not do that because she intended to see quick changes, and removing it will take much longer for changes to happen. So what you've just said as to whether or not Labour is doing anything different from the previous administration, I can say one thing Labour has done, they have restored the Windrush unit. The Windrush unit was abandoned, was removed by the previous government, so it's been re-established, the Windrush unit. The next thing that she has emphasized, that the appointment of the Windrush Commissioner is going to be crucial in the improvement of the scheme. So again, we have to wait and see in the spring when that does happen. However, there's also another positive, if we can say positive. 1.5 million has been injected into Windrush immediately. So that's different from the previous administration. So in some ways, I can say we see little green lights of this government, but nothing that would convince me that, this reset, and I was the one that put this question directly to Yvette Cooper. When will we see the reset, and what will the reset actually mean as far as tangible evidence of better outcome for Windrush people?
Thank you so much. Sister Judy?
Yeah,
Echo?
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I crashed out, so I've got to get the phone on. I wonder whether it's me being banner, simplistic. But is there not scope for having a WhatsApp number?
Interesting.
Could be used, that would be free.
I don't know. I mean, to be fair, you see, this is the thing. I said to the Omos, we shouldn't be the people trying to resolve this. You should be the organization doing this. So you should find out how you can fix this and fix it quickly. And don't just fix it for Jamaica. Fix it for the other 65 countries, because Windrush is applicable to 65 countries. And of course, there are over 50 odd countries in the Commonwealth. So fix it for all those countries rather than just fixing it for Jamaica only.
Thank you. Alexandra? Then Joan.
Yeah, thank you. I think the point of this is that the Home Office and other kind of government institutions do these things on purpose. The solutions are easy, remember. The solutions are there. If people such as the 27 of us on this call can come up with a solution in 5 minutes, these people know of solutions. So I guess we have to get ourselves out of that mindset of thinking, well, why can't they just create a WhatsApp number? They know that these things are available, and what they're trying to do is block access for people. That's the scope of it. And what we need to do is see how we can then connect those people to be able to like make it work, instead of, I guess, feeling frustrated that the Home Office aren't going to do. They could create a WhatsApp number in 2 minutes, and I'm sure they've got other kind of avenues that they've got WhatsApp number for. My local council have got WhatsApp numbers for all different entities of the council, so it's plausible that they could do such. But it's shameful, it's shambles. But it doesn't. None of these things surprise me in terms of the Home Office.
It's a good point, because you're absolutely right. Many organizations are now using WhatsApp, so why should the Home Office be any different? So the issue can be resolved, but it's about this commitment. And again, my understanding about the Windrush Reset is about doing some things differently and more speedily, quickly. So if that means that this is the remit of the commissioner, and he probably have his in tray is probably already full, and he hasn't come in post yet.
Thank you so much. Joan? Sister Joan?
Greetings. Thank you, Brother Garrick, for the report. I think we were at the same meeting, not in Jamaica, in Britain. And at the time, so this isn't really a question. This is something similar to what Sandra said, which is the deportations happened 6 or 7 years ago. That was a mistake. That was illegal. They just allowed it to happen. And they allowed God knows how many people to die. The phraseology reset is just phraseology. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a buzzword that a bunch of people who are not in pain came up with. The thing about whenever we, you, Roland, other people here approach Parliament about the scandal, which seems infinite, the one question that is always asked is, take it off the government, take it off the hands of the Home Office, and let people who know much more about the situation and more skilled deal with it. So when I hear that they want a number, that there's going to be a number that people can call, I regard that as a distraction. When I hear the word reset, I regard that as a distraction. When I hear everything they say, like this new commissioner, that's a distraction, because really they could just cough up. I've never seen so many distractions, and that's basically what warfare is. You distract the enemy. Why can't they just cough up? So in my mind, I really wouldn't be impressed by a word, reset. It's a very unimpressive word. It doesn't mean anything. They came up with turbo payments a couple of years ago. That didn't mean anything. All of this is a distraction. It's all a distraction. Having a having a WhatsApp group, brilliant idea. Having all sorts of things to communicate with fluidity is a brilliant idea. However, the source of the people who have the money don't care about brilliant ideas. So if the question that is always asked when people go to House of Commons, when you go, when Roland, Judy, Glenroy, everybody here, Kadisha, go, when we go, there's only one question we ever want answered, and we never get that question answered. And the question is, why is it still in the hands of the Home Office after 6 years? And I don't care who's the new person on the block. I don't care, because if you can't change the environment in which these decisions are being made, then you're not going to get a different result. And so I believe these to be very distractions, and I think we have to, and I think Sandra said it, we have to be very, 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 very careful, because that's just talk. So I don't, it's a Labour government. All people in power become individualists at some point, whether they're Conservative or Labour. And things like reset, things like having a WhatsApp number, things like being able to call each other, which would be brilliant. That idea they would hate, because as soon as they kept us all divided, Caribbean, America, Britain, for us to then be united with a free phone number. I'm not being cynical, but it just ain't going to happen, because the soul of the people making the decisions, which is the Home Office, whoever it is, simply don't understand the severity of what has happened. And so whenever we talk to these people who make decisions, I don't know who that blonde woman was. Who was she? Jen Jones or something? When we went to House of Commons, there was a white woman representing Labour, who's a Labour...
Ellen Hayes, was it Ellen Hayes?
Yeah, and she said to us, in her very, pleasant British, mild middle class manner, and she said to us, "Oh, just have a little patience." And I said to her, "We've been waiting 400 years. How much longer do you want us to wait?" As in from enslavement. And of course, she had a mini stroke like they all do. And that's the point. The point is, all of these things are really gross, vulgar distractions. And I'm just saying it because when I hear reports like this, I just think, what ifs? It's nothing. So thank you for letting me say that. But,
And the thing is, for the audience, we cannot stop. We have to continue the fight. We know the system is broken. The system is not right, but we cannot stop. We're in Parliament. Our next rally is the 22nd of January. And our MP sponsoring that event is an MP from East Croydon.
I just want to say really quickly, the system is not broken. The system isn't set up correctly.
Yeah.
So it's working very, very well.
Yeah, I accept that. So we have to continue the fight. And we've always said on this platform, and Glenroy, I've always said this about MPs, using our MP. And we continue to ask people to reach out to their MPs, raise your concern about the way that the government are doing things, regardless of your MP, whatever denomination he is, doesn't matter. Raise these issues with your constituency MP, your concern. And, if more people are doing that, it will raise the profile of Windrush.
Oh, brilliant.
I don't want Windrush to be forgotten.
Okay, George, on your mute. Okay. Thank you so much. Is that okay, the answer that you got, Joan? Okay, give thanks. Dr. Liz? And then we're going to go over us. I've seen. Oh, it's Pam Pam. Are you in the background? I make nice. Greetings. Right, go over to Sister Liz. Dr. Liz, sorry. Greetings everyone that I haven't welcomed individually. Sister Wangari, please don't kill me. We'll go over to Sister Wangari after this, Sister Liz, to see if she has any message for in regards to Kenya. All right, Sister Wangari, just bear with me, please. And like I said, I do apologize. I should have got in touch with you a long time. Sister Liz, let's hear your question, please.
Family, we're talking about reparations, really. I know we're talking about Windrush, but this is the same debate that we keep having, and it was good to have Sister Joan there in Parliament giving all these MPs their mini strokes. That Helen Hayes one that was there at the Windrush thing, she's my MP, and I was fuming with her in the discussion that we had about Windrush. And then when it came to the reparations lobby in Parliament, again, I mean, this is I made sure that I wrote the letter, and I copied in all the stuff that I said about Windrush into my reparations letter as well. And I asked for a meeting with her, and her staff surprisingly replied. But you know, this is good. I know I'm not going to get anywhere, and I raised this issue of all the elders that, you know, my family are 90. My mum's 90. My sister aunties are 90, in their 90s, and the longer they drag it out, like Sister Joan says, with these gimmicks, is you're dead now, so can't get any money. You know, it's all part of the generational wealth that's been denied us. It's not just us that our elders that are trying to get the money. It's the money that the elders want to get to give to their grandchildren, so their grandchildren can go and, you know, reparate if they want to what's the word, to, like Elder Grenroy, to go back home, you know. And so
repatriate.
This is the circle of trying to deny us any kind of reparations, any kind of reparative. It's justice. It's reparative justice. That's all we want. You don't have to, you know, whether it's the Home Office or whether it's phone numbers or whatever it is, you don't give a toss. Because, sorry, I'm getting angry whenever you talk about Windrush. I get really angry because I've just spent 3 days with my mum, and they really are so broken by it. They don't want to talk about it. And we can't keep rehashing, as Sister Carol keeps saying, rehashing negative experiences with our families and our, you know, do we all have to go without having anything? It's like we get Ghana in, and now we're not going to have electricity. You know, we get a new government. We're fighting amongst ourselves because it's French versus. It's just there's no reparative justice, and I said this to Brother Garrick and Brother Roland about reparations, and I said it in Parliament about Windrush, and I said it in Parliament about reparations. Until we take to the streets, until we start a civil disobedience, until we start making noise, it's only wars that they listen to. We don't have to go and get gun. We don't have to go and get anything. We need to demand, not be writing letters and phoning people. That phoning people on a phone line or WhatsApp group, that's just dividing us. It's division, and it's really destructive. And I want them all to have a heart attack. So I said to Helen Hayes, I'm bringing my mum to come and see you in your office. And I want all the reparations debates come up, and I want all the Windrush stuff come out. But she's nobody. She's only some backbencher. She'd be lucky if she gets anywhere because she cares about the rental sector somehow. But, you know, the MPs that listen to us or even answer the question, they haven't got any power. Seema answered the question, but she hasn't got any power. She's coming out with this lie about some commissioner. We need a commissioner on racial justice is what we need, not in the British government, across America, on the UN, the whole lot. Sorry, that's my rant. But Garrick, I appreciate the work that you guys are doing for free. And Sister Joan, I agree with you 100%. These are just gimmicks, and we've been fed these lies. We've been bamboozled and hoodwinked. And my sister sent me a book. Got it here.
Thank you.
We're using Master's tools to dismantle Master's house. I don't know what to say. That's Audrey Lord. So I don't know what to say. We all got to find a way. But I think we need to break down this house, though.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, family.
Anything else you want to say, Garrett? If not, I'm gonna see if I can get hold of Sister Wangari.
Yeah, just finally. So, just a couple of things to note. The Windrush Vigil, which is held every April in Brixton, Windrush Square. So April will be in Windrush Square, remembering those who have died and supporting those families who are fighting for their claim. And then, as I said, the 22nd of January, we're back in Parliament. And just to say that there's another conversation that I've started. And we are working now with a number of campaigners on a public inquiry. We want Windrush to be a public inquiry, and the conversation already started about how to achieve a public inquiry.
Thank you so much. Give thanks. Right. Go over to Sister Wangari. Greetings, Sister Wangari. Sister Wangari. Sister Wangari. Greetings. You're muted, Sister Wangari. Greetings. Sister Wangari.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Do you have any report on the Mama warriors?
Right now, I
Or
don't
the
have
freedom
much to
fighters?
say. I don't have much to say for today because whatever we are going through in the nation, it is involving very, very serious matters. And give me some few minutes so that I can compile the points in the right order.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your present. Please forgive me, I haven't got in touch with you. Thank you. All right, so while we wait for Sister Wangari, we'll ask Sister Judy to give her report on the UK.
Oops, okay. Let me find it. Right. Rachel Reeves, the British Chancellor, has met the Chinese Vice Premier, He Lifeng. She's on a 3-day visit to China. She's apparently secured benefits worth up to $1 billion from the UK economy, with improved access for UK financial services firms to the Chinese market. She's about lifting barriers that restrict export to China across a range of goods and services. So that will be supporting UK exports in innovation, particularly in the agri-food sector, where a package headlined by pork, wool, poultry and pet foods stands to boost UK trade with China and support new jobs. She's also raised concerns about human rights and security with them. Interesting. I was talking to people last night about this, and they were worried about this agri-business idea. They were saying that China, they seem to assume that it was food coming in from China, and they were concerned about lead in rice in higher proportions in China than we would accept in the UK. So it'd be interesting. I think Joseph is on here. He might want to say if that's just one of those racist myths that we hear, or if there really is an issue. Okay, next thing. The Conservatives used an attempt to block the government's Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill on Wednesday to force a vote on calls for a new inquiry into sexual grooming gangs. We've now got a Labour MP who's broken ranks and is publicly calling for a national inquiry. Who's urged the Prime Minister to use the full power of the state to deliver justice. The government says that their priority is acting on the recommendations of the 2022 report on child sexual abuse. For those who may not know, grooming of young girls to have sex with them goes on in pretty much most countries in this world. The situation that we have in the UK is that some people are trying to blame it on Pakistani men or men of Pakistani origins because there have been certain towns in the UK where those cases have come up. The statistics show that it's not more Pakistani men than white British men, but when you've got racists looking for anything to use against black people, it's something that's been latched onto. Because the Prime Minister was the head of the Crown Prosecution Service, early 2000, I think it was. Certainly when these cases were first coming to light, police were raising them sometimes with the CPS. The CPS wasn't prosecuting. People were blaming the head of the CPS when it's actually down to regional offices to make those decisions. And the head of the CPS wouldn't have a clue that that was going on unless somebody was reporting directly to them about it. But obviously, if they're not taking those cases on, then they're not going to be reporting about those cases to the head of the CPS. CPS under Keir Starmer changed its policy and said, no, we are going to start prosecuting these cases. And so that's why there were convictions. That's why men ended up in prison. That's why it became public knowledge of how widespread this was. But in the usual manner of trying to blame a particular political person or party for anything that goes on, the left, the right wing have latched onto it. Elon Musk has latched onto it. So we now have a Labour MP acting like there were no prosecutions, there was not, the right thing wasn't eventually done. Yes, they should have been prosecuting from the outset, but at least they did see sense and start those prosecutions. Let's see, there's retail assistants, that shop workers on low pay are using a platform called Young Ones to get work. But that platform is now either taking money from them or making them wait 30 days for their salaries. So if they wanted to get it quicker than 30 days, they have to actually pay a fee. Let's see. We've got the new UK rules coming on side hustles like selling on eBay, Airbnb and Vinted, those kind of places. Those sites have got until the end of the month to tell the tax people how much money their users have made, so that people will now potentially get taxed for what was something they could do for free before. But there's confusion. There's something called a charity called the Low Incomes Tax Reforms Group says that more people might have to file tax returns, but using information that they would find hard to manage. It's a new push to uncover how much people are earning online as an international initiative by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, so other people might find it coming on in their countries. Problem is their reporting dates are January to December. In the UK, the tax year is from April to April, so there's automatically a mismatch, and that's why people are concerned that people might fill in the forms wrong because they're dealing with different data over different time periods. We have a situation of the hotel of mum and dad, as they call it. Young adults living with their parents by choice or because of low wages and rising rents. Apparently, almost a fifth of adults aged 24 to 34 are living with their parents. That's about 1.7 million people out of a population of 68 million. In London, that means that they could be saving about £1,000 in rent. The national average would be £560 a month, and for Wales, £340 a month. 43% of 25-year-olds live at home, but this falls to 9% for 34-year-olds. In the Bangladeshi community, 62% of 24 to 34-year-olds live at home. 43% of 25-year-olds live at home, but as they get older, it's 9% of 34-year-olds living at home. Men are more likely to be living at home. 12% of men compared to 5% of women at the age of 34 are still living at their parents' homes. See, we have had, I'm looking at a word I'm trying to pronounce. Altnahara in the Highlands recorded a temperature of minus 18.9 degrees on Friday night. That's up in Scotland. That's the coldest January overnight temperature since 2010. So this last week we've had snow across the country. There's been a number of accidents. I'm not sure if there's been deaths because of icy roads and accidents, but the cold weather is expected to continue. So people in the UK need to be very, very careful on watching out for themselves. And sorry, Garrick and Roland, that you're coming back to this cold weather, but at least you've had some time in the sun. I like to try and end on something positive. So my positive piece is a group of 10 councillors representing Reform UK in one particular constituency have given notice of their intention to resign en masse in protest at Nigel Farage's leadership. They allege the party is being run in an autocratic manner and accused Farage of disloyalty to long-term members. He's hit back saying, oh, well, these people weren't properly vetted. We used some company and they didn't vet them properly, so they're not really Reform members, which is completely bizarre, considering they won a number of council seats and MPs from this vetting system. It makes you wonder exactly who and what was being vetted. The resignations will add to the pressure on him after Elon Musk had said he's not up to the job. And they're apparently timed to overshadow the party's Southeast Conference that's taking place this very weekend. Okay, that is my report. If you want links to the articles, I can put them in the chat. Thank you. Oh, and apologies, I crashed out, so I've got to be on 2 devices just in case. For some reason, my tablet won't let me back into Zoom properly, so I'm backing it up by being on the phone as well, which is why there might be a bit of feedback occasionally.
All right, no problem. Can I just ask, is there any question for the report that was just been given? And also there's someone with DARC. Could you please turn on the camera and say who you are? Any report for the UK report? DARC? Does anyone know a DARC?
I am an invitee of EFO.
Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
What's your name, sorry?
My name is Namdi.
Namdi.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And where are you located?
I'm in New York.
New York. Thank you. Welcome.
Hold on, I've been here before.
Okay. Blessed love. Thank you. Right. Sister Kadisha?
Yes. There's an ex-MP, sorry, I don't recall his name, ex-Labour MP, just now got stopped by police, I believe yesterday, for trying to groom a 15-year-old boy.
Oh my gosh. Do you know what area?
Looks like somewhere in London.
Oh, wow.
It's actually, the information's in the chat.
All right.
In the GAT chat.
In the chat?
In the GAT.
GAT chat. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. It is now 5:56. I'm going to stop recording. We're going to take a 10 minutes break and we're going to come back to our main speaker. We'll be talking about CARICOM 10-point plan today, and our speaker will be from Grenada. Shaza will be from will be from Grenada, and he'll introduce himself. So if we take a 10 minutes break and come back at 6 minutes past, yeah, if we come back at 6 minutes past 6. So I'm going to stop recording, and if everyone can just take a quick break. Thank you.
Sister Marcia, did you get my message?
I've got 2 music from Pam. Which one do you want?
The first one is by Sparrow to begin with, and the last one would be by Wizard at the end.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So let's take a break.
I cannot do any presentation without using the music of the Caribbean.
Just for you.
Yeah.
All right. Give thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. So we'll come back at 6 past. Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
The recording has stopped.
That's the reason.
Is this supposed to be some music? Because I'm not hearing anything.
We take a break. We don't usually have any music. But do you want to play something? You're a co-host. You can do something, yeah? We still have 6 minutes.
Okay, I'll find something beautiful for 6 minutes.
No problem.
You could put on a nice Sam Cooke, a change song.
Which one you want, Milda? My brother, what you say you want?
Sam Cooke, A Change Will Come.
Hold on,
A Change Will Come. That's the old school one. That's a good one. Let's see.
How about something from Sam and Dave, since Sam Moore died this week?
Who was that?
Sam and Dave.
Do you have a song, particular song that you?
I will find some.
I'm not familiar.
Okay.
I did like A Change Will Come, but hey.
See, but I am now officially the selector. I have the power.
Go on then.
Yes. Okay, let's see. What am I looking for? Oh, yes, I know. If it was February 14, I'd give you my Love Jams playlist. But let me give you... Ooh, I'll give you someone from Jamaica. I don't even know if she's still playing. Where is it? We got like 4 minutes left, right?
Yeah. Oh, 5.
Right, okay. Let's see. I have a conscious roots in reggae.
Thanks, Khadisha.
No problem, sis.
Mm-mm.
I thought everyone would be going to make a cup of tea or something, but we're still sitting here. Anyway, my son made mine.
That's why we have children.
Yeah, I'm not well. I've been off work all week, so.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, my grandson is here taking care of me.
Good. I thought you were saying something else, because back home when somebody says they're not well, they mean they're mad.
I think I've got a bit of the flu and an upset stomach, so no, I haven't gone crazy yet.
Okay, that's all right.
Fella.
No, I always do fella, but I want to play I'm Not Afraid.
Oh, Etana.
Yeah, either that or this one.
Please don't play Queen Ifrica. But go on.
Man, the cultural system. Yeah, because we're talking about power and control and all that stuff. I think it's appropriate.
Play something.
I'm playing now. It should start shortly. Do you hear? It's not started yet.
Nothing yet.
Okay. There we go.
In the 20th century, the United States chose a policy of destruction of a kind never before seen on this earth. Our government plot chemical, biological, and nuclear terror. It has aided, trained, and harbored terrorists, thugs, and killers. The security of the world requires disarming our military now.
Children die of AIDS. There's a little place called Jamaica. Children lose their lives in first grade. There's a little place in Asia. Children lose their lives to bombs and grenades. There's a place called America. Children are growing up being afraid, caught up in the system. Don't wanna be a victim. Caught up in the system. Don't wanna be a victim. No. We are living in a crazy, lazy world. Most people fight for power, not peace. We are living in a crazy, lazy world. Only Jah can save us from the belly of the beast. Yeah. Caught up in the system. Don't wanna be a victim. Caught up in the system. Don't wanna be a victim. No. Say there's no more change from their feet around their necks. The truth is it's all in the brain. Oh Lord, fighting every day. That's the price you have to pay for the burden that you gave away. Gave away. Oh Lord. Gave away.
Give thanks.
Our stories are singular, but our destiny is
Right,
shared.
info.
The road ahead.
Right. Let me get this right.
You're not having a bit of Sam Cooke then?
We're finished now. We're back.
Okay.
We're back now. I just want to make sure I've got the right one. Stop. So we'll start back the recording.
This meeting is being recorded.
Greetings, everyone. Our topic today is going to be on the CARICOM 10-point plan. Our speaker today is Elder Joseph Antoine from Grenada. And before he begins, I will attempt to play a Sparrow song that he requested. So let's see if I'm doing well. Can anyone see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm not seeing that.
It's back on you now. We're not seeing
Sorry?
it. I can see you, not the screen.
Just bear with me. I can hear it playing, but I can't see. Just bear with me. Whew. Let's start again.
Your screen is not showing at the moment.
Okay. Just bear with me. Can you see that?
Yes, we did now.
Okay, I'm going to start it. Tell me if you can hear it. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. 7 minutes?
I hear nothing right now.
Sorry, what did you say?
I couldn't hear anything.
You cannot.
When you said before, can you hear it? We heard 1 second of it and then it stopped.
Okay, what did I do wrong now? So
it looks like you didn't restart it properly.
You didn't hit play.
All right, let's start again. Just bear again. Am I supposed to do something with my audio before I start it, right?
You select share with audio or for sound or video, optimize for sound and video.
I'm looking settings.
No, you just do that in the share screen. You'll see it when you go to share this. When you go to share the video, you'll see the option.
Option, share sound.
Yeah.
Ready? Tell me if you can hear it.
Glenroy, could you make my GAC screen?
Can you hear that?
Yeah, we hear it now. Just hit play now.
I'm a slave from a land so far. I was caught and I was brought here from Africa. I'm a slave from a land so far. I was caught and I was brought here from Africa. Well, it was licks like fire from the white master every day, and down on the knees, weeks and weeks before we crossed the seas to reach in the West Indies. They make me work. I said I work. Good Lord, no pay. I toil, I say I toil so hard each day. I'm dying. I'm slave master standing there with the gun. Oh, I know he gonna shoot to kill. So I stay and I pray, but I'm planning still. I study night and day how to break away. I got to make a brilliant escape. But every time I think about the whip and them dogs, my body has started to shake. He made me work. I said I work. Oh, Lord, no pay. I toil hard each day. I'm dying. I'm crying, Lord. And I hope that the boss would have listened to me someday. Although he knew my request was small, it was the sting of the whip there to answer me when I called. We had to chant and sing to express our feeling to that wicked and cruel man. That was the only medicine to make him listen. And his so calypso began. He made me work. I said I work. Oh, Lord, no pay. I toil. I say I toil hard each day. I'm dying. I'm crying. Somebody said, free the bloody slave. I was then put out on the street. I had no clothes, I have no food, I have no place to sleep. I had no education, no particular ambition. This I cannot conceal. Forgot my native culture, live like a vulture. From the white man I had to steal because he made me work. I said I work. Oh, Lord, no pay. I toil. I say I toil so hard each day. I'm This simple.
Thank you so much. Right, so I want to pass over to our Elder Joseph, who is the president of the Friends of the Earth in Grenada. He's a Pan-Africanist, environmental, human rights, cultural activist. So I'll pass over to Elder Joseph. He can do a better introduction of himself, and he'll be talking about the 10-point CARICOM plan. I also have the 10-point CARICOM plan, which I will put in the chat while the elder is speaking. So Elder Joseph, over to you.
Maybe people could read it afterwards.
I can't hear you, my elder.
Hold on. I say, are you not hearing me?
It's very low.
You're not hearing me?
It's very low.
You're still not hearing me?
Very low.
I wonder what happened. Any better?
Speak again, please.
Hello, any better?
Just a bit, but not that bit, and not that much.
Let me. Hello, any better?
Yes, elder.
Better?
A bit, yeah.
Okay, all right. Please forgive me. I don't have the luxury of elaborate system. So am I being heard clearly?
Can anyone else confirm if the elder is audible? Is he low to you, please? I don't know if it's just me.
He's low, but we can hear him. Yeah, low, but we can hear him.
Okay.
I'm hearing him okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I hope the difficulty in the sound does not take away from what I have to contribute. The people hearing me clearly still.
Can people confirm, because I'm trying to turn my ears to hear?
Yes, he can. He's like a distance away, it sounds like.
Okay.
Okay, maybe I should take off the headphone then.
Yes, please.
Yeah, have him take off the headphone and put his mouth close to the bottom of the phone.
Right.
Okay, are you hearing me better now?
Much better.
Okay. That's the problem with technology. First of all, thank you very much for having the confidence in asking me to make a contribution, a presentation on the CARICOM 10-point plan, reparation plan. I would like to say that, for instance, the preceding conversation on Windrush, it highlights some of the issues that reparations face also. For instance, unless you have respect, equality of person or nations, I think you have a problem. So you're starting at a deficit, I believe. But good, hope this thing go here. So since the launch of the CARICOM Reparations Commission in July 2013, the global movement for reparatory justice has been re-energized, and over the past decade or so, the CRC has inspired the formation of the National African American Reparations Commission, the European Reparations Commission, and similar reparation formation in Canada and Great Britain, as you could attest. Now, but the truth is that, according to Walter Rodney, the late Walter Rodney, and I quote, the truth is that any figure of African imported into the Americas, which is narrowly based on surviving records, is bound to be below, because there were so many people at the time who had a vested interest in smuggling slaves and withholding data. Nevertheless, if the low figure of 10 million was accepted as the basis for evaluating the impact of slavery on Africa as a whole, the conclusion that would legitimately be drawn would confound those who attempt to make light of the experience of the rape of Africa from 1445 to 1870. And I think 1870, I believe, is the time when Brazil ended slavery, the last outpost of slave owners. I think it is very easy for us to start a reparation without factoring Haiti and the indigenous people. We must put them at the center in any framework for emancipation. I will contend that. So what is the CARICOM Reparatory Commission asserts that European governments were owners and traders of enslaved Africans, instructed genocidal action upon indigenous community, created the legal, financial, and fiscal policy necessary for enslavement of Africans, define and enforce African enslavement and native genocide as in the national interest, refuse compensation to the enslaved with the ending of their enslavement. Now, the reparation, they do it in point form. The first one is full apology. Second is repatriation. The third is Indigenous Peoples Development Program. Fourth, cultural institution. The fifth, public health crisis. The sixth is illiteracy eradication. The seventh is African Knowledge Program. Eight, psychological rehabilitation. 9, technology transfer. And 10, debt cancellation. As far as I'm concerned, the Caribbean countries, especially the Eastern Caribbean, are in the front line of the aspect of global warming and the struggle for environmental justice. CARICOM Reparations Commission 10-point plan offer a compelling framework for addressing the historical injustices of slavery and colonialism. Yet it fails, and badly too, it falls short in addressing the environmental dimension of reparatory justice. For Small Island states, the legacy of colonial exploitation are not only social and economic, but also ecological, as centuries of plantation, agriculture, deforestation, and extractive industries irreversibly damage ecosystems. Moreover, the Industrial Revolution, fueled in part by wealth extracted through the colonial system, set the stage for today's climate crisis, a crisis disproportionately threatening small island nations. By failing to explicitly demand environmental reparation, and nowadays we talk about climate reparation or justice, such as funding for climate adaptation, ecosystem restoration, or renewable energy transition, the plan neglects a critical aspect of justice for nations facing rising sea level, intensify hurricanes and other existential threats. This omission underscores a missed opportunity to connect the historical exploitation of the Caribbean environment with the ongoing climate vulnerability of the region. Small island developing states are on the front line of a crisis they contribute almost nothing to, yet they lack the resources to adapt or mitigate its impact. Reparation must go beyond addressing social and economic harms to include climate financing, ecological restoration, technological support for sustainable development. Without these demands, the CRC agenda risks perpetuating a narrow view of reparatory justice, failing to equip the Caribbean with a means to overcome the compounded challenge of historical and environmental injustice. I want to further say that if, as long as we continue being influenced by capitalism, extractive way, with the environment and the ecology, we are perpetuating the same system that have our people in the situation we are, and probably even worse. In fact, one of the reasons why I like to play the song by Sparrow, and then at the end, the song by Wizard, it shows that there's not much change. The only change I would say that maybe is that there's no whip on our backs anymore. Most Caribbean people, the rank and file Caribbean citizens, people of Afro descent, are either facing problem with crime, are facing unemployment, are facing psychological deformity. They're facing, in fact, we're still on the plantation, as Marsha Mary Hines have said, the plantation system still exists, particularly in the mining and in the tourism industry. And of course, we have now the digital era coming on. We're marginalizing our people more and more because, for instance, we are talking about cashless society, which will affect significant amount of people. And even I want to draw your attention right now into one I think of injustice.
Just talk up a bit, Elder. Talk up a bit, please.
You've not been hearing me because I'm almost shouting, huh?
Some people are saying they're still struggling to hear it, so just talk up a bit. I do apologize.
No, sir, I don't know. I don't know if the problem with the phone or gosh. Are you hearing me better now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I'm saying that there's something that have come into being on the 8th of January where someone wanting to visit the UK now have to pay a £10 fee for a prior electronic entry, authorization for entry. And it doesn't guarantee you being accepted in the country. To me, all these expenses should not apply to anyone of African descent, particularly those coming from the Caribbean, that where our people are enslaved. There's a number of things that should not be in place that applies to us in terms of modern taxes and so on, education and that kind of thing. So the question was posed, has the Caribbean 10-point plan inspired or motivated others? Yes. I'm afraid that there's somebody's name who's missing, and I'm mixing up his first name with the singer. Is it Bernie Grant? The one in England? The parliamentarian in England?
Probably. Yes, he's a wonderful man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that there's a singer, Eddie and Bernie. I getting two of them from Ghana. I just get mixed up with the name. So Bernie Grant, who I had the privilege of meeting, I think we don't highlight the role he played, not just in Britain, but internationally in terms of getting reparation as a agenda item on the world stage. Last week at a CSL Caribbean Labour Solidarity webinar, Jeremy Corbyn said something which I endorse. He said, look, we need to have education, we need to have reparation in the schools at all levels, not just in England, but in the Caribbean. One of the things I'm contending is that we are doing the same thing as we did in the process of independence as Caribbean nations. We put together some experts. They come up with some grand plan. Although some of it is missing some element, which is not totally out of place. But the people have not been consulted. I ask the question: have people been consulted when this plan was being put together? And I'm almost certain no. The experts. And these experts, forgive me to say so, I'm not too sure they have our interests at heart. Because the one who led the commission, he soon got a knighthood, where he is now, he's a United Nations University. He has been elevated. I talking to Ellery Bakers. So we cannot rely on these folks to carry the concern of the rank and file person of African descent. I'm afraid that just as how they misled the people in terms of what really was happening at independence, when people thought we were independent, only to find out that we were not very independent, they were just nominal independence. Similarly, we may get some kind of, or some assistance might be given, mainly monetary or so, or privileged opportunity, and one group will be getting most of it. So, yes, it have inspired international energy to do something, but the people are not involved. The masses of the Caribbean are not involved unless the masses of the Caribbean help to inform what we really want. I don't think we're going anywhere. It's just like the Windrush. It's going to just be talk, and, sending the food for the, shifting the goalpost. When we look at it, good, I'm really glad that in the 10-point plan, there is the issue of health. But our people are being fed poison at the moment. Judy had asked earlier on when people were reporting, when she was reporting about something with China. Now, we have to be careful in terms of how we accept information, because while we cannot dispute the possibility of people being fed poison or stuff or so, you can't say as a nation, China is promoting that. There are merchants from these nations, even the United States. We know, for instance, based on a program that 60 Minutes did some years ago, that a lot of medicine that is bought, pharmaceutical medicine, a lot of it is unsafe, although it's very packaged, and sometimes how it is done, whether in South America or so, the health condition, the sanitary condition is deplorable, and yet some of the established pharmacies carry those products. So, do we say that America is sending poison for people? It's citizens or it's businesses, yes, or it's whether it's delinquent business. So it cannot be ruled out, but I wouldn't say as a nation, as they try to do against the Chinese nation. So it doesn't answer your question. We have heard about plastic rice and plastic cheese and plastic whatever thing. I have not seen it myself, but I am very open to getting the evidence. So these are some of the things that unless we get our people involved, unless we deal with the climate and the environmental factor, unless we get we've been talking, and one of the things I want to applaud the GAC, GAC, and also Sunday International, is that we have tried to discuss reparation in all its dimensions, including self-repair, working on ourselves. I think we need to do more of that. And the people who are leading us, whether it's in a negotiation or at the policy level, must convince us that they understand what it means to be an African or descendants of people who were enslaved. These people still bleach themselves, they still do all kinds of stuff. They send their children in the finest school and so on, and then the masses of the people, are left with, substandard schooling and so on. Then in certain islands like Trinidad, Guyana, countries, Guyana, Trinidad, Jamaica, St. Lucia, and recently, like in Grenada last year, we have had this incident of violence, which is not good for the peace and welfare of our people. Plus, we have to deal with the ongoing terrible harsh weather system. And we are keen to sell our everything. We are selling our citizenship, all of those things. So it doesn't convince me that we are really serious about reparation, just as we are now serious about independence. Because we can't choose the people we want. Look what Trump is saying, that, China has to get out of the way. China and Russia have to get out of the way of the Caribbean. So, what else? Sometimes there's so much thing that comes. Oh, the other thing about it, I would say, unless we network with the other reparatory processes, but encourage other processes, whether it's in Brazil, whether it's in Ecuador, or whether it's Haiti, and also the indigenous people. We have to work close with them. We have to be a holistic global thing. Notwithstanding, we have to deal with the thing specifically with the British. And that's where I think we need to train people to do negotiation and all kinds of things. And it can't just be negotiation about figures, but they have to understand the whole gamut of the thing, psychological, all the stuff, the lots of cultural. We had to get back our stuff that was stolen. And of course, our people have been ripped off through the Windrush and continuing poaching of our teachers and all of those kind of stuff. The fact that we've been taught not to be productive. Am I being heard? Hello?
Yes, you're being heard.
Yes, very clear. We're not feeding ourselves at the moment. And whatever food we are being fed with is killing us. We have a health crisis in the Caribbean now, diabetes. Already we inherit the problem with diabetes and hypertension to the nutrition we got during the 300 years or 400 years of enslavement. And it's been compounded now. And then, of course, we have to go to US or wherever it is to get cancer treatment, which doesn't work. Most people die rather than look into their own environment and trying to get processes that will help them. So with that, I would ask that you, Sister Marcia, to play the next song by Wizard, and then we have a conversation if so desired.
Okay, give thanks. Thank you so much. Just bear with me again. Where did I put it? Bear with me, please.
He was one of the nicest brothers around, always ready to assist. And now...
Okay, just bear with me. Can you see it? Can you see the video? Anyone?
Yes.
Can you hear now?
Back home doing it nice for Grenada and the world. Put your hands together for the Black Wizard is the man. That's right. Good night, everybody. Australia, oh how you stood out, sweet Caribbean. I feel
subjects against me. Give me a duty, man, did your freedom. So back to Europe I had to run. I come back again, quite seriously. I come back to rain for 3 more centuries. I throw away the top hat. I'm no more plantocrat. You'll find me in Grendel and ex-Grenadian hotel. No more communism to oppose my way. I come back to reclaim my domain. Ever since I came down to this land, I was always faced with rebellion. From Nani down to Marcus Garvey, from Coffee down to Walter Rodney. Then I got land Cyprian. Oh, how they opposed me bitterly. I could never forget Geddes Granger. Shouting black power. Michael Manley, Pumps, Bonham and Williams. All them fellas had me on the run. I come back again, seriously. I come back to rain for 3 more centuries. Find me in Jamaica, in the free zone area. Exploiting the worker. No more communism to oppose my way. I come back to reclaim my domain. La, 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 la. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. La, 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 la. My objective was exploitation. To ship out your raw materials to my industrial capital. You say I didn't give you education. If you bring racial segregation, you say you could shut your own destiny. Give him the opportunity. I give you about 12 prime ministers. Still your citizens falling further. I come back again, quite seriously. I come back to rain for 3 more centuries. I'm back in Guyana, in Bauxite and lumber, every other island. I enjoy concession. No more communism to oppose my way. I come back to reclaim my domain. Thank you very much. Good night. Grenada man, how you doing?
Greetings, everyone. Welcome back. All right. Elder Joseph.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we're gonna go to
we're
question
open
and
to
answer.
question. Yeah, no.
Okay. Dr. Liz.
No, I was just reacting to the music. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank
all right.
you, Elder.
Ifo.
Greetings and one love. Everything that you shared, pretty much it resonates deeply with how my ancestors taught us that we should live. I have a question about if you've found a way to be able to break through and connect with well-meaning, loving people who unfortunately seem to think that all this talk about the earth and talk about the environment and even talk about us being Africans is somewhat not only unnecessary but distracting, and also don't want to acknowledge the effects of colonialism in the way in which we are related to each other. That's a challenge that I am having with some folks. So I'm wondering what techniques, if any, you've had to be able to have these conversations, because they're very, in some cases, very painful for folks, because we're hitting at the heart of an identity that they've built around something that is not us, but yet they believe it's them. So how do we have that conversation in a way that doesn't end up with people, just blocking each other or deciding they're not going to talk anymore? So
I hope I understand your question, but I face the same problem for instance, I've been at this, the issue of climate change since in the late 80s. This is not a hoax. I mean, of course, there are folks who came in on board and probably like the companies and so on. I mean, the multinationals and so on. But it's a serious problem. We face it, the heat. I mean, look what's happening in California. I mean, someone had told me years ago, he even showed me a passage of scriptures where the Americans would be burning. And where people would go, they wouldn't be able to, they would go into the hinterland, but they will be also caught up. In the 80s, somebody showed me that. That was not scientific, but it was showing me that from a prophecy point of view. The other thing about it is that I was in Brazil in 1991, my first international trip in relation to the environment. That was for input into the Rio 92 process. And I remember a Chilean sociologist saying at the time, and that have influenced my thinking a lot. He said, now that the war or the struggle between capital and labor have ended the Cold War. Capital represented by by the West, US, and labor represented by the former Soviet Union is over. So the next struggle will be between capitalism and the environment. And to me, it coming into play all the time. So the people who are willing to come up with all kind of idea that there's a hoax and they don't want us to utilize our resources and things. I think we need to examine that more carefully. I hope I'm answering your question, because we have to really find a balance in understanding when you think about Lake Chad, I'm understanding Lake Chad. The size of Lake Chad, what used to be and what it is now, is something else. It's almost without a lake. Because of all the stuff that's happening. Of course, folks would always use things to make, to capitalize on it, but we cannot pretend, we cannot close our eyes. The anxiety that every year when the hurricane season comes up, of course, the good thing about it that people are beginning to realize there's not no God that is doing the stuff. It is nature that's trying to rebalance itself. So we could help by doing things that was not done before and make sure our environment is not impaired more. Because we are offered a few dollars, it's like we are in danger of being offered a few dollars by reparation, and then don't forget these people still control everything. They could still devalue the dollars or the pound after they give us. So it's very difficult. And unfortunately, I think that's where we come in. We have to be broad-minded. And maybe, like before I come involved in GAP, maybe that was something that you folks didn't talk about much, but I hope that we look at it. And I'm not coming from a fundamentally fanatical point of view. I've had over 30 years of orientation. I wouldn't say education, orientation from different perspectives. I've been traveled, I've been, taken courses and so on, and it is a real serious thing. The problem is that our people who engage internationally, they take instruction from the World Bank and the IMF and the IDB and the Caribbean Development Bank, the same institution that taught us spearheading those things. I don't know if people know the Chad Cameroon pipeline, in which they remove a whole set of people, and it was because they told Cameroon, in order to pay the money you have, enter in this pipeline agreement so that you could pay. If we similarly with Ghana, when Ghana was owing a lot of money to the IMF, they went into, and the World Bank, they enter, and creditors and so on, they enter into this arrangement, structural adjustment, which they destroy a significant amount of forest. And the World Bank and praise them for the growth in the economy, but at what extent, at what expense? The forest. I mean, so same thing with us. We given away land for tourism that could be planted. I mean, that could be cultivated for food production. Because we are promised jobs, and there's no jobs in it. Jobs are inferior jobs because people from outside take the superior job, if there is such a thing called superior job. So I hope I've tried to answer you.
All right. Ifo. Thank you. Right. Elder Glenroy and then Dr. Liz.
Yes. Greetings, Joseph, and thank you for agreeing to start this process of further discussion around reparation. We shouldn't pretend we're starting anything new, but we're continuing a process. And for people who haven't missed the program, next week, we'll be talking about C-SPAN, which has put forward a 12-point plan, which takes on board a number of other aspects to reparation. I've always had a number of issues with the CARICOM plan, which I'll go into in a moment. But when you say that there should have been consultant of the people, I mean, it sounds very and great egalitarianist. But what people who say these things always miss out to me is how that is to be done. How do you intend to consult the people? It's a wonderful idea. But the concept of reparation, the demand for reparation, is all known and understood by the people. And if you put a plan to them and they don't like it or they think it's deficient in certain ways, hopefully the consultation that I would have thought would take place is that they would then look at that and say, well, hang on a minute, you've missed a bit here or you missed a bit there. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but the way you put it is that it should be consultation before. I don't know if you were referring to Hilary Beckles. I think it's useful to know that he was knighted long before the 10-point plan. So his involvement in that and him being knighted is not a reward or anything, as you made it sound, and hope I'm not misrepresenting you. But nonetheless, we do need rank and file involvement. So I'll wait for your response to how that's done. I have my own views on that, and obviously I want to put them to you as a conversation develops. But just to keep it short, and obviously I would like to come back later. Why would you say, and I know you don't agree with, you made it clear that there are deficiencies, but could you tell me why do you think that there hasn't been an amendment to the 10-point plan? After all, this was a plan put to European countries, and we know their response. So it's a bit like, well, what if, or what else, or what do we do if, as there has been no sort of response? And also, there have been other studies since then. Any idea why CARICOM haven't updated the plan that they put forward? Because at the end of the day, it's like putting something out there, hasn't had effect, but we'll keep flagging it up anyway. What's the purpose of that? And why have there not been some amendment or some building of it? Or what do Caribbean nations do if, as we see, they're being undermined, ignored, or whichever interpretation you want to give to it? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that was going to be my question to ask. Do you think what is lacking from this 10 points that you think that could be added? But I'll go over to you, Elder Joseph.
First of all, the energy of the people. And I asked a question, I respond to Elder Glenroy when he asked about consultation. How do they consult people, although it's not the best way? When the politician want to get into election, they go, they have meetings. We could have different type of meetings nowadays, the town hall meetings, all kind of thing. With the technology that's nowadays, of course, it was before. When they did the thing, was before the proliferation of the technology we have now in terms of internet webinars and the other apparatus. But the thing is that disdain for the population, and I wish that maybe invite Sister Masha Hines. And I mean, she would probably even go further than me. There's so much thing. These folks who are running the scene, whether the intellectual and not anti-intellectual, they really have disdain for the people. They make deals. I mean, look, people only finding out now that most of the countries are not independent in principle. They're just in paper because they can't pursue their own policy and so on. If they had to have relations, look at the Haitian situation. They were quick to run into Grenada. They can't go into Haiti because they had to get crew from their masters. Let's be serious. So, to answer your question, is that then the people who are negotiators, especially including those at the climate, they are only economic people who only see dollars and cents. In fact, one of the things that some of us have come to say very widely in Grenada, when government and other folks talk about, even the bankers, and talk about climate change, all they're thinking about money. That's a new way to make money. And maybe those who are skeptical about the thing about whether climate change is a hoax maybe have a reason. Because these people have colonized, capitalize again on an area that people are suffering on, just like they did with poverty. So, there's so many deficiencies in CARICOM. Look, CARICOM has something called Civil Society Charter. They ignore civil society. Most time they have things who they have. They have people from the Caribbean Chamber of Industry and Commerce. They have people, the politicians. We have tried to bring in opposition people now. Every now and then they have that. But the people, the civil society represent the mass of the people. And they ignore them. So, when we were doing the thing about, I think, under Sheila Rampal, about, there was something, and it was widespread, it went all over. I was part of that. Something about to do with what kind of society we want. I can't remember the actual thing, but so Sheila Rampal headed that. That was more democratic. But there's nothing democratic about this process when it affects everybody, because these people are not intent on halting the destruction. I'm telling you, they make deals, and we have to call them out. They sell our citizenship. They they give away concession to the oil companies and other mining companies. How that could help the climate and impoverish people more and more. So maybe I'm rambling and so on, but to me, we could do it. If they could have, although they were divided at the time, one group decided to conspire with the US and invade Grenada. Of course, there were some exceptions, Guyana, Trinidad and Belize, I think, was those who pulled out. Those 3 countries, I think, not too sure the Bahamas was one of them too. But
so looking at the 10-point plan, my elder, looking at the 10-point plan, what would you add to it?
Well,
if
I'm
you were
saying
in the
that
position to add something, name me at least one thing that you would add.
Yeah, well, I've said it, the ecology, they have to do reparation of the ecology, the climate, the environment, that has to be there. People need somewhere to live, and they need a hospital, a place. That is not factored in. Because part of the plan is to believe, when these people mash up this place, they're going to create a new economy of disaster tourism, as they're doing in certain places like Louisiana and in Brazil.
All right, so we have a question from Sister Liz.
Maybe even in Hawaii too, where the fire. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry,
Sister Liz. Dr. Liz, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. I could be your sister. Sister. Thank you very much for inviting me to contribute again. Elder Joseph, you mentioned just now, actually, there's so many things you've said, and most of it is about the environment. And I'm really glad that we're looking at it from a different point of view, because we look at it from a political point of view and all these different positions. But you said that we need to be democratic about, being democratic isn't the answer, because, we can't really choose whether or not, we haven't got a choice in whether or not we save the planet. And the people who are most damaged, like you said in CARICOM, are the people who are the least enabled to contribute to the debate, to contribute to policy, etc. So, Elder, within GAC, we had a lobby of Parliament about reparations, and just on this group, we asked just to debate, to stimulate the debate. What do we think about what reparations are? What are our priorities, and what is it that we're asking for? And as many people on this platform, are there as many answers that we got? So, and I do think it's important, and I think it's worthwhile discussing again Japan and the Jewish people from the last European war, and all the victims of different disasters and the reparations that they're getting. People from Hong Kong, etc., is another one. That when they've succeeded in getting reparations, firstly, they're speaking with one voice, and secondly, they start from an education point of view, not educating the victims, but educating the oppressors, educating the people who are putting them at risk. So I'm asking, Elder, in terms of this CARICOM 10-point plan, looking at it, I think when you're trying to debate something, you have to look at who you're trying to speak to. And the people we're demanding sit down and talk about this aren't the people who are going to pay for it. It shouldn't really bother Keir Starmer whether we argue for this money or not, because it's not coming out of his pocket. It shouldn't really bother, far right, sort of Bob on the street kind of thing, because again, it's not coming out of taxpayers' pocket that we're asking. We're talking about multinationals and royalty and landowners and the people who have been the colonizers who've benefited from our enslavement and our ancestors' enslavement and our continued oppression. Because I keep saying racism kills. We see the impact on our health. So let's look at the order in which we put these questions. And the first one we're asking for is apology. You know, you're going to turn to Massa and say, please apologise him for whipping us. He hasn't finished whipping us yet.
I'm going to put up the 10-point plan in a minute.
I think, sister.
So just the question. Can you repeat the question again for the elder?
Yeah. So I think putting it the way we have there with paragraphs behind each one. I appreciate the time and effort's gone into it, because when you're doing policy, you have to look at the detail. But if you look at the headlines of those, just looking at the headlines, we need to put them in a different order. And I started.
Sorry, what was your question for the elder?
Do you think it's something that we are asking the question in the wrong order? Because we're asking, first of all, number one, can you apologise for what you've done to us? And when we talk about the next one was that I thought about was point 9, the technology. We want to advance technology in Africa and the Caribbean, but we have to also advance that technology in an environmentally stable way. So looking at our psychological damage, looking at our history,
Elder Joseph, have you you've got the question, yeah? Do you think we're asking for stuff in the wrong order?
Well, maybe, but that to me is irrelevant when you consider that the energy of the people is not behind this. And she said something which I totally disagree with her, that we cannot change, we cannot save the planet. We could, people. You know something? Before the idea of environmental thing came into being, there was no consideration. It's because civil society groups around the world began to put pressure that the World Bank and IMF and all that say, okay, because they were getting bad publicity. If more and more people, look what these brothers and sisters are doing in Kenya, all over the world, Brazil, when people like, you know, the folks in Brazil who have taken back land and that kind of thing, they forget the name right now, there's a movement. People had to take back their land, their life. You know, sister, in Britain, for instance, property rights wasn't always there in terms of private property. It started when a certain king decided to appropriate, to divest the land that belonged to the common to pay for his war. And of course, it's a evolving, more complex situation. So we have to we have to be imaginative and think about how can we get back to a state where human beings live in harmony with the environment, where this whole thing about putting some people at the top of the chain and some are at the bottom, we have to squash that, and everyone should be respected. I mean, in this order, we can talk for thy kingdom come. All the old talk, look at the United Nations, look what we're seeing. We're seeing in front of what's happening in Gaza and other places. The folks doesn't care once the dollars, once the profits are rolling in. So we have to take back our life collectively, of course. We can't do it individually. But what have happened? We have been taught and encouraged to go, try to get your salvation individually, including getting a personal savior that could take you to heaven too. You need to go away with this nonsense.
Right. Brother Frank, greetings.
Greetings. As I said, I'm sorry I'm late. I came in late, but what I've just picked up, or from what I heard, especially when Brother Joseph was talking, we have to. Well, okay, reparations, as far as I'm concerned, is something that should have been tackled years ago. It should have been something on the slate when we're talking about independence, right? But it was explained to me at the time that, those people who were seeking our independence weren't bothered about reparations. They were more worried. They're more like our elite who was worried about getting their hands on the country so that they can start milking it as well. Right? So reparations, as far as I'm concerned, it's something that should have been tackled years ago. When we get our independence, we should have got reparations at the same time. Instead, we watched the British or the whoever sail off into the sunset and left us with a whole set of problems that we can't fix. We can't fix, you know, and to fix that, we need some form of, reparation, some form of money coming in that should have been paid to us to help us to build our infrastructure. If they built our infrastructure and left us, we wouldn't have had to worry about that. But no, we have to. So as far as I'm concerned, reparation should have been thing. And it's the elite of our society. And they're still in charge and they're still running the place. So when we talk about...
Can you let him finish, Elder, and then you can respond?
I just emotional. Amen. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, and they're still the ones running the society. So if you do get reparation, it's going to them again, right? As Brother Joseph said, it should be something that should be led by the grassroots and coming up. And in fact, the episode in Barbados recently, when they were going to pay Drax for his land to build on, if it wasn't for a movement from the grassroots to say, no, you cannot do that. He cannot benefit from the crimes that he's committed. And it's the grassroots that actually stopped them, stopped the Barbados government from paying Drax the money for this land. So you're right. This movement has to come from the grassroots. And you've got to get the grassroots more involved in this thing, or else we'll be back to square one again.
Thank you so much. John?
Hi, greetings.
Greetings.
I want to share some photos for Joseph, Brother Joseph. But additionally, I just wanted to say that I think it's really good what Brother Joseph just said to say the inadequacies, because they are real gulping inadequacies. If you can't if you don't acknowledge the land and the climate, and you don't acknowledge the people on the ground, then it's not a reparations plan. And one of the things that I've always felt, and perhaps shouldn't say, is that CARICOM to me seems, I don't know, I'm going to piss off here. It just feels a little bit of a classist thing. There's a lot of class going on, as well as, and I just think I don't know if that's what Brother Frank was referring to, but there feels like this, even within the reparations CARICOM situation, that seems like you have to be really clever and like be. I don't know. I find CARICOM very classist and not so connected to what reparations really is. So my question to you, Brother Joseph, is what do you think the best way round it is? Do we engage with CARICOM as we normally do, or do we do our stuff as well and we do everything? And I just realised I need to send you some pictures of when you. Yeah, okay. That was my question. I don't know if it's a clear one.
Thank you so much. Elder, do you want to come back, or should I move on to
No, because maybe it might be difficult. Let me answer Sister John. I think we need to do both. We need to deal with the CARICOM people, also we need to do with our people. But first, we need to begin at home. We need to inform ourselves as much as possible of what we've been ignorant about. And first, we have to make peace with who we are. People fight against whether they're African or they're whatever. You see it all the time. I mean, when we have a whole, generation bleaching themselves, it's a disgrace. There's so many things. We educate our people. In fact, I saw something, a little kind of drama out of Nigeria that says, in schools, or maybe in Kenya too, in schools in Africa, they teach you English. English is a compulsory subject, but not agriculture. Who won't feed you? And as a Chilean former foreign minister years ago, during the Allende says, he who feeds you control you. He is the source of your food. This is one thing we have to get first and foremost. Feed ourselves. Whenever we go begging those folks. Have our people, whether it's in Africa, trying to come across the Mediterranean, or here have Haitians and other West Indians trying all kind of ways to reach the shores of USA and Canada. They're trying to go South America, Brazil, and so on. They're going not where they think the money is, which is our money that was stolen. That's how people understand. And it's not trying to create insurrection. It's trying to radicalize our people. They talk about Islamic radicalize. We have to radicalize our people so they understand. Not to make them violent, but so they can stand up with confidence. Our people went back and they're lacking the confidence because our leaders go and beg with begging bowls at the International Committee. Give us a little bit of money. Oh gosh, we need some little more money for this and that. We need to stop the stupidness and have our people go boldly and negotiate in good faith. I hope I make sense. So we have to do both. We have to become more sophisticated. Our people don't read. We have to get our people reading and asking the right question. We don't ask the right questions. Please.
Elder Glenroy?
Joseph, we need the insurrection. Yeah? Please don't say we're not talking about insurrection, because we can't keep going on like this. But Chair, I want you to give me a few minutes to address the 10-point plan, because one of the concerns I have, Elder, you didn't answer my question, as if, and I know you're not speaking on behalf of CARICOM, but why do you think that despite the fact that the European government have not responded or responded in a positive way, why hasn't there been a suggestion about something else? And I think Dr. Liz is absolutely right about the order in which this thing was put together. Yeah? Number one, full formal apology. I've said from the very outset, this is a monkey trap. And what a monkey trap is that somebody build a box, put a shiny object in it, just enough room for you to put your hand in. You grab hold of the shiny object, you got your fist, you can't get your fist out, but because you're so stupid, you won't let go of the shiny object to pull your hand out, and so you're trapped forever in that position. This is the madness of making an apology, which is of no value whatsoever and will not be done with sincerity, your number one priority. And you can say, well, number one doesn't mean it's a priority, but that's what it comes across as. And so they refuse to apologize. Yeah? Even the latest government refused to even talk about it. And there's no what if. There's been enough if over the years since the plan has been put forward, but no action as to what to do next. The indigenous people of the Caribbean have led the war against imperialism, have led the war against colonization. So they should be part of that process. They should be indigenous people's development plan. I support that. I agree with that. But does a plan come out of the Caribbean where there are no indigenous people other than others here? So in that regard, the plan becomes a domestic issue. 3, funding the reparation to Africa. What does that mean? Now, I know there's subtitle with it, but what does that actually mean in itself? Does it say that we will support the African campaign for reparation or the reparation for African campaign? What is the significance of that statement other than, we better remind people that we have some connection, or there has been a connection with Africa? Number 4, the establishment of cultural institutions and the return of cultural heritage. Well, again, one thinks it's about stolen artifacts, stolen icon. Is that a global demand, or is it just around for the CARICOM, for the cultural representation of the Caribbean? Education program. Well, again, one of these things that stands on itself. We don't want them to educate us. We want to educate ourselves, to put on the agenda that you should somehow appeal to somebody else who has been miseducating you for so long, as if they've never read Walter Rodney's book, as if they've never understood that there's a deliberate miseducation going on. They're asking for the enslavers to educate them. Yeah? Enhance beg your pardon. Where are we? Yeah, to enhance the enhancement of historical and cultural knowledge exchange. From who? Who are we asking for cultural, historical cultural exchange? Well, the people have been lying to us. This is a demand to European. How the hell do you ask them for educational cultural exchange? Psychological rehabilitation and result of the transition of trauma. Yeah, I get that. That's been a demand that's been there. Chris Wells has written about it. It is a real thing that we carry generation trauma. And Glenn, that I think is clearly has to be seen as a global objective. The right to develop through the use of technology. Let me say something that probably people miss or never ever paid attention to. The European, as Frank was saying about the whole nonsense about independence, that they came down, British civil servant went to all the Caribbean islands and wrote their independent document and declaration. They decided that there should be no industry in the Caribbean, not one nail should be produced and manufactured in the Caribbean. So it's not some accidental, it's not some lack of resource or whatever. And, I disagree in this bit, Frank, about the elitists. Of course, they wanted to get their bit, and the people who were actually in charge of the, what was it called? I can't remember, the interim government between actual getting election and so on. Well, obviously, they were the elite. They were the upper class, the enslavers, descendants, whatever. They were the people there in that regard. But when they talk about development through technology, it's not just because the elites have been there and just want to keep that. The colonizers, the neo-colonialists have decided there would be no structure in that region that can present any kind of rivalry or alternative to you having to buy 90% of your product from them. And that includes not only Britain, but America. America will always tell you, oh, we never had any colony. Well, I'll tell you what, they're colonizing, and not just about Greenland and what have you. 10, and this is something people always trip over themselves about. Debate debt cancellation and monetary compensation. Now, how many times have we said there is no debt? Because these countries have paid these debts over and over and over again. So why would you ask for cancellation of something that you know has been an act of theft? Surely this should be saying the debt doesn't exist. You stole our money. We want it back. You stole money from the colonies. You stole money from other nations. And indeed, I think this was written when it was known. Well, perhaps it wasn't. When it was known about the fact that people in the UK and other places had been paying into the money that was feeding the debt to the enslavers. This was 2003. Maybe it wasn't. It was probably after that. But they should have known. They should have known. People in this position should have known. And even if they didn't know that, they can't be saying there's a debt, holding their hand up and claiming and joining in and saying there's a debt. So there is so much wrong with the CARICOM plan. Yes, we have to pick out and choose various things. But as I've always said, every region in the globe need to formulate its own demand about reparation. Because it's not only the European enslavers that need to be dealt with. And it's an interesting thing about the report that it actually identified when neo-colonialist nation like Brazil were exploiting its own people, and therefore there is a demand for them to pay reparation as well as demanding reparation from Portugal, European colonizers. So, Elder Joseph, I'm going back to my original question and asking you, given what I've just said, given the reality that it's not impacted on the Europeans, The plan was put out there several years ago. Africans in these places, and they're not just in England, but all over Europe, should have been mobilized to be supporting the demand for reparation. Not been done. Is there some reason that you can attest to or suggest or guess at why they have not amended, updated this plan, which isn't been working? We can't keep doing the same thing. We can't keep approaching the same plan when it's not working. Why have they not done that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Elder Joseph, do you want to come back or you want to answer here Ifos first?
Let me answer Benoit. Is he surprised when I say that the people was not behind this thing? This is precisely why they haven't taken any action. Have you heard what Macron told the African leaders lately? In told how grateful they were because rather than listening to the public opinion, you understand. But he's trying to humiliate them because they were servants of him before. I'm saying that the folks who are heading CARICOM, including the intellectuals, and I know, Glenroy, you might have people, I know Commission and so on, but to me, they're all part of the league. They have no genuine thing because they're not on the ground. They don't come on the ground. You need to be, it's like Walter Rodney, you have to be grounded with my brothers. This is not grounded, the intellectual night founding phrases. So for me, when I say it doesn't matter the order in which, I'm not dismissing the thing totally, but to me, at the top of it should be restoration of the ecology and something. Because if you don't have a healthy ecology, where are you going to support? Right at the center. But you see, because these people have been influenced by Adam Smith, the economy over everything. This is what they're continuing without examining why they have that approach. And then the whole idea of apology, asking for apology. To me, this is absurd. The way they would, deal with the apology is by not further undermining our society, poaching our teachers, doing all kind of stuff, and not even encouraging the citizens to buy citizenship and all of those kind of things, and having them vote in the United Nations how they want. All of those things to me would be kind of towards the apology, but they don't do it because they still expect us to continue the plantation system. And our people, as Professor Lumumba said, some of those leaders take instruction even while they're sitting in cabinet from their outside masters. And I have no apology for that. So, I may be some crazy or kind of going all over the place, but the fact is that unless the people, and I think one of the reasons why they say hell is becoming successful is because the people behind the process. They might not have led the process, but they're behind the process. No one is behind. A lot of people in the Caribbean are ignorant of who they are. Yesterday or the day before, recently, there was the Voodoo Festival. The Voodoo thing, with 8 hours. How many people are there? Because the word Voodoo creates fear in people, yet it creates some love in us. But I'm saying anything that is us, about us African, we still despise it. And I'm saying unless we do that, and these leaders who are there, they have no interest. They make deals, so it's no wonder. And even Brother Elder Glenroy, you say that, and I used to have a lot of regard for him slowly because he had to open my eyes in some ways, like Walter Rodney and others, and Sierra James and so on. But look, as Dickie Duncan, and these people always gravitate, and Dickie Duncan, the guy, Neville Duncan, said honestly that he had to make a choice because his children had to go to school, blah, blah, blah. So although he was critical of the IMF and so on, he still took work from the World Bank and so on. So you see, people have to make a choice. Where are you? Are you with the people? Or are you with the continuing exploiters? I could have been with them. Many offers were made to me. But we have to make a choice. And that's a challenge. So there's no easy answer because we have to do the whole work on ourselves, decide who we want to be, and stand in that being that we choose to be. So, it's not surprising that they wouldn't answer. Look what happened in 1983. Tom Adams and Siaga and all of them and John Compton and the rest work. I mean, with the U.S. to invade Grenada, that was trying to change the order of things. Look, in Haiti, we continue to bring Haiti back and back, and they're not doing anything. Even agreement CARICOM have made and as far as a group, they don't even adhere to those things. They let our teachers be poached. They let our doctors be poached. I mean, everything. I mean, we are being laid bare. And these people talking the same thing with climate, and so they talk about the climate, but they're already impeding and undermining even as they talk about climate. So, are you surprised? I mean, there's few. I mean, I see people getting high about Mia Motley. She's no different. You know, when you examine some of the leaders, you know, people like Eric Williams used to do everything to undermine Chedi Jagan. He hated Chedi Jagan like with a venom. Hello? And Chedi Jagan was more supportive of what you hear about other people. Hello?
You're going low, my brother.
Although I know that somebody here may not agree with me, but can
you raise your voice a bit? Because you just went low when you said that.
Okay, I've said that that there are certain leaders that undermine each other, like I'm saying, Eric Williams did a lot of undermining of Chedi Jagan, who was trying to bring the process forward. I'm saying
Elder Glenroy? Elder Glenroy?
Yes, comrade, sorry.
Could you confirm if your question has been answered? So I can move on to IFO.
Well, I would suggest you move on anyway, but just to say to Joseph that CARICOM did institute. I still, I'm saying, what's the pattern? We believe in grassroots organization. We're working to build GAC, etc., etc. I think this is a method of consultation, but we can't kid ourselves and think we will be consulting everyone. But CARICOM, who had the authority and resource, said, and I went to two of their conferences, had a plan that every island would set up its own local community reparation commission. Now, I'm sure Elder will know how good that is or not going well, but that was a form of consultation. It hasn't. I don't think it's worked, but that's what I'm looking for in the question about how should they consult. We believe in grassroots organization, but we can't say that that's going to consult with all Africans in the UK or globally. So the whole idea has a flaw. Sorry, Elder. I'll stop there. Yeah, go ahead.
The first time the majority of people heard about the reparation committee in Grenada, not that it wasn't spoken about, when Laura Trevor and whatever her name came and had this tongue all stuff. No, and she took center stage. She was not even about us, it was about her. I'm telling you, let's be serious. So much that when she came to talk about giving the $100,000 to the university or whatever it is, people there was a protest.
Yeah, Elder, you're absolutely right. When black people walk in the room, black people don't pay attention. But you get a white person walk in there and they will give them all the attention. That's a reality. This is why the so-called heirs of enslavement, as we like to call them, are getting the attention here. And there's no plan of how to recapture those grounds. I'm sorry, Chair, it's very rude of me.
Give thanks. IFO?
Yes, I'm in agreement again. Capitalism and deep denial of our African roots and love for those who colonized us is at the root of our problems. I was just reviewing the 10-point CARICOM plan for reparation justice, and it is very clear from reading it that this was not written by people who were rooted in either in Afrocentric principles or Rastafari principles, because they would never be asking such weak things, or as Elder Glenroy said, be demanding forgiveness for money that they stole from us. I am worried that the people on the ground were not consulted. I know that way before we had internet and fax machines and all that, our ancestors found ways to organize town hall meetings and other things, and made sure that the people that they were servants of the people, not just mouthpieces that were pretending to be servants of the people. I fail to see that happening. I've I am also concerned about this, what they call it. It seems like when we're talking about illiteracy, it is done in a very colonial way. Because if you go into the bush with somebody who grew up in the bush, that knows how to hunt, knows how to fish, and knows where all the medicinal plants are, and can heal you, and can fix a bone that's broken. And if you take someone that has a PhD in botany or a PhD in animal science, that person with the PhD is illiterate when you're in the bush because they only know how to deal with the tools that they have learned in school. So I'm concerned when we talk about literacy and we have no respect in the documents for our indigenous knowledge that comes out independent of colonial school systems.
Thank you so much.
So I'm just wondering if you've seen anything that they have added to it since the initial 10-point program to actually address this the fact that it's not Afrocentric, and also to actually have, because sometimes in Canada they say they're doing community consultation, but really it's people who've already drawn up a plan, and then they just want to have a check off to say that, yes, we had a meeting and we had some tea, but they've already decided what they're doing. And I'm wondering if you see any evidence of them trying to do something different from what the white people have done in the past. Like Frantz Fanon said, the black skin, white mask. Are you seeing any evidence of any different perspective in how they're approaching things in the 10-point plan? Thank you.
Okay, Ella Joseph. After that, we'll go over to Maureen. Sorry, I think I put your hand down by mistake. So John, Maureen, can you put your hand up? You're next. Elder Joseph?
Yeah, the thing about it, good question, Ifo. But the thing is that people can't give what they don't have. And you're right that sometimes there's this so-called consultation. We have it in Grenada, especially around development, environment, sustainable, whatever. The folks come, the intellectual, they come in the wrong time. And as a matter of fact, sometimes they disenfranchise a whole section of people, especially women who are working, who are taking care of the children. They organize so the women can participate. I mean, all those things, equity, and so we don't take those things because they're not trained to think that, outside the box and broadly. But I want to remind people, we have had situations. I remember reading some of the debates in the parliament during the colonial period with C.L.R. James taking issue with some of those folks. Just was just copy of a replica of the colonial people. And don't forget, Ian Smith had installed Bishop Abel Mozarella in order to keep the colonial thing going as prime minister. I mean, so we had those, to me, it's the same kind of thing. It hasn't changed. It has to be radically overhauled. And it could be done if there's a gong set of people, as in the CL. I mean, of course, I do believe still that we could do it without necessarily armed, but the people have to be really mobilized. And it takes all the hard work. People don't want to do the hard work because they still want to get crumbs from the oppressor. So there's none. I mean, even those folks complain, they very CARICOM doesn't work, it doesn't make thing. I mean, they're over 50 years now. Yeah? They can agree. There was something on the one time they talk about harmonizing foreign policy. All of these people saying now interest is based on interest. They undermine each other. They have a couple of them saying one China policy, or else saying, well, no, there's no need of one China, let's go with Taiwan. Them kind of situation. Or like Jamaica, who is taking instruction from the US and the Israeli lobby. Hello? And Haiti. Hello?
We can hear you.
No, they're saying hello. I mean, there's so much inconsistency. They're undermining each other. And then the intellectuals are looking out for themselves. Not all intellectuals, not all bureaucrats, but it's a terrible game. And the folks know what they do. They ensure that would be perpetuated. And people look out after they say, we have to change the order. I wish Marsha was here. She's more radical than me.
Well, we've asked you for our details to have her on here, haven't we? I've asked you in the past.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get her.
I heard that 2 years ago, my brother.
But those people are busy, and sometimes, when you could facilitate when her, because she's a professor and a sort of personality, how we can get her, especially given from a gender perspective, where the women.
My elder, I've asked anyway. Right, so let's move on to Maureen.
It's Rowan.
Hello, it's not actually Maureen. Sorry, this is my mother. This is my mother, so I'm Rohan, Maureen's son.
Can you come closer towards Joan? Thank you.
1 second.
And thank you for your participation.
The pleasure is all mine, honestly. So for me, when you're asking the question, sorry, this question coming from a way back, but when you're asking the question about reparations, I don't feel like reparations would do that good at the moment. Only because we live in a society where there's a lot of racialized institutions. So if we look at sugar, we look at cocoa, we look at chocolate, these are all racialized institutions. And all the money that we'd send to Africa would end up bleeding back out because we have all these institutions designed to suck money out of Africa. So I feel like the first step would be, and even it's a lot of institutions as well. When you're thinking about batteries, sugar, fruit, we're talking phones. Yeah, but the reason why that is, even that's an institution because there is a trade embargo on Africa. So they pay more tax to sell anything that's not a raw product or a raw resource. So that's why they only sell diamonds and like fruits. This is why there has been such a delay on the African iPhone, for example, because there's no point building it because they wouldn't be able to sell it overseas. And it's only so I feel honestly, until we start thinking about and talking about, okay, how do we stop these institutions? Well, in heck, one of the ways that you can think about it is the way that we're going to one part of the reparations is the shutdown of these racialized institutions that is made to suck and bleed money out of Africa.
So do you think in regards to reparation, what we could do is educate ourselves how to do our finished products? So instead of we sending raw material out, they would have to come and buy from us as a part of reparation.
Yes, exactly. And in fact, something that's very predatory that a lot of these tech giants do, when they find people who show promise, they will pay for them to fly to America to make the product in America. Because remember, we're all smart the same way. All of us, we're all smart the same ways. We can make microchips too. But rather than give us and there are African people who are working for Apple, helping them to design microchips. Don't ever get this confused. But again, they take them out of Africa so that the money can be sucked out of Africa. So
reparations start with ourselves, emancipate our own self from mental slavery. We're helping ourselves.
It's bigger than that. It's bigger than that because remember, this is an institution. Even if all of us broke out right now, there'd still be buying cocoa for pennies on the dollar compared to how much they sell it as the refined chocolate.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, my brother. We would not sell them no raw material no more. They would have to come to us for the finished product. Do you see what I'm saying? So we are reparating ourselves, said, you know what? Whatever we have in Africa, we are developing ourselves. So all the genius that are at Apple or anything, they are helping themselves. We're not helping the oppressors.
Yes, they take, as always, they take from Africa all the goodness. When they see something good, they take it out of Africa, put a label on it saying that it was found by an English or white man or something like that.
Right. So one of the things that should be in that 10-point plan, the first thing should be we own our own resources.
Yes.
100%. So we own our own resources where we start to finish. Cocoa is ours.
Yes.
Diamond.
I know, yes, and I know there's a big issue because I have a friend from Congo and he was telling me that the big issue with them is that when it comes to the gangs, because they use gangs to control distribution, and also anywhere that isn't economically stable, the value of their money goes down a cliff. So that's another way that they make it cheaper, is because they also make the environment so turbulent that they can't get the feet off the ground. Yep. So there's a lot of institutions and a lot of like behind the scenes things that we can't even discuss because you know how, secret intelligence and all of this with countries will work. But there's definitely a concerted effort to keep Africa down. It's not finished. We talk about it like it's all finished. It's not finished. Remember, Saudi Arabia has 2 million of our slaves right now. So this isn't ended yet. We have talked about like slavery was then and we're here now. No, all these things are still happening.
Give thanks. Thank you so much for your contribution. Right. I know that we have a lot of hands up and I can see Professor Cecil Gosmore there. I want to put up his hand, but he's holding back. So before I go to anyone else, Professor, do you want to say something? You're muted. You're muted.
No, I don't want to say anything.
I saw you going towards the,
No, I was looking at something that had come up on the screen, but I'm keen to hear the discussion. I'm aware of perhaps some changing positions around CARICOM, because criticisms that were being made at the start of their initiative are now being kind of recycled and so on. So I don't really want to enter in this debate. I want to hear it.
All right. Give thanks. Thank you so much. Right. Sister Ebony, then we go to Brother Michael and then Ifo. Greetings, sis.
Greetings. Yeah, I read the 10-point plan and it read like a begging letter as far as I'm concerned. And I've been saying this so many times, when it comes to reparations, we're not asking and we're not begging, we're demanding. I'm sick and tired of saying the same thing over and over again. If the members of CARICOM aren't going to do anything, then, it's like, what is the next step? Is the next step to stop sending resources to this country? Because I'm happy with that. Because at the end of the day, this country is guilty of stealing resources from Africa, from the Caribbean, and then claiming it as their own. So what is the next step? Because I'm sick and tired of this conversation. I'm sick and tired of reading the 10-point plan. As I said, it reads like a begging letter. Can we have this back? We need this back. Yeah, we need this back, but we're not asking for it anymore. We're demanding. And if it means that, we have to, CARICOM have to come to this country and go to all the other countries that have stolen their wealth and insist that, we're in debt to these countries, then if it means that they have to, travel to all of the countries that they're supposedly indebted to and threatening them, then so be it. Because we can't keep on having this conversation, countries like Jamaica, are indebted to, this country and that country. I mean, the rate of exchange in Jamaica is terrible. It's like, it's 100, yesterday I went to JN, $188 to the pound.
Mm-hmm.
Other countries, in the Caribbean, much, much lower. So when does it end? How long are we going to keep on having the same conversation? How long are we going to keep on standing back and saying, well, we'll just wait for, Britain and America and France and, and all these other countries that, that have stolen our wealth and continue to steal our wealth. We'll just wait for them to answer. They're not going to answer because they don't give a shit. As long as Africa and as long as the Caribbean continue to allow the West to infiltrate on their land, then this will continue. So what is the realistic next step? Because the 10-point plan is a begging letter as far as I'm concerned. People like the heirs of slavery, well, it's like they're just a joke at the end of the day. It's like, they're not really looking to do anything apart from saying, yes, we've benefited from X, Y, and Z, but, it's like they're not willing to give up in any part of their wealth. So put them to one side. So what's the next step? Because I'm bored to tears of having the same conversation. It's like reparations. It's like, we need to start acting. We need to start putting in some like legwork and start demanding. Or what needs to happen is that the Caribbean countries and the countries in Africa start withholding their resources.
I agree with you, and that's what I'm saying about doing everything from start to scratch, wherein we're not sending our resources out.
If this country wants batteries, I'm sure Britain has enough coal in this land that they can find, or whatever it is, to take batteries. I'm sure there's enough lithium in this country alone to make batteries and all that crap.
It's so strange, right? But the plan is not talking about giving back what has been stolen. Or even say for the Caribbean, say for instance, the bauxite that they take out of the country. There is no reimbursement because up in St. Anne's, people are dying every year from lungs, and they give them something like 5,000 every quarter to keep them out shut.
Well,
I'm saying
that's something they need to stop, because at the end of the day, if Britain wants its batteries and all that and other bits and pieces that we rely on in this country, all of the Caribbean countries, and it includes food as well, because we get a lot of food from Africa and the Caribbean. So all of that stuff, stop sending it. Stop sending all the resources. Stop people from this country and other countries from the West from going into those countries and taking what they want and then sending it back to countries that are much poorer and they know they can't afford them. Stop it. Stop all that stuff. Britain's got enough resources of its own to make all that shit. So that needs to happen.
Thank you so much. Give thanks. Do you want to come back, Elder Joseph, or should I continue on to Brother Michael 5X?
Yeah, just briefly to Sister Ebony. Yes, what you're saying is good, but unless you cannot have that unless the people are unified. One of the reasons why the Sahel is succeeding, because the people are behind the process. If you have people divided, especially by class and country tongue and all the other division, religion and all that kind of stuff, people again arguing whether there's African and all kind of, and bleaching. I'm saying all of these things, we have to find a way of overcoming these things and have a unified, it's all order, but you wouldn't get it, because when this country is going like Jamaica is being at the helm of, at the bidding of Israel and America and so on, and the others are trying to buy. It's pathetic, but at the same time, it could be broken with the consciousness of the people.
I give thanks. Brother Michael 5X. And can I just say, Ifo and Maureen, Joan, I'm going to go to Garrick and Alexandra and Martin first and then come back to yourselves because you've spoken, if that's okay. Thank you. Michael 5X, please.
Yeah, greetings from Sisters 2025. And we're having this conversation like
Still
this.
Still at it.
Yeah. until we get into our minds that the ruling classes who control despise us, right? Right? They don't care about us. They've got no intentions, right, of, reparations mean repairing us, right? So they repair us, and they know the moment they repair us, we will take over, right? We're no longer slaves. We're no longer mentally enslaved to them. We're working, we're uprising, we're doing ourselves, we're building our world, right? They know that, right? They know that, like, that's plain to them, right? It's not rocket science to them. They know that they need us as we are. We are manipulated, easy to manipulate. I mean, this is just like in the Caribbean. We can do, yeah, but unless we're united, it's not going to happen because we're always going to sell each other out. Look at all our black leaders. Who betrayed them was someone from their own kind, right? Right? Own organization, right? Look, Windrush, we're talking about really, crumbs to them, maybe 30, 40,000. It's going to make someone's life a little bit better, who've suffered from the Windrush thing, the people, it's just going to make their life a little bit better. Not going to be life changing, but it's going to make their life, it gives them a bit of, compensation for what they lost. They won't even do that. They won't even do that. Don't you understand? They don't give a shit about us. They never did, right? Now, I'm not talking about the decent white people, those ones who, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people who are going to make the decisions, right? I'm not talking about the MPs like Jeremy. Jeremy said, that's why I knew he was never going to win, because I knew he was going to apologize for slavery. They did everything to discredit him, right? Right? They've got no intentions of us because they know what would happen. They know what happened. Marcus Garvey said it in his book. They've got no intentions because they know what happens to us when we go into that state of repair, right? They love us in this position. They love it. They're making money. They've got slaves that don't even know they're slaves, right? They've got no intentions. They've got people of our kind who would fight us against that, right? Right? Now, so how do we get reparations from? By asking them, oh, please, you do owe us. By law, by law, they don't give a shit about law, right? Unless you can force them to do something. Force them. How do we force them? Right? How do we force them? We have to force them. We're dealing with someone who despises us, who hates our guts, who cannot stand us. Look at the MPs, right? Look at the MPs. Look at Lammy. He's not talking about Windrush, is he? He's saying I'm a Zionist, right? He said what did he call himself? A something Zionist? To with Israel? Oh, but when he was in opposition, he's a badass, isn't he? He's a bad man. Whoa! Once they get into power, don't we learn from the last Labour government with Blair? They did nothing for us because they're bought and paid for Sambos, right? Right? That's what they are, bought and paid for Sambos who appease us. That's why a lot of people, other races, sort of despise us a bit because they look at, well, you've got like, Obama could have apologized. Obama could have done it. No intentions of doing it because he's bought and paid for. Right? That's why, who's it? The president of the Philippines called him a nigger because he's trying to say that he's got to accept these gay things. He called him a nigger. I'm not accepting that. I'm not telling my people they've got to accept that. So we have to force them. And what does unity look like? It doesn't have to be 100%. They'll have to get 100% of people. Not 100% of slaves wanted to be free. There's only a few. Guess what? You only hear about the Harriet Tubmans, the Sir Jonah Truths. You only hear about one or two heroes who did something, right? Because they inspired the others to do it. So we only need 10% of us. 10% across, you know. But no, I just want to finish off that. Unless we force them, we have to force them. And we have to use our spending power, right? You know, our spending power is the only weapon we've got. How we spend our money, right? And until we realize that if we give them our money, that's what they want. We're just consumers. We buy this crap from them, that crap from them, right? Until we spend our money, that's why they're boycotting certain things, their things. That's why in the nation we don't do Black Friday. Why? Because they make money on it. We don't do Christmas because that's how they make money on it. Mother's Day, well, you know, every day should be a Mother's Day. They make money on it. Valentine's Day, that's how they make money. Right?
There should be a no work day.
Well, it's not. We've got to work until we've got.
No, work for ourselves, not for them.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But again, it's still how we spend our money. You know, it has to be. It's got to be. You know, a certain discipline in this. You know, how we spend our money. If we didn't go to the betting shops, imagine them betting shops can't be in our areas. We don't buy alcohol, right? Those off licenses will close down. Cigarettes, drugs. You know, we've got to be so super. We've got to become like a god. That's how we were. We were gods. When they found us, they saw gods, and they changed us into dogs. That's what they've done.
Turn it around.
From dogs, from gods to dogs.
Give thanks. Thank you so much. Give thanks for that contribution. Garrick?
Interesting conversation. It's a very emotive conversation. But out of these conversations, we should be taking something away that we can actually do something that might make a difference. Brother Michael made, you know, really good points. And I've always said this on this platform. The people on the platform here are not in a position to influence change at the strategic level. There is nobody on the platform that is a member of the African Union to deal with issues in Africa. Our brother spoke about CARICOM 10-point plan, and we started to see the flaws in the plan. We're talking about politics, right? In order for us to get any changes, we're talking about politics. And it really annoys me when I see the way that our leaders, both in the Caribbean and in Africa, are actually leading their country and not standing up for their people. Now, many countries receive independence, starting with India in the modern time, prior to 80, through the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And I always thought, if you receive independence from your colonial masters, one of the first things you should do is to create your own laws and system, not using the same system that the colonial masters have used on you for hundreds of years. And if you look at all our leaders, both in the Caribbean and in Africa, which of those leaders have actually dished and change the system and create their own laws and system to get away from the colonial masters. We cannot continue to fight the masters when the masters have created the system that we're trying to use to fight the masters.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Alexandria?
Yeah, thank you. I just really wanted to thank Brother Michael and Sister Ebony for the points. I think it's frustrating for me here about reparations, but the dial isn't moving. The dial hasn't moved, and our strategy is remaining the same. And so I really resonated with Sister Ebony's point about this being a begging letter. And so I think what we need to take from that is that the strategy needs to change. We need to change the approach. If we want a difference in the outcome, we can't keep going with the same different groups of people or different organizations or different institutions coming together to ask for the same thing. We shouldn't be asking anymore, as far as I'm concerned. It needs to be a demand. If it was up to me, we'd be protesting out on the street, and it wouldn't be I'm asking police for permission to be on the road. It would be a lot different to that. But I think that we all have to come together and understand that this has been going on. The ask for what we're seeking, the outcomes are never going to change if the strategy stays the same. And so, yeah.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Brother Martin?
Yes, one moment. I'm just get my camera on for you as well. First of all, apologies, I was later than usual. But I listened to the debate thus far, and I'm not a man that just like to moan. I think that I don't do that. I'll leave that to others. Yeah. Okay. So the first stage, and I've said it 1,000 times, reparation begins with self.
Exactly.
Yep. We've got to take responsibility for our consciousness and the progress that we've achieved thus far. Where there be small incremental progress, we've got to take responsibility for that. Once we own it, we empower ourselves to effect change. The change will only come from us. We are the catalyst for change. Yeah. We are the movers and shakers. Yeah. We are the people that will dictate the outcome. Yeah. Once we understand and appreciate our own power as a people. But you've got to believe that. And I'm not criticizing you, Garrick. I'm not going to criticize you what I'm about to say. I never called them masters. Yeah? They were brutalizers, rapists, pedophiles. Yeah? Never called them masters. Yeah? They're the lowest of the low of human beings. Mm-hmm. That's why we're in this position now. Mm-hmm. So the first stage, its reparations begins with self. And that means, therefore, that we adopt highly disciplined organizations. Highly disciplined organizations. We've got to commit to ourselves first of all. Yeah. First of all, to ourselves personally that we will commit to this. Then secondly, we commit as a family. We join hands and we commit as a family. Yep. Then thirdly, then we take it wider, he says, beyond the GAC, as it were, and we hold hands with others who share the sentiment but lack the courage, the energy levels required to take that sentiment to the next level. Mm-hmm. So it will require, therefore, a practical demonstration of our strengths if we're to move forward. And it'll be a series of small steps. And let me just, if I may, Chair, an excellent Chair, and I don't mind telling you again, but go on, sir. Just do this again. Look. If every one of us said, that we would only buy, now I'm from Jamaica, so forgive my bias now, Dunn's Rivers products. Yep. As opposed to tropical, what do you call them, Chairman?
Tropical sun, we don't buy that, man. We burn that.
You see? You see all these other products that imitate Dunn's River? Yep. We know Dunn's River is an African Caribbean brand. If we just committed only to buy that brand as one single activity for the next 12 months, and we spread the word amongst other people, only buy this brand. We say you're buying herbs or cow powder, whatever. Just one brand. Never buying from these other people. Just one action. Another action that might be possible that I would suggest it would be useful. That we commit to spending £1, giving £1 to the GAC. Just £1. I know this is not a GAC meeting, so I'm told. I don't know why. I know it's not a GAC meeting, but I'm just using it as an exemplar, as it were. Just £1. And each of us committed, just giving £1, so the GAC has the resources, he says, to begin to deliver on what is not a multi-million, not a multi-billion, but a multi-trillion pounds compensation that ultimately will arrive. Just £1. Can we do that? Just £1. A simple action, £1. If you can't afford £1, 50 pence. But we get in the habit of resourcing our own organisation. And the third, just a simple action. What I recognise when I speak to my cousins across the continent and, of course, the Caribbean and the Americas, is that we don't have a single day to which we've agreed upon that will be a African-centric day that expresses our culture and our traditions, indeed our religious affiliations, as it were. So I'm a strategic thinker in these matters, and I recognise that is a structural weakness. Yeah, because we need to be able to be together around the same tree, as it were, because we're worshipping that same tree at the same time. And it's universal. It's universal, regardless of religious affiliation, regardless of social status or education, regardless of where you were born. We all recognise it. Yep. There's an agreement. Yep. Because once you've got at least one action that we've all agreed upon, I'm assuring you, in my experience in strategic management, it will have a compound cascade impact. Because you then recognise you can work together. Praise God. And lastly, if I may, Chair, I just want to say this, and some of you have been watching my podcast. Each one of us, I assert, should be supporting the Sahel countries. Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali. Why? Because they've broken out of the yoke, they've broken the chains of psychological and economic oppression. I use the word psychological deliberately first, because this is very much a psychological phenomenon, what we're experiencing right now. Because we're like those lions I've described many a times. We're like those lions that have been caged for some time, but the cage door is wide open, and we're sitting there contemplating, why is this cage door wide open? Yep, I know that we needed food over there, but why is it wide open? Those who cage us, why have they done that? But that's what we're doing. We're contemplating our neighbours. That's what we're doing. It's now time for action. And I've said it in other places, we need to translate these wonderful words into action. So I say to Michael, I say to Garrick, and I've said all those who've spoken thus far, it is now time for actual action. Stop the moaning. Action speaks louder than word. We have the power. We've got to believe in our power. We've got to believe in our power. We are the power. We've got to believe in our power. say that every day. We got to believe in our power. We have the power. We got to believe in our power. Then we'll transform each day's outcome because we've taken control. That I say it's a psychological phenomenon. And I'll close by just saying this, Chair, and I know I said close already. There is an important stage that we've all yet to take. Okay? And I suspect it is something, it's quite spiritual, you know. And whilst we've all taken, forgive me, I know it's not a GAC meeting, so I can qualify what I'm about to say. I know many of us have taken the oath in order to uphold the principles, in my case, of the Global African Congress. The other organizations may well have their own means of collating their membership. I'll leave it to them, okay? I suspect that oath needs to be taken more often. Because why do people go to church, about to say temple, and I can't think now, it's getting late in the evening. You know what I mean, yeah? where we know what I'm saying, yeah? Why do they go there? Because even though most of those who go to church, to the temples, and to the, you know what I'm trying to say. Synagogue, and the last one, Islam, I can't think of the Islam now. And the mosque, the mosque, there you are, forgive me. And the mosque, why do we go there every other day or at least once each week? To keep reminding ourselves of the message, of the principles. We've got to adopt similar strategies. I assert that at least once a week, we recite the oath together, or maybe before our official meeting, we recite the oath together. So it becomes a part of our psychology, becomes a part of our way of life. Yep. It becomes a part of our way of life. Therefore, it's our consciousness. And in doing so, we empower ourselves. And we then stop the moaning, and what we get down to, it's a strategizing and implementing our strategies. Praise Jah, Rastafari, and bless assurance.
All right, give thanks. On that note, that powerful note, we're going to take 5 minutes break. I'm going to turn off the recording. 5 minutes break, and we'll come back at 25 past, and we've got 5 hands. It's going to be in the order of Ifo, Maureen, Coco, Dr. Liz, and Kadisha. So we're going to take a 5 minutes break now. Loud me back at me. So we'll soon come back.
The recording has stopped.
All right, beautiful people. There was a song that was requested at the last break. I forget who it was. You remember, Joan?
Sorry?
There was a song that was requested at the last break, and I didn't have time to play it. Do you remember what?
And I'm afraid to die. Sam is going to come.
Oh, yes, Sam Cooke time's going to come.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to play that for 3 minutes. Okay, 1 sec.
Nice singing, John. Yes.
Thank you.
We should have just requested Joan to sing, and we don't need no Sam Cooke, but we'll settle with Sam Cooke for now until Joan goes on her epic concert.
No, I got to say something, man. Nothing can replace Sam Cooke. No one, not when it comes to that song, man. Surely, that is like the anthem.
Al Green's one is as good as live. Al Green singing it live is fantastic.
All right, here we go. I'm about to share it. It's only 3 minutes long, which is perfect. All right, what am I sharing? Here we go.
I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, and just like the river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. 'Cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. I go to the movie and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Then I go to my brother and I say, brother, help me please. But he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Lord, there've been times that I thought I could last for long, but now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes it will.
All right, I'm not sure if is our dear host back yet? We're 2 minutes past the time, I believe, except if my time's not working. Oh, I see her coming back. All right. I believe I was supposed to be up next, so can I just go ahead?
Go ahead.
All right. Yes, I wanted to.
Hold on. Let me start the recording.
All right.
This meeting is being recorded.
Thank you.
All right. I wanted to echo some of the things that were shared earlier about the one when I think it was Sister Ebony that talked about the letters looking like it was a begging letter. I agree with that. Also, there was talk about I think it was Brother Martin who talked about the ways in which those things are showing lack of respect, lack of agency, lack of understanding of who we truly are. Because you do not beg a thief to come up with ways in which they will return the stuff that they stole from you. You take it back. They pay reparations. Maybe you put them in jail. Maybe you do something, but you do not ask them. Also, you do not try to figure out ways to compensate thieves for land that they stole. That's the nonsense I'm seeing that some people want to do in some different parts of Africa, where they have this huge amounts of land that's owned by both England, well, that's stolen by England, also stolen by other colonialists and other white people. They have no deed to that land. They stole that land. And we need to get out of this habit of paying them back. Asking them collectively to pay us back because they've used our land illegally and they've made profits from that land, and they need to give us back the money plus interest. But this nonsense of trying to negotiate with people who stole our land in our land is ludicrous. It shows deep respect for ourselves as human beings. Because if I or any African goes to England or Canada or US or anywhere else and steals land or house or even kidnaps anybody's child, nobody's going to tell us that we need to, is going to ask us to just say sorry and then want to pay us back. No, they will ask us to repay it. They will kidnap us. They will put us in prison. They will do all kinds of things to us. But we have the audacity of some people who call themselves the descendants of enslavers, walking around with what they've confessed. They've confessed their family crime. And nobody's taking away all their resources. Nobody's doing all that stuff. That just shows that we are not either we are not respecting ourselves enough, or we have not gotten to the consciousness of understanding that we are human beings yet, because we're still behaving as if we're someone's property. And yes, I love the fact of calling them what they are. They are enslavers, they're torturers, they're rapists, but they're definitely not masters. They're masters of deception. But we need to really, really not just tell our truth to ourselves, but we need to tell our truth to our children. And then we also need to tell the truth to our elders. Because some of our elders are deeply invested in maintaining this colonial illusion. And some of our brethren and sisters are also deeply, invested in maintaining this illusion. Some of them are even profiting from it. And if we are not careful, they're the ones that would sell us out. We'll find that when it's time to do something righteous, we will be bypassed, and they will go and attempt to sign deals with the criminal elements in our society, because those ones just want a little piece of the cake, and they don't care about what happens to the rest of us. Which is why we see governments in Nigeria and in Ghana and in Kenya stealing land from people and giving it away to other people. We should not be having that happen, and we should not continue to allow it. So big up to our brothers and sisters in Burkina Faso, Mali, and other places that have kicked out the colonialists, they kicked out the French, and they're doing quite well. And we look forward to when all of us collectively kick out all these people and demand that they give us back what they have stolen from us. Because when we do that, we will be demonstrating respect for ourselves, regardless of if they actually give it back or not. But we need to tell the truth that they stole from us. I personally just got kicked out of a Facebook group of people I grew up in high school with. And the reason why they kicked me out was because I kept asking, what are we going to do collectively? We have resources. What are we going to do to make sure that what was stolen from us in the place they call Nigeria is given back to us? And they all wanted to make apologies for the colonialists and said I was too harsh on them. And that if I didn't apologize for saying that these people stole from us, I would be kicked out of the group. This is Africans. Most of them have masters or PhDs or higher. And yet they still think that we need to at least acknowledge some of the good that these thieves did to us. That is the depth of the colonial brainwashing. I will end on this note. One of my friends from Tanzania used to tell me that he calls PhD permanent head damage. Because it messes with your head and you start to think like a European, you start to think like a colonizer, and then you start to actually interact and internally oppress your own people. Thankfully, PhD is not permanent. You can attend the demotivation show on Saturday. It will help you to unlearn that stuff so that you can learn to come back to yourself, to love yourself unconditionally, to love our people unconditionally. And you will find that the reality is we are one of the most united people on the planet. It doesn't look like it because we are looking at the lens of the colonialist. They say if you have fish in the water and you're trying to compare how the fish, how effectively the fish operates on land, then you don't know what a fish is, because the fish will always come up deficient. The same way if you take an animal that is supposed to be on the land and then you try to figure out how does it operate in the water, you will come up deficient. We are Africans and we need to define ourselves based on the ways of our ancestors, independent of anybody else, whether that be Chinese, Arab, it doesn't matter who it is. If you're African, and if you're indigenous people from anywhere else, you need to define yourselves based on who your ancestors said they are, independent on everyone else. When you do that, you will find peace within yourself, and then you'll be able to resist, you're able to share peace with others. You will also find yourself very frequently kicked out of parties and other events, especially if you're dealing with the rich ones. The poor people will love you, but the rich ones will not, because you will be challenging the very essence of how they've ripped off the people in our society. And we need to bring back love, peace, and harmony. I'm in solidarity with the common people. I really don't care what the rich people are doing, apart from stopping them from doing more damage. Peace out, one love.
Thank you so much. Give thanks. Right. Elder Joseph, do you want to come back before I take the next 4 hands?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are. Wow, loud and clear.
Yeah, so I suppose, I don't know what happened to this phone. Maybe somebody needs to give me a phone. I don't know, I'm just joking. I think the conversation so far is very helpful, very useful. I mean, most of what is being said, it cannot be disputed, and we have to find a way how we can consolidate our mindset to really do what needs to be done, because easier said than done. And I like how Elder Martin or Councillor Martin put it, we need to take concrete steps, I live what I talk. Anybody who comes to Grenada, I'm on the radio all the time, I'm sought out all the time, I don't get paid for that, but I'm my own opinion. I'm somebody who help influence the society in all areas. Just this week, I was sought after about the emancipation change in the date. I mean, so now I'm surprised myself how now, I mean, the folks come to me all the time, to what you think about that, blah, blah, blah. So we can influence. I heard that one of the speaker earlier and said that we can influence. We can influence from where we are. But we have to know ourselves. The problem is that most people don't know ourselves. One thing I say very often, I'm first, as far as the Caribbean is concerned, apart from being African, I am also Haitian. My identity goes back to the resistance of the Haitians. In fact, a few days ago, the so-called interim president of Haiti, in an address for the 221st anniversary of the Haitian independence, have called on France to to pay reparation to France. to Haiti. I know this is just diplomacy, but it's interesting that he is saying that because we know these folks are agents of the West, because that is the same government that voted or abstained when they should vote in support of Palestine. So the same thing that Grenada did on when they were being managed by the Americans when the apartheid South Africa was still in authority. And I tell my country people that this is a very blemish on us, we can't take it away. The government at that time voted as the US wanted them to do. So having said all that we have said, I think there is a basis for us to do a lot. But hear this, we have the possibility. Hear this, Cuba has developed certain capacity. Yeah? Although Cuba is not entirely African, African people, there's a mixture. But they have developed certain capacity, whether it's in medicine, agriculture, and so on, which we could benefit from. Similarly, Venezuela. But what happened? Uncle Sam had put restriction on the Caribbean islands. We are getting medical expertise from Cuba, including I. A lot of people regained their eyesight and so on because of help from Cuba with the assistance of Venezuela, providing the energy to fly the people to Cuba and back. Also, Petro-Carib. The Americans have found a way to torpedo that, the same way they did with Grenada in the 1990s when Grenada and Indonesia had signed a pact in trying to market their nutmeg. At the time, Grenada was a client of America, still the USA, still forced Indonesia to withdraw from the agreement if Indonesia wanted to get some loan from the IMF or the World Bank. So we see that they're not in nobody's interest. So we have to look out for allies. One of the keys, having strategic allies and working with people who have genuine interest in us. And sometimes, not just genuine, but sometimes strategic interest might not be totally, for us, but we have to work with people that are less evil than those who have dominated our life. So I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. Right, so I'll go over to the next. I presume all. Right, you know what? I don't think. Can I just see a thumbs up from the 5 hands if you have a question for Elder Joseph? If not, I'll just let Sister Judy do a summary, and then we'll ask. You can just talk. So it's any of these questions. Any person who's got a hand up. Is it a question for Elder Joseph? All right. So since there's no thumbs up, I'll ask Sister Judy to do a summary, and then we'll take these 5 hands for you to talk. Sister Judy?
Sister Marcia, Rowan out there with Joan has got his hand up.
Excuse me?
Rowan with Joan has a hand up to ask a question.
He had a thumb up.
Oh, it's okay. Joan, you put a thumb up?
Chair, can I just make a quick announcement?
Sure.
I don't know how true it is or confirmed. There's enough video out about it. Kadisha is on here. That Ghana has left ECOSOC, so has joined the Sahel group. That was obviously ongoing development. Thank you.
Okay, give thanks. All right, so Sister Joan.
Yeah, it's Brother Rohan's coming.
No, what I'm saying is it a question for Elder Joseph, or it's just going to be a summary? Because if not, let Elder Joseph finish. Sister Judy do her summary, and then you can ask your general question. Is it just like a general question or a statement?
It's a bit of both. It's hard to say.
Pardon?
It's a bit of both. It's hard to say.
Okay, so you know what? So if you just hold on a minute, please. Let me let Sister Judy do the summary, and then we can go and talk afterwards, yeah? Give thanks, and thanks for your patience, all of you. Sister Judy, can I pass over to you?
Actually, no. You've got 4 people that haven't spoken, 3 people that haven't spoken. One of them is in the Caribbean, and we're supposed to be talking about the CARICOM reparations.
Actually, what I said earlier on, sis, what I said was, if it's a question for Elder Joseph, they should put a thumbs up. If not, you do the summary and then we all speak. So I know Ras Aya is in St. Kitts and Nevis, but it's not a question. It's going to be a general question or a general answer talk. Then if you do your summary, so we know what we're finished with Elder Joseph, and then we continue talking about reparation, the 10-point plan.
I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry.
Fine. So if you stay here, do you know what? Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you.
Finish, sister, please. I refrain from speaking during the meeting so I can hear other people talk, so I can then sum up. People have not talked about the CARICOM plan in any kind of analysis of it, which is what my understanding of what we were supposed to be doing. If we have somebody from the Caribbean, especially, who wants to give his opinion on the plan that affects him more than it affects me in the UK, then please, can we let him do that? The other
do me a favor. Well, listen to this. I am chairing, yeah? And I do not intend to stay all night because my back is hurting me and I've been off work sick all week. So what I wanted to do was finish with Elder Joseph first. But since you're the one who's doing the summary, yeah? If we finish 1 o'clock tonight and you do your summary then, so let it be. So John, and Maureen.
Three big, broad questions.
Could you come a bit closer, please?
1 second. Oh, this chair a bit.
Thank you.
I've got a bad knee. So three real big, broad questions, which is first question that came to mind is about a lot of these things seems like we're asking the colonizer for things. And the thing that came to my brain was, why are we asking people for things we're asking people for things, and the people we're asking are the people who never asked in the first place. They're the people who took. So it is hard to have that expectation that they would want to give us anything anyway, which is again, but it also comes back to another point which made me think, when we think about the environment, like as much as it's one of the things that oh sorry, I almost forgot a point. Yes, so before I get on to that point is I feel like we've got one common enemy, both from the outside and within ourselves as Africans, and that's greed. And we know from history that the powers that be like to infiltrate and then divide us. And I feel like that's a big hurdle to overcome, is how do we stop the infiltration and the division of Black people, both in Africa and in the Caribbean. And the final thing is, yes, the environment. So this goes back to my first point, which is even with all of us Africans wanting to rise up and create trade within ourselves, which is what the AU is beginning to do, only just beginning to do, when we still have a lot of like social powers involved, a lot of powers around us involved that want to stop these things, how do we resist? And I guess this is getting out for the whole wider group, for everybody, and also to the elders too. Thank you.
Does anyone want to answer that question? Or Joseph?
I could come in here. The thing about it is that you hear me?
I can't.
Yes, Elder Joseph.
Yeah, the thing about it, especially the last question the brother asked, we can't think that because somebody say something that we have to either adhere to. We have to examine whether it applies to us. Climate affects all of us. And we have to do what are our contribution towards it. At the same time, there are different ways to use it. Most of, for instance, the fossil fuel that we use and gas and so on, it's not even used by us. We mine it and give it to other people almost free of cost. We may need to continue using some of that to our benefit, but we could do it now. We learn that sustainable ways that to do those things. There are countries and systems that can do things cleaner than what has been done. Because are we going to do what was done in the Ogoni the Nigerian Delta, Ogoniland, where the place is poisoned, or in Ecuador. No, we have to find a way where people have access to energy. We might be a mixture, but we have to define for ourselves. The problem is that as long as we live as if our world begins and ends with the West, there's a problem. There's a problem. We need to move out of the concept that the world begins and ends with the West and is defined. And we have to begin to redefine ourselves. This is the reason why I think we need to learn more about ourselves, the various aspects of ourselves. This is why I'm not ashamed of voodoo. I embrace voodoo. I know some people even are saying that they're feeling uncomfortable, but voodoo is very much part of me. Trust me. So anyway, so I will answer it that way. But we need to also to learn more about each other, learn more about what is happening, what are the possibilities, and not just what is prescribed for us. No, there are the forces that talking about, they call it nature-based solution, which is another way of continuing to exploit. We can't embrace that. We have to know how can we, as a people, collectively work so that everyone has a fair share or reasonable share of what is the resources in the world. That's all I'll say for now.
Thank you so much. Give thanks. Coco, I know you have your hand up, and Sister Liz and Brother Elder Sizwe. But Ras Aya, I know you're always on the move, so do you want to have something to say?
Yes, give thanks for the love and the care.
Blessed love.
And give thanks to the family. There's something getting in the meditation. How one's view repatriation and reparation, though it go hand in hand, or we look at it as a separate movement.
Elder Joseph, do you want to answer that? Thank you, blessed love.
Could you repeat the question?
Repatriation and reparation, do you see them as two different things?
No, they go hand in hand, because for people who want to go back, they should be facilitated to go back as much as possible. How they're done, I don't know. But reparation, like Martin says, begins with us. We have to do, it's collective, we have to heal. Healing is a relational thing. We can't heal on our own. We need to do it together. We need to do work on our own, but we also need to work with each other for overall healing. So you can't separate the two of them. They go hand in hand.
Thank you so much. Coco? Sorry. Rasaya, you want to say something else?
Yeah, I need to say something else to the general format of the family.
Apologies.
For the indication that we are here discussing towards the CARICOM 10-point plan, I have a formal matter that is really required. I think it's Brother Glenn Wise said that each territories have their different outline of how reparation shall be relieved. But all in all, we must be able to look at the emphasis that in the aspect, the same colonizers had stayed in different areas of the territory that they have been reside in. Because whether it's in the Caribbean region or in the Latin or in the central or in north or south of the African region and north, we have seen these people have brought a lot of their strength by economical power. We are not here to indicate any begging, but we are here to demand, and we are not looking for no belief, because me not in a belief, We are here to know who we are as a people, representing our ancient ancestors, and not just by the way of we talking on the aspect of colonialism, but the way how they rape and destroyed our African heritage. You see, as you may like to say, it's time now. We as the African people, we come in no West Indian and think it's not a Navy's person. I'm an African by blood and rights. I mean, I'm not denial. May have to be in Africa to say Africa, and we have to stand with that. I hold a high side because we have elements in the universal aspect of who we are. We ain't just come here on this earth, we have been here long before. And we've been in the galaxies that we know, where we chances all these powers who we have as a people moving through this world. So I would like to say thanks for this adaptation. I'm multitasking because I'm in another Bingi discussion too. And I'm still on another Bingi grounds for preparation to mark the 90th anniversary of the Box Uprising that occurred in 1935 in the shores of St. Kitts that make change that we have seen unionism as established in the English-speaking Caribbean territories in the 1940s and come along. So we have to give thanks.
You want to explain some more about that, my brother? My brother, can you explain more about the uprising?
I will do that. In the 1935, he called the labor unrest in a situation that occurred in the shores of St. Kitts, as in the part of the Bastille capital called in one of the area of the vicinity of Buckley's estate that was owned by a estate owner who were refusing to pay in the increase of wages that was acquired towards the ton of sugar that was implying towards the Great Britain Empire. And there was negotiation that was established to that process in the farm of the workers' league, because in the early 1930s, there was a ban against unionism. So there was establishment like the workers' league, the benevolent society. So there was an indication that as a support to the masses of the people, as we call our black people who work in the fields of the master, as they call the colonial masters. So in that there was negotiation to get wages, and some estate did agree to pay on the shilling and them time in the early time, and others refused. So in the condition that we're facing up to our ancestors, we have infirmity was hitting our people, and even in the house development that we are facing wasn't in a proper state. Like shackles was not a cert for our people living, but we are living in those things. So in that aspect, the uprising occurred with influence from ones who were part of the Marcus Garvey movements in the UNIA in the early 1920s, and they returned to St. Kitts who were able to be a voice in supporting the massive at that call. So it was in the Buckley's estate where they was able to challenge the overseer and the manager, and he grabbed his gun and shoot through the crowd, and few of that shot had rendered to some people get injured. And then after that, there was a raffle against the gun from the manager of the estate. And at that time, in that moment there, we see our people farm from there and went to all estate in the Isles of St. Kitts, and that indicate the Buckley's uprising through the whole entire Caribbean region. And there was a mining commission that outlined the report to give what was indicate how this wealth was circulating on the empire, but not reducing to helping develop the people who have given the wealth circulation. So that is what we see now, we call the uprising in the 1935. And there was an early uprising in 1896 called the Portuguese uprising that occurred in St. Kitts too. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Thank you very much for that. Blessed love.
Yes,
Thank you. Maybe one of these days you can come and give a report on that.
I will, because on the 28th of this month, the days when I and I are going to have the commemoration to mark the 90th anniversary, is coming out from in the outline drive that is now called the Labour Party, who have come out of that initiative birth. So this administration is ashamed to see that not even a monument have been erected in the honor of the ancestors.
Wow.
It's a shame to see.
Yeah,
blessed Lord. But
yeah, we definitely have to speak
give, we are still giving honor and respect to the sacrifice. So this year, we as the Naya Bingi are having 5 people being blessed, honored by in the state of our ancestors, and we do that by getting plaque in the name of the people who we select as to get honor.
Yes, I give thanks. Blessed love for that. Blessed love. Right, so we're gonna go back over to Coco. Brother Coco.
Greetings, Queen.
Blessed love.
Thank you for this opportunity. As one of the younger members here, I'm always honored to be in the presence of so much wisdom. And I'm grateful for that. Long may it be. And hopefully I'll be one of those to pass that wisdom down to our younger members, because we need to be growing as a movement. We need to continue. As Confucius said, if you think in terms of a year, grow a rice. And if you think in terms of 10 years, grow trees. But if you think in terms of a lifetime, hundreds of years, educate the children, educate the youth, educate society. So I've looked at the 10-point plan. I'm sorry, I'm not impressed, but I am not blaming our brother, Elder Joseph. In fact, I'm grateful that you brought this to us to discuss it, because as you can see, it has elicited so much debate and so much emotions from some of our members. So grateful to Elder Glenroy for the comments he has made, Ifo and Brother Martin and Queen Ebony, as well as you, Ras Aya. And importantly, I would like to pick on what Comrade Garrick Prayok had said. And in so doing, allow me to borrow the words of one of our ancestors. And W.B. Du Bois, he said, a system cannot fail those it is not meant to serve or protect in this case. So we are here talking, negotiating with a system which is not meant to serve us. There is no use in that. We cannot do anything. To them, we are just one of those nuisances. They will not serve us because that system is not meant to serve us. The law is the Roman Dutch law, is a British law in other cases. There is no African law anymore, which made those people thieves. And that's why they want to protect their ill-gotten assets. They use their law. And the purpose they have in place will be there to protect their assets. So divide and rule, it has been in place for this specific purpose, so that it can tear at the links that bind us, the chains that bind us together as Africans. And that's how things fall apart, because we will always be fighting instead of actually serving our people, uniting, being one face. Again, allow me to go back to Elder Walter Rodney, because if we talk about education, which I've seen it bandied around here, we don't expect them to educate us because they had the chance, and that education they gave us was just for their own benefit. And I don't know what kind of other education we expect from them. We don't want their education. We can build our own education, Afrocentric education, which is intended to emancipate us, because they move from physical enslavement of the Africans to mental enslavement of the Africans. We are in that phase now. So we are currently either enslaving ourselves or under new colonialism, colonizing ourselves for their purpose. So Walter Rodney, he said, our people have been fooled and succumbed to the values of the white capitalist system. After getting salaries, they could sustain a lifestyle imported from outside. So people who are like that, they don't care about the people. They don't care. We have to check first who wrote that 10-point plan. Who was there writing that 10-point plan? If the people were not there contributing to that 10-point plan, then we can as well just throw it into the bin. It's not useful for us. What is for the people? It's about accents for access. That's what, again, Walter Rodney observed. Our elites are there just to get the best accents, get access, and get the lifestyle of the white man in an African place. And unfortunately, it doesn't work for us. I see it in this 10-point plan, unfortunately. And unfortunately, the colonial system, school system, is educated far too many fools and clowns fascinated by the ideas and way of life of the capitalist class. Some reached a total estrangement to the African conditions and the African way of life. It's not our own people anymore. We have to realize that. The only way we can do anything meaningful is for us as Africans to come up with the plans that work for us. And for us to be able to do that, We have to look at works of people like Che Guevara, Fidel Castro. The revolution was never completed. We started a revolution, but that revolution was stolen when they brought in people like Jomo Kenyatta and gave them land and stole the revolution from the Mau Mau. The Mau Mau was still there. They fought for the revolution of the Kenyan people, but they didn't get anything in the end. And we got in power and realized that we have been brought into an empty room with nothing. So it's time that we go back and say we want what belongs to us, what is rightful for us. This temperament plan or anything, it has to be for us as the people to say we want what belongs to us as the people. There's something about enhancement of historical or cultural knowledge there, knowledge exchange. The only thing we want from them is to command them to bring back all the artifacts, all the art they stole from the Africans, and repatriate the severed heads of our leaders, those who fought for freedom in the past and were severed and they captured their heads. We want them back. That's all we want. And we want the files which they falsified. We want them back. We want the files which they are hiding. There is not much of a point of negotiation. We need to think evolution, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm prepared for 100 years to come. So it has to be that change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give thanks. Elder Sizwe?
Yes, thank you. And good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I am impressed by the sentiments that I've heard from various speakers. It gives me cause to be optimistic that we can really make some progress. I want to offer to Brother Martin these words as your slogan or creed that we should recite in appropriate settings. I belong to Africa, and Africa belongs to me. You belong to Africa, and Africa belongs to you. We belong to Africa, and Africa belongs to us. I think it's a very simple creed or slogan, but it goes beyond Africa, the notion that Africa is our ancestral homeland. It also implies that others, like the Europeans, like the Arabs, like the Chinese, have their ancestral homelands. They have where they belong. So what I'm saying is it's a simple slogan, but I think it's very appropriate, not only for what has happened to us in the past, but you know the story, but what is actually happening to us today. So I'd like to suggest that. I'll then move on to the next point, which is yesterday, the 11th of January, was the 7th anniversary of the insult that Donald J. Trump, levied on all African countries, in other words, the continent, our homeland, and by implication, our ancestry, ourselves, and our children, those of us who belong. And to my knowledge, the African Union or no leader of any of the African countries or the Caribbean countries have ever asked or demanded an apology from Donald J. Trump. Now, if one were to step back and examine this thing, I mean, if someone on your street, your neighborhood, or whatever, were to utter words that are far less obscene than what was what Donald Trump said, offer such words in describing your household, are you likely to invite that person to visit your home? Or if that person were to come the next day, the next month, the next year to visit your home for whatever reason, would you open your door to them? It's not a complete retraction and apology, the least that one would expect in order to make amends. But as I said, yesterday was the 7th anniversary, and for most of us, people of African descent and our leaders, we played the ostrich game, like bury your head in the sand. It didn't, and therefore be oblivious as to what really happened. So I just want to table those two things. And as I said, I really have been impressed by the ideas and sentiments that most people have expressed thus far today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my elder. Give thanks. Thank you so much. Sister Kadisha, if you can go next, and then Brother Ola, and then Sister Judy. Oh, Dr. Liz, how come you gone so far down? You had to put your hands down. Anyway, Sister Kadisha.
Yes, it's a short one. Yes, I've been hearing, we must demand, raise up your hands and believe. How would we define demand? Yeah, what actions are we going to take with a demand? Yeah, for example, if Ibrahim Touré was to ask the French to leave, they would have been still there. Yeah, he demanded. The people was behind him. Yeah, we over here, we want to demand, but who's behind us? So if we're going to have a demand, we must have a plan. What is the plan? And if we're going to write a letter, this 10-point plan don't seem to be working. Maybe we should write to like-minded Africans in this country, organizations, and see if they will be behind us. Okay, give thanks.
Thank you so much. Give thanks. Ola, greetings. How are you? And after this one, Elder Joseph, you want to make a comment on what you've heard? And then we'll have the next 3 hands. Ola? Ola? Seems like he's gone to sleep.
No, I'm trying to, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Greetings.
Okay. Oh, greetings, Sister Marcia. How are you?
I'm giving thanks for life.
Good to see you. Good to hear your voice.
Likewise, likewise.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't going to say anything actually, but I just thought I might as well. I've been on here for at least an hour. You guys have helped me to do some homework I was supposed to do, so thanks for that. Yeah, as I was listening, a number of things came to mind for me, and one of them is that when we have conversations, quite often we have these dishonest conversations, and conversations that, sometimes it's hard to deal or to gauge with progress or lack of it, and how we deal with that, But I think we must be honest with ourselves when we have conversations. And one of the issues that I see coming out of this is that a lot of times we're not paying attention, and we're not giving due thanks and commitment to those that do actually do the organizing and do put themselves out there. Now, I'm not a fan of the 10-point plan. However, right, let's be honest, Brother Antoine, when you say that, you don't believe there's been enough consultancy and people haven't been invited to share their all in that plan, in the 10-point plan itself. Okay, and let's remember, this should be something that's been duplicated in other regions of the world as well. But let's just come back to CARICOM's 10-point plan. I remember this. Not that I remember Abiola talking, because I'm not a fan of Abiola anyway. I'm MK Abiola in the United Nations. But I remember Chinwezu and a whole load of people from England being swayed with Chinwezu's definition on reparations. And it caused and accumulated with a large number of people from the UK going to Barbados. And so a number of people have been following these issues from a long, long time. So I think, and I'm not saying it's always been perfect. I'm not saying it's been done in the best way, but I'm saying that 10-point plan wasn't just written down over a 1 or 2 year period. And it wasn't the process or the accumulation of a 1 or 2 year period. Yeah. It's several years have gone into that. Again, I'm not a fan. So I'm not saying people do not have legitimate cause to have issue with it. Okay. But we must be honest in the way we discuss and talk about these things. Yeah. Now, another point that I see in all of this, as I'm listening to what people are being said, is, there's also this issue about the intellects versus the maybe, and I think people have been saying things like ordinary people. Okay, I get that, and but if you're actually saying, for me, I'm not necessarily so much worried about how it's written. In fact, I'm not even necessarily so much worried about the sequence it's written, because some people are saying, oh, can you ask for an apology or put the apology first, blah, 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 blah. A whole heap of things. But my point is this. Even if it was the best worded essay or the best worded, plan that you've ever seen, best worded, whatever, you necessarily believe that that's going to make a difference? Please, come on. I mean, I look at the delegation that puts the Israelis and the rest of the, their colleagues to shame. The South African delegation that said that, a genocide has taken place. Where is that now? It's a brilliant job with a brilliant group of people, but you think the Western world is going to capitulate just because it's done properly or it's done in a nice way? Come on. Who are these Black Africans? But I mean, sorry, I missed my point. But the point I'm making is, someone mentioned that someone mentioned that the Africans, that most of the Africans have just started these projects, got into positions of power, and they've changed their tune, or they've become the new oppressors. We've seen that over many periods. But if you are not talking about the Nkrumahs, if you are not talking about the Secateurs, if you are not talking about the Madibo Keitas, if you are not talking about the Felix Mumias, if you're not talking about the Amilcar Cabrals, if you're not talking about these people, the Bicos, if you're ignoring these people and saying that all of them, had that tendency, you've totally missed the picture. For my opinion, we are still suffering the disabilities and the drawbacks of 1963, 1964 African Union together, not in the way that Nkrumah was trying to locate. That is still a problem for us. So understanding how that happened, what people were doing, and how even those that say that they were involved in one way or another, many were actually sitting on the fence. So understanding that moment and how we got there is important to me. I also think, in terms of listening to some of the things I've heard, i.e., it sounds like a begging letter and all of that kind of stuff. 18th of January, 1981, New Crossfire, the organizers and the people that mobilized around the people that organized themselves actually put in excess of 20,000 Black people on the streets of London that marched from New Cross all the way down to the West End and then back. Sorry, Houses of Parliament and then back. Yeah. Has that in itself, just that in itself, has that changed the way that this country deals with us? Has it stopped the police killing us? Has it put us in positions of power? My point is that the letters, the mobilization, even if it comes from the grassroots, has got to have some kind of consistency, and it's got to have better mobilization in order to do so that it will change many of us who are apathetic. Because if we're not talking about the people that are apathetic and are not getting on board and are not getting around these things and making out that, oh, this is something that just took place and, they didn't give us a chance. It's rubbish. There are lots of people that do not and are never will be interested in seeing these kind of issues from our point of view. People that are sitting in these kind of events today, you're the type of people that buck the trend. But I can guarantee you, every single one of you here on this meeting has people in your own family that would tell you you're wasting your time. And if you was to have a proper interrogation of them, they'll actually tell you, I don't give a damn. In fact, if I could, I'd actually change color and be on the other side. So let's be honest. Let's have honest conversations, because from the honest conversations, we learn a lot. And we learn how to properly mobilize. And we learn what we can do. And my final point, if I can find it, but my final point revolves around the whole idea of reparations. Because for me, reparations will not be given, it will be taken. And when we're in a position to take, it would totally transform the economic, social, and political order that we live in. I rest it there.
Thank you so much. Give thanks for your contribution.
Thank you.
Brother Elder Joseph, do you want to come back and say anything?
Yes, and I mean, I don't normally like to react or respond to other people's accusation. Hello?
Other people's
Are you hearing
view?
me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Other people's accusation or so. But the brother talk about honesty. But to me, he starts off on a position of a deficit because he said that we allow him to do his homework while we continue in this conversation. So which means he wasn't fully attentive. If we understand what listening is about, you listen with your whole self. He was doing his homework. And he said about people who pay attention to the thing, we must give credence to them. There are those of us who may sound critical of the process, whose life is tied up in this. So when I speak, it is not of intellectual, dishonesty. It is not about intellectual bias. It's about what is on the ground. These folks, and some of them admit it, that they look after themselves. So I ask the question, what is happening in Haiti? What is happening to Venezuela? What is happening to Cuba? What are they doing? We have the possibility of transformation by working with other people. We are being prevented because these people don't have the balls, the gall, or whatever it is. You telling me about honesty, about them thinking, no, they're only public relations people. Please, sir, don't make them kind of accusation. I could stand by what I say. I have been taking on administration throughout the Caribbean without any fear or favor. And you're right. There are people who will tell you you're crazy or mad. That's why you're poor. That's why you're whatever it is. But let it be so. Let truth stand. And the fact is that these people have not done anything. They have colluded when it's convenient. They have made shouts when they want. And they have taken bribes from time to time. This is a fact. This is not fiction. So please, sir, if you want to be apologetic to them, that's you. So, having said that, we need to be consistent. I agree with you. If people, and that is one of the problems. CARICOM under when at the time of Sir Cyril Rampal, there was a process to try to get people to redefine CARICOM or whatever the community, and the people participated. I was one of those. What happened since that time? Whatever results remain on the shelf. There's a chair coming out of that, I think, was a charter for civil society. Civil society is not engaged. In fact, they are flaunted. I mean, they are avoided. The Caribbean industry of commerce are promoted, valued more than civil society because money, business. Who CARICOM get the funding from? EU, USAID. These folks, how they could speak, how they could do what they need to do. And they underemploy. I mean, the people who I think are not able to do their task because the resources are not quite there. I mean, let's be honest. That if you want to be honest, and I will leave that there. I just thought that I will respond to you in that way because when we talk about honest, I think one of the first things you need to do is pay full attention. You admitted that you were using this period to do your homework. I have given all my time since this program began fully to what we are doing. Thank you.
Give thanks.
Can I come back, Sister Marcia?
Certainly. Okay.
I don't know what your umbrage is, bruv, but at the end of the day, me doing my homework here has got nothing to do with 30 odd years that I've been involved in the reparations movement. Secondly, I've said quite clearly, I am no favorite, or I have lots of umbrage with the 10-point plan. So if you heard me correctly, you would have heard that my issue when I say, let's be honest, is that when we talk about mobilization, and especially going to your point, because I heard Glenroy specifically ask you twice and you didn't answer, right? So going back to your point anyway, the what do you call it? CARICOM not inviting or not listening to other people, right? I'm saying that process where people there was lots of mobilizations in different areas, different parts of the Caribbean and different regions, also supposedly here as well, supposedly in throughout Europe, right? But it is the degree to which that mobilization and the people got involved, that's where it became a cropper. And some people or some organizations did a lot better than others. Again, I am not a fan of the 10-point plan. What I'm saying is that where people are now complaining, there's a lot of those complaints that should have been done earlier. Not to say that those who then get involved for the different reasons that we know and we've seen in the past, not that those people won't get involved and won't try and railroad what they're doing, but to say that that specifically is the area that I was talking about. I rest my case there.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to Sister Liz. Dr. Liz?
Does she have her hand up? I can't see.
Yes, she did.
I took it down. I took my hand down.
Okay. You don't want to say anything?
Yeah.
Well, you're quite low.
Am I low? Oh yeah, I turned it down because I don't like it when people get vexed with each other. But we're here to debate and everything. Yeah. I put my hand down because I think we're we've gone way off this 10-point plan. And it's good to have a discussion generally. It's good that we're family and we're talking and we're taking each other's points of view. Most of what I wanted to react to was Elder Martin's contributions. All the elders, I appreciate you and I love what you're saying. And all the youngers, I'm really appreciating the energy that we've got there. But I'm going to read the notes I made. My brain doesn't remember anymore. Yeah, and I've just got food, so I think that's something I need. Yeah, so the Sahel. When we talked about the Sahel, it really kind of like worried me. I'm a fan, and I'm proud to say, a proud Bajan fan of Maya Motley, only because she's going around the world, being an internationalist, and she's talking to all the different nations. We're not going to make change by sitting at home with CARICOM or sitting at home with the African Union or sitting at home in a reparations debate in England. A lot of what we're saying, people are individualizing and personalizing. This is an international movement, and we're not organizing internationally, and we're dividing ourselves. And good to hear that Ghana is working with the Sahel. That's the first let's not say use colonizer language, but the first non-francophone, I suppose, country to link up with the Sahel. The fact that the Sahel exists is where we should draw support. But the fact that the people on the ground in the Sahel, nothing much has changed. I'm sorry, I'm one of those people that came from the place that they call Nigeria. And when you get movements and armies and wars and republics and federations and all of those things at the hand of a gun, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. We have to mobilize on the ground. And I think the younger, what was his name? Ola, did say we need to mobilize. And this is my point. Nothing will change. We can't, the job of the people in the diaspora in Britain is to raise all of these issues with the people who own the means of production, the means of our oppression, the means of is securing the World Bank debt. We shouldn't say debt forgiveness, I agree. And we shouldn't be begging or asking for anything. But we have to be united. And if we aren't united on this platform, I worry. And I'm trying to be positive, strategic, and solution-based. We, as Global African Congress, we had a reparations discussion only a few weeks ago, and there was only a 5-point plan, right? We've got people on this platform who have connection with CARICOM. We need to ask them we need to demand that we have a meeting with them. And with me, I think he's now the chair of CARICOM. I'm not sure if I mistook hearing that, but we've got new blood in these organisations, and we need to take this opportunity now. It's 30 years on, and we, take 10 points, 5 points, 12 points, whatever number of points. We need those groups, the African Union, the CARICOM, Global African Congress, pull on the ground to sit down with the UK government without, Starmer and the rest of it, but to make those actions feasible. And we're not going to do that until we, like somebody said, until we have people that we, in our own family, that we convince, people that we work with, people that we go to the pub with, people that we, meet at the nursery. If we can't have these reparations discussions with them, we're not succeeding, and we're not even having those reparations discussions with each other. I tried to mention the fact that we had a discussion a couple of weeks ago. There was a questionnaire, and we couldn't even agree on a strategy. So when we have these meetings on Sunday, I would propose that when Sister Judy has done the summary, we then somebody says this is the solution or the outcome of these meetings. And we then bring those outcomes to a monthly session where we say, right, these are the things that we decided this month, and this is what we're going to do with them. Because we can talk and talk and talk and talk. And if 9 people disagree, if 9 people agree on something and only one person disagrees, I think that we take the majority view and we do something with it. But we're not doing anything with it. We're just talking. We need to get behind each other, and we don't even vote. So they don't care about us anyway, but they certainly don't care about us when we don't even bother to vote for those people, whether it's Tory or Labour or Liberal or Green. We should all, as African people, get behind one party. Or Global African Congress should form its own party. I think we've spoken about this before since I've joined. And we said, kidnapping is a death penalty in most American states. It's more of a death penalty offence than murder. So they kidnapped us. They know they're wrong. We don't have to teach telling them. And I've got a PhD, and my mum says it's petticoat hanging down. Little knowledge is a bad thing. We all are geniuses. We all have something to bring. We all have innovation to bring. We've been made to think that, we've been made to feel that we're stupid, that we're not educated, that we aren't, haven't got anything that there was nothing there before they came. That nonsense. We need to take that out of our minds and recognise that we're all geniuses. We know the answer. We don't need to be having this debate. We know the answer. To the meeting with, this is the strategy, let's discuss it and then vote and agree something at the end of these Sunday meetings. I yield, I think is the term.
Give thanks for that, sis. So you're proposing something that after Sister Judy speaks every week, someone will put together summary from her summary. Are you proposing to be that person, since you're saying that everyone is just talking? Do you want to take up that action?
I would nominate myself, and if anyone else wants to nominate themselves, I'm happy to be that, to compete. And I think we need to have somebody needs to make a decision, because we've got Global African Congress as the majority shareholder in this meeting today, and we've got media people here, we've got our communications people, we've got chair, secretary, we've got people on the leadership of this organisation. We need somebody to take a leadership position, but if they don't, I think we need to have some decision made and take it forward. We're going to see.
Since I've been coming to to this Sunday International Solidarity for the past this must be going to 3 years now since lockdown started, 3 or 4 years. And we don't have confrontation. So we speak. But can I just confirm that's a yes from you, yeah? You will be doing that. You'll be doing a summary from the summary, yeah?
No, an action plan. It's not a summary. Sister Judy's going to make a summary.
Okay, so
we need an action.
each week, I do apologize. So each week after Judy does her summary, you will do some action plan from each meeting, yeah?
I'll do one for today. Sorry, I'll do one for today because I've been here from the beginning, and I'm really concerned that we've got this 30-year-old 10-point plan, and it's not going anywhere without our inputs. So I think we as a group today need to make decisions, and I'll summarise whatever anyone wants to say. And I think we've seen suggestions. I'll summarise what you guys want to say.
Right. So like you said that each week is talk. So I pray that you'll be here each week, wherein you'll be able to put those action plan after hearing the summary and bring it back to GAC. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'll move on. Sister Judy, did you still want to talk? Because you had your hand up. I still had your name down. Sister Judy?
If Joseph is going to do a roundup, then I'll speak after him. Thanks.
Okay. Right. Tise?
Thank you, Chair. Greetings.
Thank you.
Well, my contribution for today, after listening to everybody's opinion about the subject matter of today, is that there is a particular notion that we have that is about demanding or always seeking to request for something instead of taking it. I think it is our duty to step forward and start putting in place a strategy to take the reparation that we want from those that do us that that action, because we've gone so far into always all the time asking and demanding. Our elder spoke that African leaders have not requested Donald Trump to apologize for. It is not about requesting because Donald Trump was speaking. It is for us to take the right actions. And I want to submit today that in our next meeting, maybe we come up with a strategy. A strategy, first of all, to mobilize our community. And secondly, to devise means through which we have to take what belongs to us. And we're talking about, we spoke about our resources, and I want to also submit that the strategy for us to take back our resources is for us to engage in those sectors that those resources are found and try to be the ones to extract these resources, transform them, and bring them to the consumption stage for our people to first be the beneficiary and others to be secondary. So there is that aspect of strategic planning that is lacking in our actions, which I want to submit that maybe in our next meeting, we should be building a strategy for reparations, a strategy to take back our resources, and a strategy to regain what we've lost in the past. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Elder Martin, Brother Martin, sorry.
Yes, I prefer Brother Martin.
All right, Brother Martin, Councillor Martin, I'll be just the same.
It's all good. It's all good. And
Thank you.
First of all, I didn't do it at the beginning, but I'll do it now to further contextualize what I'm about to say. Okay, so I think it's really important, first of all, for us to remember, particularly those of us from the Caribbean and many countries on the continent, although not the case in the case of Ghana, Burkina Faso, Niger, or Mali, okay, but most certainly it is true for Jamaica, that the original enslaver families remain intact. And up until 2017, or whatever it was, they were receiving compensation for the no longer being legally to own our ancestors as slaves. Yeah? So, particularly if this is true of Jamaica, as those enslaver families who are now multi-billionaires, maybe one or two or trillionaires right now, because they've been around for hundreds of years, they are a powerful influence in politics, the economics, and social life of the Caribbean islands, and most certainly still the case in many countries on the motherland of Africa. Okay? And they pull their strings behind the scenes. They use their economic strengths to bend the government policies to their will, because they have the resources to deliver that influence. That is where that real influence does in many ways warp the local politics. And therefore, we very simplistically blame the politicians, have no regard to the context, the environment in which those politicians are operating in. Which is why, if I look at the Caribbean, and many of you remember Grenada, and many of you will remember Maurice Bishop, when he wanted to introduce far more egalitarian society, introduce some very simple changes. He wanted to introduce a national health service there. So you pay for healthcare for your taxes. He wanted education to be accessible at the point of free at the point of use. You pay for it for your taxes. He wanted to take control of many of the natural resources they have and only export processed resources, in other words, higher value. So you gain a greater return. But what did America do? This little island, I think, it's any Grenadians here? I think it's around 8,000 or 9,000 people. Oh, there you are. Yes. How many people? How many? It's only a few thousand people. Only a few thousand people live there.
Approximately 100,000.
100,000. There you go. There you go. Now, 100,000 from my context, and I'm in Britain, of course. My ward has 23,000 people in it. In my single ward, in my borough, it's a borough of more than 300,000 people, and that's one borough of 32 in London alone. Because the rest of the country. To give you some context, but yet a multi-trillion-dollar economy versus America crushed a few $100 million economy, and that was Grenada, 3 or 4 decades ago. Yeah, same happened in Jamaica. Those of you remember the premiership of Michael Manley. There you go. And he wanted to introduce very similar reforms in the Jamaican economy. So it gives the Africans, us, the opportunity to grow, economically speaking, to take real control of that economy. What did the Americans do? Using the CIA, they sent in guns. Yep. Suddenly, all these guns were popping up on the seashore. Yeah, and suddenly all these gangsters had guns. Yeah, and Jamaica had to go to the IMF. What did the IMF demand? You must not invest in schools or colleges. You must not invest in healthcare. You must not invest in roads and villages. Yep, yep. You must cut back on the government. Make it really tight. Yep. That is the influence those families in Jamaica had on American policy in relation to the Caribbean and Jamaica. That's a stark reality. Now, those politicians, of course, see this and they're powerless to do anything about it. Because what it required, in order for the politicians to operate efficiently, it requires the people to be totally in support, totally in lockstep behind the politicians. So the politicians can do what they do is best, and that is to administer, to govern the nation, but it requires complete support from the people. That's why I keep repeating, reparations begins with self, that new mindset, the understanding that we have the power, and others have to fool us to believe you don't have that power, so you become passive observers, like the lions in the cage door is wide open, you don't go out to freedom, you question why the cage door wide open. I say all that, but of course, my elder says, well, I love dearly. You know I love you dearly. I had to respond to you. I put it in the chat. You might have to see it in the chat, okay? Because your words carry weight. So if you say that Donald Failure Trump, yeah, that Nazi what's not, okay, called our countries, I'm not going to use the term, and we passively took it, that was not the case. I have to say it publicly. I'll put the evidence just for you. I put 3 sources of evidence in the chat and also the general statement, just for your reference. And if I've got that wrong, I'm happy for you to publicly correct my notation and the references that I've used. Okay, but I recall it very clearly that there were many demands for an apology from him. Okay, and he, as you know, is a psychopath in so many ways. He just doubles down as he does on every occasion. He simply doubles down or says, "Oh, I didn't actually say that," even though we all heard and saw him with our own ears and eyes. But anyway, just for your reference. And lastly, Chair, I just say, but in response to the 10-point plan, and I think, whilst I didn't address it first time round, that was quite deliberate. You see, I see that 10-point plan as being a classic strategic document. It does appear to be quite innocuous in so many ways, yeah? It does appear so, but if implemented in full, will be groundbreaking, transformational. Okay, but the language used is the language used by very senior civil servants. I've got to admit that is absolutely true. But in order for it to become alive, in order for it to be meaningful, it requires, he's not here today, I would use the term civil society. In other words, organizations like GAC and others that are represented here, to rally behind these 10-point plan and make it come alive. But in order to do so, we've got to demonstrate we have the following. We've galvanized our own people. We've given them a new vision and a new idea for the future, that they believe that they can be part of that change process. And being a part of that change process, we could therefore indicate to the Caribbean and African governments that we have the support of the people behind you. Stand your ground, make the demand, and persist in your demand because the people are with you. That's how change happens. It's a genuine partnership of those who in senior governance and those in civil society, and indeed those from our theological communities, as it were, and now indeed those of our traditional communities. Yeah, all coming together in partnership, in common aim and common purpose, because together we most certainly can make a difference. Praise Jah, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Brother Glenroy.
Yeah, thank you for that, Martin. And I hope when we're sailing down from the former country named Greenland to the Gulf of America, people will remember that this exercise, this atrocities that are being committed in Haiti is not a new strategy, because as you rightly point out about the guns pouring into Jamaica, and other ways in which America has destabilized our country. So, I asked a question and I'm going to have to answer it myself because while I disagree with some of the things Ola said, and I'll come back to that in a moment, my question has not been answered. So let me answer it myself because, you see, CARICOM, whatever it put together a plan at their second conference, firstly about a torch being carried from island to island to light a beacon around reparation in every island. That was a plan. Yeah, I was part of that discussion. There would be reparation structures set up in each country, and part of the basis must be that it includes members of the opposition as well as government. Because what happens in a lot of countries is that once there's been an election and government change, favors are given. You may not appreciate this, Martin, but there was a woman named Gray who got a job working for the other side a few months before, and then, was suddenly given a large pay rise to come and work for the other side. Yeah? That's the same kind of corrupt favor that people would accuse Caribbean and African nations of doing. So one of the things said at the CARICOM conference was that this will not be allowed to happen because in each of these structures would be members of the opposition as well as government. And therefore, whenever government changed, the thing, because that was a plan. I know it didn't happen because I think that young woman we knew in Jamaica, when that changed, it didn't continue. She would then become deputy and whatever. But consultation was attempted. This was through this process about having each island would have a reparation commission. But to suggest that it was going to be plain sailing and everybody was going to go along with it and every country was going to go along, and America and Britain, who didn't agree to any of this, would actually sit by and say nothing, is absurd. So all that, I think that there was an attempt at consultation. Joseph, I think there was an attempt at consultation. What we're not examining is what may have been the obstacle, what may have been the failure. Because the enemy isn't sleeping, he hasn't gone away, or she hasn't gone away, whatever it is. But I believe, and this was part of my first contribution, the plan isn't having the desired effect. The 10-point plan is not having the desired effect. So what do? When you start kicking the door and you realize there's reinforcement behind it and you're not going to get through, you're going to have to try something else. And that's my question. Why haven't they amended it? Why haven't they adjusted it and recognized that this isn't working? If we have, and again, conscious of people's view about current government is taking the same stance. That was a discussion we had. This is what Dr. Liz was referring to. We had the discussion about the fact that Britain was refusing to speak to African nations, and those included CARICOM. So the statement was very clear. And somebody keeps saying during that meeting, there's a statement being made and it's going to come out. Well, I've not seen what difference that statement has made or what action has been taken, because all I understood was Solmer said, I'm not going to talk about it before he went in. Then he went in, he said, okay, I might talk about it. Yeah, that's it. There hasn't been a change. And can I remind people that this is a 3-part to this process? Yeah, it might sound like we're going to keep talking and talking, but the reality is there is another plan. C-SPAN brought out a plan, a 12-point plan. Abul's name has been mentioned. Abul was our representative at that conference, and hopefully be here to give us some sort of report. If people know him, talk to him about, give us that view of what happened at the C-SPAN conference, because the outcome of the C-SPAN conference was shared with the African Union. There were signatures to it, or AU representative, etc., etc. So there's an updated plan. But the CARICOM plan needs to be updated. It needs to recognize that it's not working. And by the way, an apology, I read the bit about reparation to Africa. It was repatriation to Africa, funding repatriation to Africa. But again, needed detail, because it's not enough to just throw that line in there. It is about how do you actually achieve that reparation. Rastafarian have been demanding that throughout our existence, that we want the right to repatriate. Some of us are not waiting for some sort of assistance to repatriate. We go back. We never waiting. People have been repatriating to Ethiopia, Ghana, and all these other places for years. But there should be a payment in regard to repatriation. That's another story. Very good idea, Dr. Liz, that afterwards we should take these things and action them. But let's remind people of the format here. I'm glad to see Kwame has just joined us from Brazil. A lot of the Brazilian comrades have not been as attentive. Myself, and I think Mel is gone. We were both from the RMT trade union, along with Carol and others. So the tri-party aspect, yes, the GAC is obviously the largest part here. There are people who are in neither of those three organizations on here also. But what we would expect is people would take the information from here and action it, right? So one of the things we hope will happen is eventually civil society, whatever we believe of it, will try to band together and try to influence those Caribbean countries and what their position are, because they have to change. It has to change. What is written there, however genuine and egalitarian, it needs to be addressed in the sense that it's not had the impact that it should do. Previous government ignoring it. Previous, I don't even want to call him king or queen or whatever, you know, when the Windrush thing broke, the Queen was supposed to be upset and, you know, wanting nobody to create a rubble in the Commonwealth meeting, etc., etc. So they're aware of the demands of CARICOM, but they're not acting on it. We were expecting a letter that we will be sent a copy. GAC was supposed to be sent a copy of the British government's response to CARICOM. We've never seen that letter. I've said to people in CARICOM, that's because there hasn't been any letter, and you're just embarrassed to say that, and you won't do anything different about it to complain that they haven't done that, and there should be some form of mobilization in every European country. Because remember, Europe, almost, well, all of them were involved in, as Martin has said, rapists, murderers, adventurers. There's no master. There has never been any master. There's been murderers, etc., etc. But all of them were involved. When we look at a small country like Sweden and say, well, what Sweden? They weren't involved. They've got no ship. Yes, they were. They made chains. They made guns. They contributed to the whole thing. And lots of other countries that you wouldn't think are involved were part of this process. And all of them are guilty. And all of them have been refusing to acknowledge the demand for reparation. And as we've said in part of our campaign now, reparation denial is a crime against humanity. And we need to put that on our agenda. And this is the kind of thing I'm asking. Why isn't CARICOM adjusted the situation? And that's really the point I really want to press home. And we're not here as CARICOM, so we can't answer that, but we can speculate. And it's a speculation I'm asking. Is it that, well, let me not follow Joseph too closely, but see, they've been suggesting, you know, they never intended to, you know, just pretty words on paper and they got bribe and they got whatever. I don't know. I'll leave that for Joseph to speculate. But the reality is that surely after 5 years, a year, 2 years, you may have noticed that what you're doing isn't working. So how about another strategy? And I would like very much that part of our action out of this is how do we, any connection we have with Caribbean nation, Caribbean leaders, whatever, put that into action to say, We need a new strategy. But I remind people that we also want to discuss the CARICOM, the C-SPAN 12-point plan also. And then a third week, we want to say, what is it that we intend to do? What is it that this international discussion intend to do in regard to those two plans? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Elder Joseph, do you want to come back now, or should I carry on to Elder Sizwe?
No, I want to come back because me forget my train of thought.
Okay.
First of all, there's certain thing that needs to be cleared up. Remember, David Cameron going to Jamaica refused to even apologize.
Commission? You mean David Commission?
No, Cameron.
Cameron. Oh, the prison seller.
Yeah, the prison seller.
Yeah. So they don't have any intention. The other thing about it, I want to ask questions in terms of how could we believe that CARICOM leaders, I don't think some of them have some interest. Trinidad, for instance, the outgoing Trinidad Prime Minister, I've just signed 5 agreements, the government under his tutelage, 5 agreements with the US, including one on establishing a military base. What a military base would do in Venezuela and Cuba. You know, Mia Motley promoting debt for nature swap, one of the imperialist plans to regain territories and incurring huge debt. When one of my friends in Barbados, who's a supporter, she's a serious supporter of Mia, admitted that they are drowning in debt, IMF debt, other people's debt. So how could we say that these people really are concerned about the liberation? Yes, of course, she make fine speech like Guguto used to do. They can speak if they were speaking like Tory, they would have been gone. Let me ask people a question. Has any of the Caribbean leader, including my Prime Minister, expressed any solidarity with the Sahel? No. My Prime Minister, for instance, although I am not hostile to him, I could communicate with him if I need, and Joan could tell you that. He went to Ghana to deal and had the crook from Ghana who just lost election comment. You've also went to Nigeria with Dangate and deal with him, established dealing with Dangete or whatever his name, Dangute or whatever his name. And then the African Union, the relationship that they have set up, they don't even, when they had the first one, somebody from UK, I want someone from Wales, not even an African, who informed me about that. Time then Keith Mitchell was the Prime Minister. They don't involve the people, and although it was online, that exchange was online. The second one, again, same thing. It just lip service. Of course, one of the bright spots that the African, the Extreme Bank, which there's only a few people that will benefit from whatever comes out of that sort of relationship. There's a branch in Barbados. So the people running the scene, they have no commitment to people. Unfortunately, our people have to take responsibility because we voted, we allow ourselves to be manipulated and vote them into office. The money, when election come, money run and people drink and they get drunk and they vote for them. So I wanted to point that the debt for nature swap. And again, remember, if it wasn't some people in Barbados, the guy would have been paid for his criminal activity over the years. You see, these are some of the things we need to, and also, and I'll probably host there's so many things I could talk about, but the Rastafarians was not included with the reparation committee. I am in Grenada, and I know one Rastafarian who was one of the demonstrators when Laura Trevelyan came in, because again, they were shut out. So it's good to rethink from a distance, but what is happening on the ground? I only know one person from that committee. That is the chairperson. And the only activity I know they had was when Laura came and they had this town hall thing. And then also a couple of times he was on the radio. I even asked him questions and he ducked from my question. So, they could have all kind of ideas and so on if we're not meant to be put directly on the people. As a community development program training that I know, many government programs, probably CARICOM program tools, fail because the way it's approached. You could have good intention, but if you have the wrong approach, it doesn't work. And then the other thing about two things before I finish. One is, why didn't we use the first decade of people of African ancestry to help push the reparation thing? And then there's almost nothing being said about the second decade. This is because these people don't even want to identify with Africa. And second, and lastly, I want to tell those who, well, no, two more, last one. One is, an opinion is not facts. You can have strong opinion. I have my own strong opinion, but I don't know normally late on anybody. If I'm speaking, I could substantiate what I'm saying. And finally, may I say that the best gift we can give another is the purity of our attention. I just want people to consider the best gift we can give another is the purity of our attention, not very multitasking. Thank you very much.
Give thanks. Yes, Elder Sizwe.
Yes, thank you. I have a strange taste in my mouth, and I have to blame, I guess the word is, Brother Martin for it, because I don't usually eat crow. It's not a taste with which I'm familiar. But if you are correct in saying that a number of our leaders, both in Africa, either in Africa or in the Caribbean, did demand an apology from Donald Trump for those nasty words, I certainly do apologize. However, I did do my research, and what I discovered was there were a handful of our leaders, again, on the continent and in the diaspora, that did take exception to it. I'm not so sure that I would describe any of the exceptions as being strong. And I am not so, and I definitely wasn't in favor of the tone and the framing of their exception. Donald Trump, in just about any society in the world, would be low class. Oh, high income, but low class. And many of the people that reside on the continent of Africa and wherever Africans reside, yes, we do have people of his class, but we also have people of a much higher class or much higher classes than his class. And the matter-of-fact response to that type of affrontery on Donald Trump's part would be righteous indignation. Secondly, the demand, not a request, but the demand for an apology is hardly worth its salt if it doesn't have repercussions, a consequence, if that apology is not forthcoming. I will leave it at that. I will go back and do more detailed research. And if I discover that actually there were calls for his apology, And I certainly will come back and double down on my apology to my good brother Martin.
Thank you so much, Elder.
Yeah, just one last point, and this is kind of general but kind of specific, is that sometimes when we discuss issues, we discuss issues from the point of assimilation in relation to the enslaver, or integration, or accommodation in relation to the enslaver. And sometimes it's from a point of self-determination. Okay, I would say it's usually the former rather than the latter. And it would be helpful for each of us to be clear in our minds the paradigm in which we wish to operate in terms of dealing with the enslaver on various aspects of the ill effects of his enslavement, including reparations. I think, for my money, it's always from a vantage point of self-determination. And I will leave it at that. I could go on, but I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Elder. Coco?
Okay.
Coco, Ifo, and then John. Coco?
I'm looking up a 4 going up 1. You already think somebody did it. Makes you mistaken.
Mr. John, could you mute yourself, please? Thank you. Thank you. Ifo?
Yes. I wanted to give back a little bit on what okay, first of all, I'm jealous of how handsome Uncle Sizwe is, but that's my own internal problem. You can't do anything about that, but let's move on. There's therapy for that. But moving on from my obvious issues, the responses from the so-called thieves, no, not the so-called, the thieves that are occupying positions that claim to be presidents of various African countries has been what I would call insufficient. If somebody insults me and my family, I do not show up at their house. And they are also barred from coming to my house, and they are barred from flying over any of my land. When somebody does something that the US doesn't like, they do a no-fly policy, so you're not allowed to enter any plane that is going to their country. You're not allowed to enter. The fact that not one single African country has chosen to do that is a sign of deep lack of self-respect for the leaders. The fact that they continue to go and visit. Now, if you have insulted me and I come to your house and I slap you, that is appropriate. Now, in the US, they might arrest you, but I can verbally slap you. But if I show up at your house, I smile, I take pictures, and do all that nonsense like the former president of Nigeria was doing right after the insult, that is a sign of deep lack of self-respect. And regardless of what they said on the AU, they say words speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. If you're married to someone and you're not in an open relationship, and the person says, I will never, ever cheat on you, and like that old song, Cecilia, every time you get up to wash your face, you come back and there's somebody else in their bed, that person is not keeping their word. The AU has shown deep disrespect for Africans. It is quite evident in the fact that they wanted at one time, including with ECOWAS, to go ahead and try to get the French back from the places that they were kicked out. Also, the fact that we have so many brilliant engineers all over Africa. Some of them are building things all over the world. Others are what I would call chronically underemployed. And yet the AU decided to give a contract to China to build their headquarters in Addis Ababa. That shows you lack of respect for self. Now, if we're in a situation like, say, Saudi Arabia, where all your people are gainfully employed, and the reason why you cannot find any African engineer to do the work is because they're already working, then I can understand why you give a contract to some other country. But with so many well-trained, highly qualified Africans unemployed, it's very insulting to go and give a contract to another country to build something that you can build yourself. It makes no sense. Same thing in Nigeria. I was just on the train from Ibadan to Lagos. Contract was given to a Chinese group. Nothing against the Chinese, but I know that we know how to build railroads. I know that we know how to run trains. There is no reason why it should be going elsewhere. You know, even the job of driving that train that went from Ibadan to Lagos was given to a Chinese man. And it was the Africans who were doing the lower, I would say the lower level jobs that don't pay as well, like the person who brings food around and cleans up. That's what they left for. But the higher paid job went to someone else. We need to stop that. Even roads that they're building in Nigeria, they're giving the contracts out to all kinds of people. Are celebrating contracts being given, and I'm like, I didn't know Africans that know how to build roads. We were building roads before Europeans came. We taught them how to read. We taught them how to build things. And now we're pretending that we need them to build things. We need to stop that nonsense. So what they've said is not enough. And in regard to CARICOM, I will end with this. I think our standards are too low. Collectively, we don't have high enough standards that we're demanding from people who claim to represent us, right? Because if you only, when I train people in business, I often tell them that there's a possibility that you might not achieve your goals, okay? So if your goal is just to build, we say aim. It's not good enough to aim for the sky. We want you to aim for the stars. Because if everything aligns up properly, you will hit the stars, and that's amazing. Now, if you're an optimistic pessimist like me, you understand that sometimes you will miss. So if you miss the stars, you might hit the moon. You might also hit the sky. And that would be much higher than if all you were aiming for is let me build a little shanty to live in. And I think what we're asking for, or what some people who are saying that we're complaining about CARICOM's 10-point plan and we need to, are aiming too low. They're telling us to settle for what is even below the minimum that we should be, quote unquote, asking for. And no, we need to ask for the maximum. We need to ask them to give us everything back that they ever made from the engagement with us as colonials and also the engagement with slavery. We need to ask for everything back. When you ask for everything back, they might give us half. And if you pay attention, half of everything that they've ever taken and profited from us is a lot more than anything any reparation group has asked for. So let us elevate ourselves, elevate what we're asking for, and let us make sure that nobody disrespects any African anywhere in where we are present. I do not allow it from any non-Africans. I also do not allow Africans to disrespect Africans in my presence. It is non-negotiable. I take that as an act of war and an act of terrorism and an act of cultural genocide. If we take these things seriously, when we take ourselves, as Uncle Cecil always tells us, there are things that we owe to ourselves, and then there's things that the world owes us. We owe it to ourselves to not tolerate any of that kind of stuff. And when we don't tolerate it, it will stop happening. Many people have been kicked out of my house because of that. I've kicked many people out of my cars because of that. I have hung up on my own parents because of that, because I tell them that I will not accept that kind of disrespect of ourselves from ourselves. And when we do that, then the only people that talk to me are people who want to learn how to respect Africans, or people who respect Africans. I will end on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Elder Joseph, do you want to come back now, or should I take some more? Elder Joseph?
I know I will take some more, but it's very interesting that how long this has been a marathon.
Well, people have their hand up. That's why I was saying.
No. I don't have no problem.
Listen,
Just that
I asked you before, and you did do a summary, and then that's when I turned around and said the other ones would take after a summary was done.
No,
But you did do
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. I'm just observing how we go in a marathon.
Yeah. That's okay. All right, Joan and Marine, and there's something afterwards. So,
okay, thank you, Sister Marcia. It was more a bit of what's the word? Narrative gossip. We were talking about how we need to self-determine. We always talk about that as part of our language. It's great, and reparations to self. But what to me is important about it as well is we can't, everybody knows what to do, and we can't slow down. It's almost like there needs to be an escalation, because I only talk from a media or filming or narrative point of view. I'm just saying this on a personal note, because in the media lots of people talk about reparations, and the owner of Digicel in the Caribbean, who's an Irish guy, isn't he? I think he's an Irish, right? Okay, the owner of Digicel has contacted a mixed person in Britain who I know, and said to him, can you make a documentary about reparations? Reparations is all over the place in the Caribbean. And the mixed guy he's asked brought me to his office and asked me what reparations was. And Digicel is offering something like 400 grand to him to make this documentary. And I'm only saying it from a personal point of view. It's extremely harmful to do that. And for the owner of Digicel to then commission with as much money as he's got. That's the problem for me, is nobody in the Caribbean is funding African-centered discussions on reparations, yet there's a man there that owns Digicel, i.e. the entire communication of the Caribbean, has contacted a mixed person in Britain, and that mixed person asked me into a meeting to ask me what reparations was, and walked away and didn't offer me a penny. And that is what these people are doing. I know we all know that, and we all have example of that, but that's how fast they're moving. They're already making a film about something they don't even know about. That's how fast and sneaky and snaky they are. And to approach mixed people as well. And this mixed man didn't know what reparations was. And he's being funded now. So that means he's going to have loads of money for his company. And because he's mixed, people assume that he has an Afrocentered mind, and he doesn't. He's ruthless. And that's what people do, isn't it? That's what the descendants of the enslavers' mindset. They approach mixed people and go, you do it. But it doesn't mean the mixed know what they're doing. And it was when I heard about it, I was deeply, deeply distressed, not just from a personal point of view, but that's how quick they work, under the radar. Yeah, thank you for letting me speak on that.
No problem. Give thanks. Have you got anything to say to that, Elder Joseph?
Yeah, we have to consider what people like Laura Trevelyan and others are doing. They're really distorting the whole Persian issue as far as from an Afro people of African ancestry concerned. So that is the reason why it's unfortunate. I mean, that is why it's so unfortunate that CARICOM are playing their famous game they normally play, like playing the fiddle on those who pay their money. I mean, as I said earlier, where they get the funding from? EU, Germany. I mean, the various groups, Japan and so on. They don't generate money on their own. They're just a profit organization. You know that. And those who would want to crucify me for saying that, I'm sorry. I live in the Caribbean. I deal with them. I've been in seminars and workshops and so on that they sponsor sometimes. But they have no real intention. Even the OECS, Organization of East and Caribbean countries, is more progressive than CARICOM. This is a fact. They have done much more. They have done in terms of integrating our people. Look at the single market and economy, and also free movement of people. What they've done, nothing. We still have problem. We still have problem in people moving freely. Come on, let us be honest. And they still have to wait on instruction from Washington. About more than a year ago, 2 years ago or so, Canada and US brought them in Nassau, Bahamas, and had Zelensky lecture to them and tell them you need to follow rule-based law, because I mean the US was concerned that the countries of the Caribbean was not forthcoming in terms of condemning Russia. Let's be honest. I mean those folks they don't vote whatever they're dressed in. Thank you.
Thank you. And we move on swiftly to Sister Carol, the younger.
Hi there. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to say good evening, everybody. Thank you for African Global Congress for all the hard work in regards to reparation that's been going on, as I'm hearing, over the past 30 years. And I just want to say that it is really, I would just like to say thank you to all of us, because we are all law-abiding citizens that love to uphold the law. And it's just in our nature to be law-abiding and respecting law and order. So I would just like to say that laws have been put into place, as so many of you have said before, to actually so that the criminals, the criminal justice system can prevail. And it has been very successfully oppressing and enslaving, because the prison systems are sort of like, extensions of slave systems in place. So I would like to suggest I think that the 10-point plan is very good, because I'm only saying that because that's the only one that we have right now. I've heard a lot of people complaining about it, but they haven't put forward something that is better. So I'm going to suggest that this is the best that we can do, because if you feel that there's something else that should be put in place, then you should actually come with what you believe should be in place, as this is what people are doing and saying. So I appreciate this opportunity for me to say that I believe that the other organizations, because there's quite a few, there's an uprising of our community in the UK that is saying that there's a what would you call it? A systemic, like racist infrastructure, institutionalized, which is oppressing our people. So if all these groups that is standing up now, and they're saying, some groups are saying that it's the education system, some groups are saying that it's the NHS, the health system has been, systemic institutional racism in the police force, and where else again? So all these different people, groups that are lobbying the Windrush, I think that it would be good, because they're all saying the same thing in a different way. They've got, and because they are different issues that have to be addressed, they're not all the same, but it's like the same, if you see what I mean. We're all saying that there's systemic racism, and I think that if those organizations were to come together and fight as one, I'm not saying you have to put down your passion or whatever, that focus point that you have, and all those cases, to say merge them all into one thing and call it reparations. I'm just saying that we need to actually build a unity within our force so that we've got more power backing us up. So that was my suggestion in regards to if this CARICOM letter doesn't support what is happening. I also think that feel that it's fragmented, because Hilary Beckles suggested that the things that has happened to the Caribbean people is different to what has happened to the people in Africa, which is right. But it's what is happening is, we do need to have a case to fight for what has happened in the Caribbean. But I think that we need to kind of recognize that we are literally with the diaspora. We're from Africa. We are Africans. And to recognize, even though it's going to be, it's hard to say that, because so many people do not, and there's a lot of Africans as well that will not embrace the people from the Caribbean. Because when I speak to some people, they're like, no, these Yankees or those Jamaicans, we don't really, they come to the country and they bring their Western ways with them, and it's destructive. So I feel like we need to kind of get a blueprint that is gonna support and empower our people. So I just feel like, that's what I just wanted to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Malcolm 5X. And then Elder Joseph, you can come back after. Malcolm 5X. Sorry, Michael. What's Malcolm X doing in my mouth? Michael. Oh, brother Michael. Has he dropped off? Okay. So, Sister Judy.
Okay. I'm going to do my summary in parts. The flyer asked, has the plan impacted on the global campaign for
Sis, I do apologize, but can you just let me do Ifo and Devika first, just in case there's anything that you want to add in it, please?
I will come back afterwards. I have a lot to say, and it's better if I do it in parts.
Oh, okay. So you're doing it.
Very good that people in the UK or wherever are saying, yes, we support the CARICOM 10-point plan. We should be behind it. But what they're not doing is saying, we will write our own. Second question was, is it adoptable outside of the region, or is it only for the Caribbean region? I'm concerned that these people are saying they support the plan when they clearly have not read it in the perspective of their own country. So that leads me to the third point. How would you adapt it or adopt it in your country? Okay, so the 10 points have been posted. I'm not going to go through them all. In the UK, we don't have Indigenous people. That would be your white working class, when I'm pretty sure that is not who we're talking about when we're talking about reparations for African enslavement. Technology transfer is not an issue because we're the ones with the technology that need to be transferring it. Debt cancellation is an issue, but not that we have a debt to be paid off, but we're the ones demanding a debt that should back off and not do it. There's something about culture. Well, we're the ones that are holding on to the artifacts that need to be returned. So when we're talking about repatriation, it's not just of the people, it's of our artifacts. And when we're talking about our people, it has to be with full pension rights. If they've been in the UK earning their pension and they choose to repatriate to any other country, as African people, they should get the increases in their pension that they would get if they stayed in the UK. Psychological rehabilitation. We need to re-educate people to drop the stereotypes that they use to justify enslavement. And that includes our own people, not just white people. I see the same stereotypes repeated by African people. We have a world where discipline is lacking. And people love to distract us because we're not disciplined. So I'm on Facebook groups where they talk about the positive images of Black people that they don't show us. And yet they allow posts that talk about women are this rubbish, men need to be careful about Black women. UK Black Community Network is about empowering people in self-esteem. But the same misogynist nonsense, the same, oh, this is what Black people are like. This is how terrible, you can't trust anybody. There's a quote this week I've seen about Marcus Garvey saying how Africans are malicious and dishonest, which I can't find anywhere Googling. So where has that come from? And even if it was true, why post it on some site that is meant to be empowering and supporting our self-esteem? You've got even something as simple as a British Caribbean cooking group where they're posting Indonesian and African food. There are sites for that. If we can't even be disciplined when we're talking about our food on a Facebook group, what hope is there for us? Some of my posts on that particular cooking group have been blocked because somebody raised the fact of the Black farmer. I pointed out he was a Tory and that Tesco's that was selling his goods were Zionists. Now, if we can't have those kind of honest discussions without people thinking there's something, I can see people laughing, don't you? If we can't have those sort of honest discussions about who's oppressing us, then what hope is there for us? I will leave those as examples of what I hope people can see and come back to. Thanks.
Thank you. Ifo?
Yes. We are resonating with the same frequencies. So, Sister Judy, I've been running into similar challenges with groups that are supposed to be uplifting to Africans, both in in Canada and in the place the colonialists called Nigeria without asking us. There was a discussion going on the other day about this was African Canadians talking about their roots and shared culture with African Americans. And then somebody mentioned that yes, that Africans are the original people of this land, of the Americans, and the indigenous peoples of this land are imposters. And that comment got lots of likes and people saying, yes, we need to stop with these lies. And then the person, when I made a post to correct that, the person then repeated that Malcolm X always said that they were Americans and never said that they were Africans. And so I responded with a short clip where Malcolm X was telling the people in the 60s or whatever that was, that there are Africans that were kidnapped and brought to America. Because the claim that these people have, the deep hatred for Africa, is that they are not Africans, and that they are the original people of this land. And that, or some of them claim that they're Hebrew Israelites. And I say, we need to be able to tell the truth. And we also need to be able to separate fact from fiction. Because you can have all kinds of opinions in the world. For example, somebody can have an opinion that I am more handsome than Uncle Sizwe. We know that that is not true. But someone can have that opinion. Now, because I want to be more handsome than Uncle Sizwe, I can pretend that I am. But the reality is that I am not. I'm okay with that. I'm still handsome, I'm just not more handsome than Uncle Sizwe. That's okay. But if you want to talk seriously, if somebody starts to tell you that they are pro-African, but all their references to things that they think we should study are either not African or they are from people who have openly said that they hate Africans, you need to question that. We have had different people come into this group who have claimed to be pro-African and then said that the source of their knowledge comes from people who openly said that they hate Africans. So that's problematic. Now, coming back to this CARICOM thing, the ambassador to the CARICOM for Barbados has been in Canada multiple times. I actually was part of a group that hosted him at one time that he was here. That was before reparations was sexy. Almost nobody showed up. Well, a few people showed up, but not a whole lot. And then when it was announced that there's a possibility that there might be money, all of a sudden, all the folks who were part of the Global African Congress in Canada, who were involved in bringing David Commissions to Canada originally, were cut out of the next time that he came. In fact, we didn't know he was coming until it was announced on the radio that he was speaking the next day, and there was an event going on. They brought in people from all kinds of places, including somebody who claimed to be speaking for Global African Congress UK. And then somebody else that claimed to be speaking for Global African Congress Canada, who both of those people had fallen out from Global African Congress at one time and had not been attending anything for a long time. But they saw the potential of dollars, and they all showed up. I will close with this. Our elder, Sister Lynn Jones, was also not invited to this. But then when David Commission showed up, he asked about her. That was when they tried to call this elder and wanted the elder to just show up and say a word or two to give the impression that they were actually connected. Elder Lynn Jones refused to show up, or even refuse to even be involved in any of that nonsense. Because that's the proper thing. You don't go and, try to cover up the things that people are doing that are not helpful for the community. These are people that are fundamentally driven by money. These are African people, by the way, but they're driven by money, not by what's best for the community. And we see the same thing repeated in the Caribbean, see the same thing repeated probably in the UK, and we see the same thing repeated on the continent. So we need to be mindful, and we also need to be principled. And as I said earlier, we need to have higher standards for ourselves, because the level of one of the reasons why I said earlier that Sister Judy and I are resonating. I was having conversations with. I said this. I just got kicked out of one of my high school groups because the people said they wanted to come together to figure out what we could do to make things better for people back home. Most of the people in the group were doing quite well. And so I said, okay, what are the principles in which we're organizing? Right? Are we going to be capitalist? If that's the case, I have no interest in this. But if you're interested in doing cooperatives or doing things that will empower the people so that the people have ownership of the infrastructure, ownership of the factory, ownership of the farms, ownership of the land by the people, not by you individually, I said, I'm down for that. I also asked if they were going to be mindful of making sure that they connect with people, with African farmers, African pioneers, like there's a guy in Benin who's originally from Nigeria who does the zero waste agriculture. They didn't want to connect with him. They were trying to find European or Indian or Chinese people to connect with. And I'm like, what is wrong with this picture? So now they accused me of being racist for asking them why are they not trying to engage with Africans. And they say that I'm now anti everybody else. I was like, no, I'm just asking a simple question. When have you seen an initiative for any group that isn't African where they said, you know what, we're going to make sure that we include Africans in positions? We don't hear that. So if within our own organizations we cannot prioritize ourselves, we're seriously lacking. I also asked, what are you connected to any revolutionary African group? Do you understand how colonialism or white supremacy affects the ways in which we operate in this world? Do you understand that we've all collectively been brainwashed by this colonial nonsense and we need to erase it from our consciousness, or at least be aware that it's there so that we do not end up repeating the same things? They said that we don't want to talk about that all this talk about colonialism, white supremacy, like being anti-capitalism is anti-progress. So this is what we're dealing with, I think. We have people who are trying to be European, or in some cases, they're trying to pretend to be we call them pretendians, because they're trying to be the native people of this land. They're trying to be anything but themselves. And leadership that doesn't want to be who they are very, very dangerous, because they've sold themselves out. So they have no problem selling the rest of us out. So I will leave on that note. We should be mindful, but we should also be joyful and celebrate when people like that don't want us around. You should be very, 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 very worried when sellouts want to hang out with you on a regular basis. It means that you've lost your way.
Thank you so much. Give thanks. Right. We'll go over to Daviska. Daviska, you still muted?
I think it's Davika.
Oh, Davika. Davika?
You're muted. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Greetings.
Greetings. My name is Davika Bisasar. I am from Bonaire. I am also part of the Global African Congress from Bonaire. I am an associate member of CARICOM Reparations Commission. And as we are talking about a 10-point plan, I just want to say is that at this moment, the CARICOM 10-point plan is being revised. very heavily. A lot of work has been done, and it should be out very soon. And the second point about the 10-point plan, I heard a lot of comments about CARICOM and about the 10-point plan. I think it is important when you have these meetings to ask someone from the CARICOM Reparations Commission to attend these meetings so they can explain the progress, because we are working very, very hard. We have a lot of results. So it might be better if you ask someone to attend it from CARICOM Reparations Commission who can give you an update. And then I go to Bonaire. Our objective is to make awareness all the time about Bonaire, and we are not post-colonial like most of the Caribbean countries. We are in the Caribbean, 50 miles from Venezuela. We are a Dutch, part of the Dutch. We are not post-colonial. We are a colony since 2010, and recently Holland Prime Minister Raffair and the King of Holland apologized for slavery, and everyone thought, oh, that was a good thing. But later on, there was a handout of 300 million. 100 million went to Holland, back to Holland, for a museum. 200 million, sorry.
Wow.
Half of it went back to Holland to make a museum. The other half was divided into 3,000 for each one, 33 for Suriname, 33 for Holland, and the 33 for the Netherlands and Antilles, to split in 6 islands. And we were at those meetings, and they told us reparations is not there in their thoughts, but this is just to upgrade or to help make awareness for the Dutch past. So they did apologize, but it didn't come to much in our part. So these are just a few things I just want to say quickly. I was invited by Dobreen. I saw the invitation and I decided to join, but my colleague, Mr. Finis, the president of our organization, he is not, he wasn't aware of the meeting, but I decided to join and to say greetings to everyone. Keep up the good work. Awareness and speaking is very important. And I just want to say greetings and Happy New Year.
Thank you so much for your for coming. And you said that there's going to be a 10-point plan revised out shortly. Do you know if they have if the grassroots of different countries or have been taking part in that?
To understand CARICOM Reparations Commission, we are an associate member. Each independent Caribbean country like Trinidad, Guyana, Barbados, each one have a reparations commission, a national reparation commission, and each one of them have an input in this 10-point plan. Also, us as and St. Martin and some other countries are associate members. So we also have input. But it is also organizations from grassroots from Jamaica, various other St. Lucia, various other countries, grassroots associations are also part of the Reparations Commission in their own country. So, for example, what most of the organizations do have members in the reparation that are not governmental, but as NGOs, our civil society, that we meet in this in the meetings. The last meeting was in Geneva, before that in New York. The second and the third forum for people of our permanent forum for people of African descent. We have met many of them there, and they all represent civil society, grassroots, maroons. From my opinion, I think the CARICOM reparations is well represented in all those Caribbean islands, including the non-independent ones.
Thank you. Billy, Elder Glenroy, do you want to ask, sorry, I don't want to get your name wrong. Is it Davika?
Davika, yes.
Davika, I do apologize. Right, so Elder, do you want to ask Davika something?
Well, not really a question, just a statement, because we do advertise this event, not to yourself, Davika, I have no contact detail for you, but certainly David, Commissioner, Deborah, others that you mentioned do get these WhatsApp messages, whether they decide to act on it or not. This has been advertised for quite some time. And the fact of the matter is, and thank you for the update, that there is going to be a relook at the 10-point plan, because, you know, part of the discussion, and I've not noticed how long you've been on here, has been, given that the response or lack of response of European government, isn't it time for an upgrade, for want of a better word? But you've just said it will be looked at. I was at both of the CARICOM conference in St. Vincent and I think it was Antigua, the next one. And, you know, one of the things that was said in Antigua was precisely what you talk about. Those countries would all set up a CARICOM reparation commission. So for me, that appears to be a means by which consultation should have taken place. And the question is, are grassroots people feel that they're part of that consultation? And I'm not one of those people who sit around and said, well, unless we have 100% unity, we shouldn't be doing anything or going anywhere. You call for activity, you call for engagement, and I believe that you work with the willing. You know, who turns up, we will go with that. Those who want to join later on, then they can do that. I see it as a train. The train's moving. People will join, people will get off, people will get back on, etc., etc. So I'm with the idea that action is what is required. And I don't agree with all the aspect of the CARICOM 10-point plan, because I notice it's very much CARICOM based or Caribbean based. So one of the discussion we're having is that we want to build an international approach to the idea of reparation, taking what's necessary from each region. I don't dismiss all this in there, but very, you know, not a question to you or not a criticism. The idea of an apology being sent front and center, people say it doesn't matter where it appears. I think it does if it's the first thing that's on the agenda. So I hope that will change, and people would recognize that really, it's not essential. You know, if you insist on putting it in there, there should be some apology, to whom I don't know. It's important that the other aspects are activated. So thank you for joining. If you put your contact detail in the chat, we can ensure that you're on our mailing list and receive things on a regular basis. And put it directly to me, and I will send you a WhatsApp if your phone is on WhatsApp. But thank you very much for that. I'm sure others who are still here are grateful to hear from you that there is an upgrade being planned. Once again, thanks very much.
Thank you so much. And can I just ask, what does the BHRO stands for, please?
Yes, Bonaire Human Rights Organization. We are associate member of CARICOM Reparations. We're also part of the United Nations ECOSOC, Special Consultative Status of the United Nations, and also we are part of the Global African Congress group for Bonaire.
Thank you so much. All right, Ifo?
Thank you so much.
I'm sure you're going to get more questions, Davika.
Yeah, I'm curious because I do not know. So this is not. So please don't take this as some sort of attack. I'm just asking because I want to know. What I want to know is the countries, colonial countries, or colonial boundaries, whether that be Jamaica or whatever. My question is: there are indigenous peoples within those colonial boundaries who have not been eliminated, who still exist. My question is, how is CARICOM, in your understanding, have a plan to engage with them, as well as to engage with the various African independent groups that are on the ground, like the various Rastafari groups and others, who are not represented by the state, because for the most part, the state is at war with many of them. So I'm just wondering how the CARICOM is navigating that often tricky thing. Does that make sense?
To me?
Yeah, that was my question. Yes.
That's my question. I can't speak on behalf of CARICOM. Yes, I cannot speak on behalf. I could only tell you that we're a colony and we are not, we don't have dialogue with the CARICOM. We have associate member of CARICOM reparations, but we don't have a dialogue with CARICOM because we are not, the Dutch is the Holland is our sovereign, the Netherlands, and we cannot speak directly with Holland, with CARICOM because they are allowed to speak about us on behalf of us. So they don't speak about any colonial colonized territories. They don't speak unless they are part of the associate members, like for example, US, British Virgin Islands and Angola, and those are the countries that are Martinique that are associate members. There's a difference between CARICOM Reparations Commission and CARICOM on the whole. CARICOM is member states like United Nations. The only member states are allowed to be members. And then they decided for associate members. And the associate members are a handful of little islands like Martinique, for example, British Virgin Islands, various little islands are associate member. CARICOM Reparations is is a branch of CARICOM, but it is headed by Sir Beckles, Hilary Beckles, and before him is Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, and then the CARICOM reparations commissions in all the islands. All the islands that are independent countries are members of CARICOM. Because of our work and our activism and being very, very hard work and making awareness for a long time, they asked us to be associate member, even though we are not a member state of CARICOM. And they do have a few of them like that, a few associate members, a civil society. We represent civil society and not of a country. So I don't know if I answer your question, but I can't speak on behalf of CARICOM. Because it's different.
Yeah, you kind of did. I was wondering, okay, in the island that you're in, and since you're working in a human rights organization,
yes.
I'm presuming that some of the things that your organization would work on would also be indigenous rights.
Yes, 100%.
Yes.
If you understand, they open our borders and the Dutch came in 2010. Now we are a minority, and that minority is the native Bonaireans who become a minority since 2010. We were 80% and 12 years ago. Now we're 32% of the local indigenous people. The local indigenous people are about 80% African, mixed with Indian from South America and Yucatan Peninsula. And those Indians were here, and then the Africans came for the salt industry. Holland brought the enslaved people to work on the salt to improve on to make salt for the herring industry. So we have up to today, it's a Cargill owned this salt manufacturing. They still make salt. They take hundreds of thousands of tons outside from Bonaire every year. So we have a high volume of African descent of about 80% plus mixed with the indigenous Indians. So, and that is what we are fighting for. That's what we are representing. We feel that when the borders opened in 2010 and the Dutch people from European Netherlands came to Bonaire, they changed all our laws, they built jails. We are suffering from colonized attempt. All our tax money goes to Holland. So that is our issue as indigenous people. And that is why I try to represent, to be in more circles to explain Bonaire, because we are hidden from the world.
Wow. And what about the Maroons? Are there Maroons there? Because I know that Suriname has got Maroons. What about Bonaire? Do you have Maroons?
No, we don't have Maroons. No, our island is very flat. Bonaire is very flat. So we have no hills or mountains to hide in.
Right.
So we are very flat. So we have no Maroons. No.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Brother Frank, is this question for Davika?
Davika. Yeah, well, it really is a statement, because what Davika has explained is exactly the failings of the 10-point plan. Because basically, this is what happens when you allow the people who enslaved people, who brutalize, who are exploiting, to then make the decisions. right? Who's asked them for that amount of money? You know, I mean, first of all, I heard that it's the Prime Minister of Netherlands went around apologizing for slavery, etc. I am Guyanese, right? And my ancestors were brought to Guyana by the Dutch. So if it wasn't for the Dutch, we would not have been in Guyana, but they bypassed Guyana because I suppose they said they've abdicated their rights, over to the British because the British then owned Guyana, right? And there's a lot of places within the Caribbean that the Dutch took people to. And because of a struggle between them and England or them and Spain or whatever, these people then became Spanish, English or whatever, right? So they are responsible for a lot of people being in the Caribbean because they transported them there, right? If they've got to pay reparations, they've got to pay reparations to everybody that they took away from Africa or wherever they took them from. They've got to pay reparations for that. And the amount of time. I mean, like for instance, they've got Estatius, they've got you, and they've got a lot of other people that. As you said, because the borders are open now, the Dutch are flooding into there. The land, they're just taking the land. They're getting land from the government. That land belonged to the indigenous people there. And all of the, when you let the colonizers and the enslavers make the rules, this is what ends up happening. If you beg them to make the rules, this is what will end up happening. We have got to, as you say, we've got to make sure that we are in the process. And I don't know. I don't think CARICOM is doing that.
I just want to say one thing about CARICOM. CARICOM never acknowledged the Dutch apology from either the king or the prime minister. And there was a lot of criticism for CARICOM not doing that, but I think it's the same thing they are saying. I don't know, that Guyana and all the other countries that they colonized, they should apologize to, but they didn't. So I just let you know, CARICOM governments never acknowledged that apology.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
That's that correction. Thank you.
The should I say the ID that you used to come today, Davika, you can use it and come next week because we will still be talking about reparation. And if you give your details to Brother Glenroy in the chat, not to everyone, but if you privately send Glenroy Watson a message, then he can get it so he can add it to his list. And thank you for being here. So I'm just gonna ask Elder Joseph if you can give us a final word, and then I'll go over to Sister Judy again, where she will do a final summary.
Well, let me first start saying that I do not agree with the sister in terms of CARICOM. It's as open and so on. I say this. I know the sister. I mean, not in person because she was one of my. She and Mr. Pine, Minister, whatever his name was, on my one of my webinars. The thing about it is, and it's a kind of elitist exclusivism that is taking place in the Caribbean. I mean, in the CARICOM process. I said earlier on today that I only know one person in the reparation committee in Grenada, the head. I know him from long. I mean, he had been on the radio, and when Laura Trevelyan came, like he was one of the people involved. But in terms of, if you go and ask anybody in Grenada who will make up the reparations committee or what have happened, they wouldn't able to. I'm very much involved in at almost all levels in Grenada. I mean, and that is not. I'm also toward the Caribbean. I can't say so much for the Dutch part of it, but I would like you to bring in people like Russ as a factor in terms of what is happening in the Virgin Islands. You see, I don't know. And that's why I think we are falling apart, because certain people have taken this reparation thing and running with it, and left other people out. We need to examine that. So it's like news for me that that they're going to revive the plan. And there are those of us who talk in Grenada about this thing all the time, and nobody responds. I mean, I doubt. I'm not. I mean, saying what you're saying is not true, but I doubt. I have my doubts about that. And there are some people who get to travel worldwide, but they're not in the ground in terms of dealing with this issue. There are those of us who deal with those issues every day, all the time. Not necessarily from a organizational, like the CARICOM thing, organized function. I mean, element. But let me leave that there for now. I would like you to invite Russ, by the way.
Is that
If
your summary, yeah?
If I may
so
say,
I will say,
that I saw the CARICOM reparations revisions, and they are not up to do it. They have done it. It is already almost finished. And it includes decolonization. It changes a lot of things that was missing from it. You remember, it was a very old 10-point plan. So it do have decolonization. It do have, we have worked really hard to put the content together. And the CARICOM Reparations Commission are appointed by governments. So if you are in the government, then they elect you. If you are not in the government, they wouldn't elect you. But they also ask for civil society as associate member. So if you like, you can contact them and ask them. But once you qualified, you can be part of a CARICOM reparations if it's qualified.
No, I mean, I'm telling you, when I even asked the chairman question, like for instance, I asked him a simple question around he was talking about the issue of apartheid, food apartheid. And he tried to pretend that he didn't know about that. Apartheid ended in South Africa. I wasn't asking him about apartheid in South Africa. I was asking him about food apartheid, which is a factor for our people of African ancestry. We are given food that are not good for us. So I'm saying to you also about the environment. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm not, and I have other colleagues who right across the region and even in the diaspora who could, support what I'm saying. So maybe you're one of the fortunate ones. So anyway, let me leave that there. Just to sum up, because we have had a marathon.
Yeah, so if you give us just a summary of
yeah, I think it is clear. I think it is clear that there are holes in this CARICOM plan, and it's good to hear, although I have my doubts, that there's some revision. It also goes to show the lack of genuine involvement of people. Trust me, genuine involvement. There are some people that we know they're involved, but how they're involved is another question. So we need to find a way that unless the people, the energy of the people, like in the Sahel, are behind whatever process, we're not going anywhere. And but when I talk about the whole issue of consultation, I agree that not everybody has to be involved, but as broadly as possible. And this is not the case. CARICOM have been a lot of time exclusive after the fact, behind the time stuff. And maybe for Davica, that's good because they've been not, part of the broader Caribbean in the engagement, just as the Virgin Islands, in terms of what's happening in CARICOM. So it's good, probably very good for her and for people in the Virgin Islands. But those of us in the Caribbean, in the official CARICOM countries, only hear things and after the fact. Look, people in the Caribbean have been concerned about Haiti. CARICOM have been silent over there. By the way, Barbados have decided they're not sending any troops to Haiti because Trump have become silent on that. That tells you something. So I would say good conversation. We don't have to agree on everything. And good that I was asked the task to get the ball rolling for this year. And let's hope that we continue and learn to listen to each other and fully, not just partially as some people do, and then come and talk, say that some of us are talking rubbish and we are not honest. Thank you very much.
Give thanks. I'll pass over to Sister Judy for her to do a summary of tonight's meeting.
Yeah.
Part two.
Perhaps we could thank the speaker. I know we're short in numbers, but thank you very much, Elder Joseph.
Well, I was going to do that after Sister Judy did the summary, but if you wanted us to do it now, by all means.
Yes.
So if we can all unmute and thank Elder Joseph for being here tonight with his wisdoms and taking what other people have said as opinion or facts. So if we can just all unmute and give him a round of applause. Give thanks. Thank you so much. All right, I'll pass over to Sister Judy for her summary. Thank you.
Yeah, I've put in the chat. We do know James Finnis, and I think Devika and I have met. We were at the permanent forum in Geneva in April, but with 600 or however many people were there. I'm not sure we actually got each other's contact details, but we have got people in comment on Facebook who get notice of these meetings. So we do have to look at why are they not passing it on. To go back to my original, or the last point from the last time I spoke, it is about discipline and being discerning. GAC was created in 2002 after the UN World Conference Against Racism. Like many organizations, it's gone through ups and downs and fallouts and reconvening and all sorts. And what we have seen is people who have been very keen to talk about reparations, but not keen to talk to other people about reparations. When it suits, suddenly they will start recruiting people. And it's good to hear that there's a GAC Bonaire, so please keep in contact. Because one of the things that GAC UK has done has been supporting other GAC chapters to form, so we can connect each other to who's doing what and where. We have to be discerning when people come to us and say, after years of not talking about reparations or not doing any work about reparations, and they're suddenly really keen to do something about reparations. It's like with Black Lives Matter, people who were never really talking about racism before suddenly became experts overnight. And they're the ones that are being spoken to, but they don't know what they're talking about. So it's easy for those who actually don't really support reparations to say, but we're talking to so-and-so, and they're telling us they're the experts, so why should we talk to you? A divide and rule exists, is classic. It's not going away. We have to be aware of it and agree how we deal with it.
You're good?
We have people, right? Oh, sorry. Okay. We have people, unfortunately, who do not see the strength in being African and being with Africans. So they're not going to see the need for reparations. We still have people who think it's begging and we shouldn't be begging. They don't see we are entitled. A crime was committed and that crime has to be paid for, put right. The damage has to be resolved. And that is reparations. We can sell it as anti-racism in some respects, but then people forget that there's a difference to reparations and anti-racism. It's good to hear that CARICOM is rewriting the plan, but I'm not hearing where people like Joseph on the ground in any of the countries in the Caribbean who are talking about it and being vilified for daring to talk about it can say it's happening, it's being revised. We can be part of that discussion. What's happening in the different countries is going to be different. And there needs to be clarity about how those people can input. There are people who still don't understand what was taken from us and what continues to be taken from us. And that's why it needs to be people on the ground, not governments who, in most cases, have come from money, will stay with money, will always have money, and so will not know what it is like to be living in poverty. to have grown up without a decent pair of shoes, working the land because you were given no other opportunity, having to fight for an education to get you to be an academic. Okay, let me mute. There are people who don't understand that there are still stereotypes about us that impact on us now, that because of enslavement, people thought and still think that we're lazy, stupid, bad parents, sexually promiscuous, dishonest. And I'm not clear if the re-education of our people through the 10-point plan will include re-education of the oppressors, so that they understand that what they were taught about is not true. So they start to question themselves, so that they accept what was taken out of the Caribbean in terms of wealth is what created British Industrial Revolution, built our big fancy cities and roads and railway and beautiful buildings. If we're not there to say, actually, this is important. Yes, it's important what's happening in the Caribbean, but it has to link back to where the people and the money from the Caribbean were taken. I think I've said already, the Caribbean's not the UK, so there can be different things for the Caribbean. So it's good to look and see what's being done, but we in the UK and elsewhere have to look at, well, what is the reparations plan for us? And that is what is going to be the next stages of this. For me, with Glenn Rose mentioned CPAN, they talk about self-repair. And there's a couple of other things I can't remember off the top of my head, so you're going to have to come next week to find out what it is that CPAN is saying that CARICOM isn't, because CPAN is talking from grassroots, living as African people with the impact and legacies of enslavement. Government to government discussions is different to community and community to government. There is a power imbalance that needs to be recognised so that we can talk to our government and they don't listen. We know we can go to the UN and they will talk to the government and the government will listen. So in the UK, we know we've gone to the UN Committee on the Elimination of Race Discrimination, and they are telling the UK government reparations has to be paid. They have to apologise. They have to talk to civil society. I don't know if any of the Caribbean countries that have gone to those UN committees have mentioned reparations, mentioned the 10-point plan, talked about what they're doing, or if there are other mechanisms where they could and should be doing that. The Commonwealth Heads of Government has been mentioned. We need to remember that that is where government to government talks and reparations has and can come up. In the same way as they didn't want the embarrassment in the UK government of Windrush coming up at the COG. So they hurriedly came together to an agreement and have been trying to do something on Windrush since then. Reparations came up in Samoa last year. They had to change their tune. They had to listen to the Caribbean governments and the Commonwealth governments. So let's look at how those Caribbean governments are taking that forward. So it's not just a PR exercise that goes nowhere. It's good that they're reviewing the policy because a lot has changed since, was it 2013? It's a different landscape. So we need to review where we are now. And that should give community a chance to input. I hope that also means that we talk to our family and our friends in the Caribbean and from the Caribbean, so they take up the demand for reparations. We will not get 100% support because there will always be some with selfish interest who don't want to know, who think they're doing all right, who think it's rocking the boat, who think that it's pointless. They're okay, they don't care. But if we can win a majority or even a very vocal minority, then that is what we need to be looking to, and that's what we work with. And then we build on that vocal minority, majority, and ensure that we stay firm and clear and not get sidetracked into other things. So good that we've got a 10-point Caribbean plan and it's being reviewed. I look forward to seeing that review and to see how CPAN reacts to that and others. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to turn off the recording again, and we're going to go for free fall when we come back. So turn it off.
The recording has stopped.
And here we go.
This meeting is being recorded.
Right. Ifo?
Okay, Davika, I have a question for you. You're going to like this question. My question is because, I'm Isoko from the Niger Delta. Most of the revenue that the colonial country of Nigeria makes is from our land, but all they have given us is polluted land and almost none of the money. So we're in similar situation of your people who have the salt, which is the resource that they're extracting, but the money, the resources are not coming to you. So I haven't heard much about your struggle. So my question is, do you have a website, resources that we can share so that we can let other people know? Because I like to, I have groups where I share about other indigenous peoples and their human rights struggles and how we can support. So I'm just wondering what can we do in solidarity with you? Thank you.
Davika, by all means, you can respond.
You're still muted. We can't hear you.
You've got to unmute.
Still can't hear you. 1 second, I'll send you a request to unmute.
Unmute, yes, thank you.
Okay.
For sure, we do have a website called Bonaire Human Rights Organization.org. Yes, www.Bonaire Human Rights Organization. We have a website. You can find information there. And also, I will, if I have your contact, I can send you some information that we do have that you can share with your colleagues, because that's what awareness, that's what we are seeking. Hello? Yes?
Okay, sounds good. Do you mind putting the website in the chat?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
On my way. I'm doing it now.
Yeah, I've just done it.
Everybody's doing it.
Oh, gosh. We all did it. All right. The next hand was Brother Elder Joseph.
Yeah, I didn't report.
Can I ask Sister Judy, do you want me to still keep the recording on for the after session? Sister Judy?
Yes, please.
Okay. Elder Joseph?
Yeah, well, I wasn't in time to report on Grenada. A few things that you may need to know is that right now, our Prime Minister, Grenada's Prime Minister is in China. He went there from the 11th. Grenada and China is celebrating the 20th anniversary of a diplomatic relation, and he's there. Also, the situation in Trinidad is becoming a grave situation to Grenada and maybe other islands. In fact, there's a video which I'm even frightened to even share where this, I'm told, is a former drug underworld person who say that there will be real trouble in Grenada. The gangs from Trinidad who has escaped law enforcement will escape to Grenada and cause a problem. They also attributing some murders that took place last year as that were ordered by one of those mafia folks who is based in England but has connection with Trinidad and that kind of stuff. So it's a real concern for us. In addition to that, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago has resigned, and or is resigning, and Trinidad will have a new Prime Minister in the person of Stuart Young, who is to be an energy minister. There's a lot of speculation why he's doing that, why the Prime Minister is to believe that he has failed to really arrest the situation, the crime situation in Trinidad, and also that possibility of coming election, the party and he would lose seriously. So rather than face the humiliation, he has stepped down. What else? Well, yes, one of the sisters said earlier that Miyamati have assumed the chairmanship of the CARICOM, succeeding Grenada's Prime Minister, the Commission. And also, MIA, the news said that MIA have decided of discontinue the idea of sending troops to, police or military people to Haiti because, according to them, she said, Donald Trump have gone cold since the Democrats have lost. They have not said anything about the Haitian situation, and Donald Trump, that is not an issue for him. That is not a big thing for him. So we're in serious trouble in the Caribbean in terms of where we go and what we go from there. As Jamaica is here also, two things I want to make people understand that Bonaire airport was enlarged a few years ago to facilitate NATO military planes and so on to be able to take off from Bonaire so that they could attack Venezuela. And we have a situation now where Trinidad, the government of Trinidad, have signed among 5 agreements, including one to the establishment of U.S. military base in Trinidad. And these are some of the reasons why I have my doubt about whether CARICOM is serious about reparation and all of that. They're not interested in the emancipation of our people. And finally,
is it me or is it just you gone low, Elder Joseph? Can anyone else see?
Who has very quiet?
Sorry?
Huh?
Joseph has gone very quiet.
Yeah, I can't hear it.
No, but I don't know. Maybe the phone. Maybe there's a ghost. Maybe there's a jinn in the phone. Anyway.
But anyway. It sounds fuzzy.
It's just gone low. It's just gone low. I don't know if you've turned your head away or something, but it's just gone low.
Maybe it is overheated or so. I think maybe sometimes when it's overheated, because remember I've been on for most of the day. I've been from since after 1 or something else. Anyway, what I was saying again, remind me where I ended up, where I stopped. I was saying that's one of the reasons why I have difficulty believing that CARICOM governments are serious about anything to do with reparation, with unity and the whole transformative, the healing of the Caribbean, because we are opening ourselves for all kinds of recolonization, re-exploitation, everything, what's the purpose of the military base in Trinidad, except to attack Venezuela? And it's very sad. And then we're not arresting the crime situation. It is, by the way, somebody seems to be snowing, huh? Are you hearing me?
Somebody needs to mute. There's somebody.
Somebody seems to be snowing.
Oh, I thought that was your phone.
No, not me.
Who's fell asleep?
I think it's coming from Joseph's equipment.
Yeah, I think let's talk again. Let's hear.
Yes, I say that what I was saying again.
The person's woke now.
Yeah. So not me. I don't fall asleep while I'm speaking. Yes, but the Caribbean is heating up, for all kind of trouble. And a long time ago, since with the expansion of the Bonaire airport to facilitate military type planes and so on, and they're coming from Venezuela. In fact, this week, I think yesterday was the inauguration of President Maduro, and the U.S. doesn't want that. I mean, they had the other guy in the White House. Biden have him and said that he recognized him as the legitimate president of Venezuela. And our Caribbean islands have remained silent. They're not saying anything. I mean, what kind of governments are they? And this is not being, whether you pro Russia, I mean, you pro Venezuela. So it's vice principle. They don't understand the Venezuelan thing, so because of course they want the oil and gas. Anyway, I'll hush my mouth for now and probably say something later on. But it'll be interested for Devika to talk about the plane, I mean the airport.
Right. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'll stop for now.
Okay, thank you. Kwame? Kwame's here from Brazil. Greetings, Kwame. Let's see if he wants to say anything. Oh, and Sister Wangari says she had to leave. Kwame? Right. Sister Andrea. Sister Andrea? Nope. Nobody want to say anything. Ifo, have you changed president or prime minister or something in Canada? Didn't they say someone over there was going to resign?
Yes. The prime minister said they would resign when his party finds a new leader. So now they're jockeying for who's going to lead the party.
Okay.
So that should happen sometime in March.
In March, okay. All right, give thanks.
Could I ask Ifo, is there anything behind his resignation? Because I think
yes.
I know certain people don't give up so easy.
It's called white supremacy, and the conservative folks who want to steal all the resources and kick out all the immigrants. So they've been after him for a long, long time.
So are you saying he's the good guy?
No, I don't like him, but the reasons why they want to get rid of him are not actually legit reasons. They're legit reasons that they could complain, but conservatives tend not to go about for legit reasons. They tend to go for emotional things that are usually not connected to reality. For example, one of the big things is they want they're complaining about the carbon tax and blaming it on the liberals, even though it was a conservative that put in place the carbon tax. But because most people don't pay attention and don't read history, or even recent history, they can continue to pretend as if it was the liberals who brought in the tax, and their followers will just follow them blindly, just like the people that follow Trump. It's the same stuff, just different area code, same foolishness.
Yeah, it's strange I could talk about Trump drowning blindly. I remember they had some Central Park rape, and he put up money for the 5 guys to go to prison or to be hanged when they were innocent, when she lied. So yeah, I'll never forget that. See, all right.
I need to take a quick call, so I'll be here, but I won't be able to speak for a while. But
all right, see you in a minute. Our brother Glenroy.
Yes, greetings. I'm trying to, I've posted several chunks. And Judy, I'm not sure. Okay, Bernard. Number section, the 12-point plan. I mean, obviously, as we get nearer tomorrow, then as we get nearer the next session, I'll post it in its entirety. But it is there if people want to peruse the 12-point plan. It's an there you go. Thank you, Judy. It's better that way. Okay, so it's interesting. I mean, one of the things that we've been battling with founding conference in Barbados, we made it clear that we would use K instead of C in the Africa, right Africa. And it started off well, but you will find as we go through the document that it gets back to C. And what it is, a lot of people are struggling with their computer in the sense of when you type in Africa, they'll change it. The computer will change it. So unless you actually continue to press that will be the problem you go through. I don't know what people want to make of Trump. I mean, we were talking about this the other day, and my attitude is that obviously what people have to do is survive Trump. But also, I think we need to give solace and support to the American people themselves who are going to be living under this craziness for another 4 years. And I think I raised this constitutionally before with a number of people who have not been able to really answer me definitively, and nobody I've heard talk about it. This is Trump's second term, but it is with a break. Is there a danger that he might be entitled to 2 terms, given he's restarting his presidency? Because the reason they brought in the 2-term situation, I think it was Truman or somebody many years ago who had a 3rd term. And it was constitutional concern that shouldn't be allowed to go on regardless. And all the jokes about Elon Musk and whatever become appropriate when you start realizing that I think at the end of his term, he will probably be the same age as Biden, which I made so much great play about Biden's age, but he will be that age. So even if he was entitled to run for a 3rd term, he could do it, obviously, being the person that he is. But the rest of the community, and I'm glad Elder Seedway and Martin, who's unfortunately had to leave, started that discussion around what Trump had said about other countries and other people's country. Because, lots of things should be coming back to bite him, for want of a better word. Not only his relationship with Putin, and I don't know if he said when he become president, the war will be over in 24 hours, or whether it was when he took up office. And it'd be interesting to watch that. How does that work, So I just think that there needs to be a wider discussion on how to survive Trump. Yeah, fully recognize that he will be there. We've been here before. We've had 4 years of that with all the madness that goes with it. Somebody's finally breaking down the behavior and things that he did behind the scenes in regard to wars. They keep giving him this credit about, he's the president and they never started war, which was a lie. He simply wasn't a president who was upfront about it, but all the things that he was doing behind the scenes, etc., should be exposed. But again, the American people have decided, and whatever we think about it, there he is. But what is our plan? How do we respond to what is going on? In Judy's report, she talked about this agreement with China, or the British government securing a trade deal with China. And we know Trump and people in his organization are opposed to those kind of initiatives. Will there be blowbacks about it? Will there be usual mad behavior by Trump? I'm just outlining a few things that I've heard come across in the last couple of days, where, for example, I don't believe Shaman Begin should be, refuse a right to return to the UK. But that's not really for the Americans to decide. I thought it was a British government decision. I agree with that she should be returned if she has criminal issues outstanding here, then she'll go to prison here, etc., etc. But why should it be that it appears the British government are only responding to America? You know, I've got a clip share, which I think I've shared with other people, where a British minister or a British MP, it's a satirical thing, it's not a real MP, where he was caught out about the things he was saying about Trump the last time or in between the last time or whatever. And I'll try and find it and see if I can play it later on. But really, just to put on the table, are people prepared, not now necessarily, but at some point to discuss surviving Trump? We've been there before. We survived Trump and we survived Thatcher. And I think she went for a lot longer than he probably will. Yes, the other thing on the table. Has the CIA improved since the last assassination attempt? And if people were trying to assassinate him because he was in danger of becoming president, now that he's president, is he more of a danger? Why is there no longer any assassination attempt? Sorry about that. I just think of his other years being shot off. Okay, I'll leave it there, Chair. Thanks.
I was wondering, can I pass the chair over to you because it's almost midnight, and like I said, my stomach is still not feeling well.
Sure. Seeing as I'm not in Zanzibar and we're not 3 hours ahead, yeah, I can chair for a little while. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so which one do I? Because you've got two devices.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. If you,
the one that you're talking on the next one.
No, put the other one as host. But I think it's the one that my image is on. Yeah. Thanks.
So,
okay,
I've passed the host to you. All right,
no
everyone, thank you so much for tonight. Give thanks. I'm going to stop the recording so Elder can continue. All right, no, I'll just leave it on and Elder will continue. So I'll see you guys. I'll see you all next week. I'll be hosting again, and I pray that everyone will be on good form as tonight. Thank you so much.
And Danny saying goodbye and
well done.
Love and peace.
Sister Marcia.
All right, bless and love. Bless.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Sister Judy, Elder Sizwe, and then Brother Joseph. So, Sister Judy, go ahead.
Sorry, my system's being funny, so I was trying to find the button to wave before she left. Not sure I made it in time. You asked about Trump. I put in the chat, there was the law passed after Roosevelt, in fact, that says you cannot be elected more than twice to be president of America. I think the discussion that we had was, well, if he's got a big enough majority in the Senate, can he change that law or get that law changed? And I think we said, or I said at the time, the Senate may be a majority Republican, but they like the rule of law. So it would be asking them to go against their principles of the law, the Constitution's the Constitution. So it's unpredictable whether they would or not. But I would be surprised if they would attempt to do that. And I'm sure there was something else I was going to say, but I can't think what it was now. But so, yeah, just leave it at that. Yeah, it's, as the law stands, it's not possible, but laws can be changed. Short answer.
Frank and I was discussing a movie, I don't know if people have seen it, called, what's it called, Frank?
Civil War.
Civil War. And if people haven't, I think it's a quite recent release. If people haven't try and see if you can watch it. It's very intriguing because it doesn't, as we were discussing, it doesn't immediately explain what was going on, but it was about, I think, a president who had broken the Constitution, and as a result, certain states lined against each other. There's lots of undercurrent and backstories. It was from a journalist point of view. But if you get a chance, please try and watch it. Elder Caesar and then Brother.
Yes, Glenroy, I think Donald Trump is not the issue. As an individual, it's not so much the issue as Trumpism, which brings it into the picture a large number of Americans in the millions that support him, and many of them voted for him, but not necessarily from their own decision or decisions. A key aspect of Trumpism is ad hominemism. Ad hominemism. It means, simply put, it's against the person, against people, against the person. But in practice, it's a question of focusing on personality issues of your opponents to the almost exclusive ignoring of the issues and principles and that are at play. And in my efforts to try to understand this phenomenon as it worked in the United States and has worked in other countries, I Googled these questions. Is logic a required course or subject in US schools? The answer is essentially no. I also Googled is critical thinking a required course in US schools? The answer is essentially no. I also Googled the same question for US colleges and universities. The answer is essentially no. So it begs the question, how is the average US citizen educated and equipped to make decisions in the world? Well, the education, as I have said on at least on previous occasions, we're talking indoctrination. So when you have such an individual and such a populace, it's relatively easy to manipulate them into thinking into whatever quotes unquote decisions you want them to make, but they are not really the ones that are through rational analysis making those decisions. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but that has happened in the United States, and it is happening in Canada, and it's one of the reasons why the present Prime Minister and his party has been undermined and reduced to fighting for its survival rather than fighting to posturing itself to compete successfully in the next election, which all the polls indicate will not happen.
But I hear what you're saying, and it goes alongside other people saying Trumpism is a cult, or it's a cult movement, rather than any real political depth to it. But the reality is that the popularism that he created and has is very impactful. You can't get away from that. So the man Trump itself, I think, does have it is a point for concern, and I hear you. The following is an important factor as well. Regarding Trudeau, and I think human being probably always expect there's some sort of scandal in the background or what have you. But we had this discussion around France when Prime Minister thought, or President, or whatever he is, thought the far right was on the rise. He didn't say, I'm going to resign. I didn't agree with his strategy. I thought it was silly, but he did decide that it was called a snap election. It worked. I suppose the far right didn't win, whatever, but it did seem a bit risky to me. Why wouldn't Trudeau do that? And as you say, run the real risk of losing. But, has he tried any mobilization? He does just seem to me he's just throwing his hand up in the air and walking out the room. It really isn't really going to be that much helpful. Greetings, Kwame. I don't know if you can hear me. Sister Marcia was calling you earlier on. Obrigado. Yes, sorry, Elder. Did you want to come back on something?
Yes, I just want to clarify something. When I haven't completed that research in terms of what's being taught in schools in various places, but I would say Europe as a whole does not fare that much better. It does fare better than the United States in terms of teaching the students to think, to cultivate their intellect. Europe is better. In the UK, your Oxford and Cambridge type schools tend to how do you put it?
Indoctrinate.
Put emphasis on the need for that type of education. But generally speaking, so far, I haven't been impressed by any of the countries that have, But okay, let me also say this in terms of Trumpism and in terms of Hitler's Germany. Okay, it was indoctrination that moved, millions of Germans to follow him and to support him and to believe in, quotes unquote, believe in what he was doing. Now, if my memory serves me right, at the end of the Second World War, a number of prominent philosophers, thinkers in the world came together in a conference in Denmark. I think there's a place called Elsinore in Denmark. And the conference wanted to understand, quotes unquote, what just happened in terms of 2 world wars, in terms of millions of people losing their lives and all that, so that conference wanted to look at that. Well, how did we get here? And what can be done to ensure that it doesn't repeat itself? And of course, they came up with a number of recommendations. I read this many, many years ago, so I don't have but I do know that one of the things that they flagged was this very issue of the difference between indoctrination and proper education. And had the citizens of Germany in those at the time had they the benefit of education, a great many of them would not have been so easily not duped, but would not have followed the appeal of Hitler as easily as they did. So
I hear you, and I don't want to prolong the back and forth. There's a few people waiting. I hear the philosophy, but here we are. Yes, you're right. The education is questionable, but I don't accept the American. Well, maybe not. Let me not put myself in that position where I'm saying the education of America is not such that they're more easily able to be duped. That's a very risky statement because it doesn't bear hold up in scrutiny, because what has happened has happened. But I hear you. I'm not sure it's as simple as education, but I hear you. Let me go to Joseph and then to Sister Judy. Go ahead, Elder Joseph.
Yeah, first of all, Elder Glenroy, I would like you to read a book called Gotcha, the Subordination of Free Will by Eldon Taylor. You would have heard gotcha, yeah, it's a kind of one word. Gotcha is a plain word. Gotcha. And it's the subtitle is The Subordination of Free Will. And this book was written over 10 years ago. And I think to this day it's very applicable. How, we reach a stage where people are unable to even think for themselves. The agency seems to have gone away. But having said that, I saw an interview, and I'll see to try to find it, where this seasoned journalist who worked for the time with the New York Times, and he written quite a bit on Trump, who is warning of the danger of a return of Trump. And some of the things that he did, he broke down some of the factors that would support Trump, Trumpism, as Caesar would say. And part of it is that the number of people who have a fifth grade, who operate at a fifth grade level in America, having not read and all that kind of thing. And I can see some similarity in the Caribbean. So when you have people don't have that capacity, and all they know is the next commodity stuff, the next consumer item stuff that they want to get or they're not having, then you can play on them. So I would support you in the sense that we could have some conversation maybe after the inauguration and the thing on your 3 series, your plan on reparation is all the way. We could probably have something on that because the world is out for trouble. Bearing in mind, the guy is making threats to almost everybody. Greenland is one, Canada is one. He says they have to get back the Panama Canal. He said that one of the things that caused Jimmy Carter to lose because he gave away $1 trillion business, said that the greatest infrastructure that was ever done. But he didn't tell the folks that Panama was a creation of the US. They had Panama secede or rebel against Colombia and form the country of Panama so that they could get the canal. People don't understand how history unfolds. And then I think Carter, being the kind of person he is, felt well. And then, of course, the canal was kind of being a little problematic for them, decided to hand over, to return the canal to Panama. He said this was never done. And like how, when Britain realized that they couldn't really continue profiting from Hong Kong, they gave it back to the Chinese. And Portugal with some of the island, I forget the names, the Portuguese island, gave it back to the gambling capital of the world, to China. So there's a lot of factors, and I think that's where we need to, in addition, we must intensify our understanding of the referendum issue. We must also intensify our understanding of what it means to be African, and which includes studying Haitian, the complexity of Haitian history and so on. but also from an international point of view, what is unfolding as a world? Because he will go at Africa. There are two statements I saw. One from a general, Emil, some time ago, that state basically given an intent of what the U.S. and it doesn't matter which government is, which party is in power. The military still have a big stake in terms of how things they run things to a large extent, and people may not know. The Pentagon is the only department that have an office on Capitol Hill because that's where most of the transaction on a daily basis. 11,000 and more transactions take place there, military stuff, whether it's from service and all kind of stuff. So, and they funded the election. I mean, the people engaged in the military business. So all of that would play into factors. So we could see some theater, military theater in the Caribbean. Panama is going to be one of those places. In addition to Venezuela, Ecuador, Trinidad, the base is there. I mean, so it's all for trouble. And the thing about it, people taking it for joke, and maybe so they took it Hitler. So we're in for some trouble, but I think we should study it so that we not get caught up. I think, unfortunately, those of us who were trying to point out the danger of a Trump return were not listening. I mean, was not listening to it because for now, one has to put out more effort in terms of dealing with that Trump. Whereas, I mean, of course, the other side is almost equally evil, but the kind of tension that would come about with Trump. Remember the first term, almost every week was a problem. Everything, and this time he would not. They asked him a question whether he would rule out taking back the Greenland by force or Panama. And he said he cannot give a commitment for that. We cannot talk about that because, I mean, one way or another, they have to get it. So the other thing about it, you asked about whether he could return to, whether he could get a second term. And there's mixed sort of response to that. Some people think maybe eventually no, because it would conquer, his first term would conquer one and blah, blah, blah. But there are others who said, based on what is happening with the Republicans, where they've been, and I said that a couple of weeks ago, that the conference of the states, where there are more and more states led by the Republican parties are voting for a conference of the states. And once they have about 23 in the bag, 33 something already in the bag, if they get more, a certain percentage, then it's recalled and they can change the constitution just like that. I agree with George when he said that who said that that it might be difficult with the Senate and so on, although, I mean, Trump seems to be having his way in terms of, I mean, people are, either frightened or just acquiescing. So there's a lot to, he said also that some serious pardoning will be done in terms of the people in Capitol Hill to try to justify it, even at the state. So we're in for a very serious situation. Maybe one might help us is like for instance, disaster like in California, so, because I mean nature, and I think I said it earlier on today. The battle between capital and nature, nature may have the final say, but the whole ethos is that the guys have to get the money, whether it's to oil or to arms. There was a letter written by, I think, some civil society organizations to the Senate asking them to not support Trump's to deport people from the Caribbean. Let me see what happens from there. Because as far as those folks are concerned, he's serious. Grenada was mentioned in some kind of communicate that Grenada, Bahamas, and the Turks and Cocos Island, he had approved governments, although we have not any, I think it said that Turks denied it, or Bahamas said no way, but Grenada also denied this, but we have not any pronouncement by the government to be the base, to be areas that like with Kigali, with England deported people and so on. So we are yet to see what will happen. And a lot of trouble is we're making.
Yeah, but Elder, I wasn't really. I mean, the situation with the Senate and Congress and so on being what it is what it is, and if they can manipulate that, then obviously they do. What I was really asking about, or the reason I put that on the table, is that, for example, he didn't have 2 terms. He had 1 term that was broken, and basically he's restarting. So I don't think anybody's really addressed it or really think, what if he says this is my different term, 1 term, and I will have a 2nd term. It just I think I put on the table, and clearly, yes, congressional manipulation and whatever you could take place as well. And indeed, emergency near the end of his term could lead to him declaring a state of emergency, and he has to carry on. There's all kinds of little games to play, but I was thinking in terms of
he
but
didn't put 2 terms. Yeah, but the thing about it that there's different opinion on that. Some people think that it can continue because would like you starting afresh, from this time. And some people are saying no, so the jury is out. And then of course there's the other option where the conference of the states, once they get the amount of Republican state voting in that it could happen. And then again, Trump told the folks that to Project 2025 that they wouldn't have to vote again.
Yeah.
By the way,
I wasn't including that, but yeah, that's also something on the table, isn't it? So there's all kinds of little machination going on.
It's not the first time that the United States is coming on that kind of thing. In the 30s, and David Least talked about, they actually banned the book. I'm sorry I didn't get a copy of it in 1981. There was this, when DuPont used to be a big seller of arms to the government, to the U.S. government. He had contacted a couple of senior people in the army to stage a coup, and they were in train to do that. But there was a disagreement either on the amount of money, and it fell through. But the information was sealed off, and someone who was doing some studies one time in the Library of Congress came across, and they wrote a book, and the book was banned both in Canada and in the U.S. A farmer in Oxbow, Canada, Oxbow that is in Saskatchewan, actually showed me the book. I held it in my hand, but they banned it. He told me he couldn't give me a copy because that's the only one it has. So that's a top secret in a way. So it's not the first time. But had that happened, the U.S. would have been a dictatorship like any Latin American country.
Well, let's watch it. But it's about, for me, surviving Trump. Sister Judy. Oh, by the way, Judy, do you recognize this T-shirt?
No, I can't see it from here.
Okay, it's an old Nalgo T-shirt.
Is it?
Yeah, it's let me see if I can show you the back. Probably won't turn out, but yeah, it's got that logo about only he who has a chain knows how to break it or something like that. But yeah, okay,
the one with the foot.
Yeah. Well, no, 2 arms.
That's a zine. That was a zine's time.
Yeah, well, it is. That was when I purchased it. And you guys were at Camden Centre or whatever. Sorry, go ahead.
That would be now, though, so it's even before Unison. So that's over, over 30 years.
Yeah. Gosh. It's a collector's item. And just to say, anybody out there who saw the clip that I was referring to with the Labour MP, it was a satirical thing. It wasn't real then, but just being asked about their relationship with Trump's and what they were saying. I'm still looking for it, and hopefully I'll be able to show. Go ahead, Sister Jude.
Okay, what I put in the chat was the 22nd Amendment was ratified in 1951, states that no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. Doesn't say in success, so was it consecutive terms or anything like that, but they can't be elected more than twice. So the fact that he's had a gap means, as the law stands, he cannot be re-elected. Unfortunately, for instance, Senate can change the Constitution, so they could try and change that. Another awful scenario would be if his successor made him vice president, then that successor would have to watch their back, because if he gets or she gets killed, Trump could step up and become president again. As you say, if he can find an excuse to declare a state of emergency, that again could extend his term in office. What we are hopefully looking for is him to be so awful that people realise anything is better and that he doesn't get voted in again, but people have bad memories. But I think he is just so awful that it's hard to see that there isn't somebody that could be found that would be seen as being better, but you never know, unfortunately. What I'd actually put my hand up to say was that Elder Sisway, who's not by his chair, was talking about doing a search on is logic taught in schools in America? And I think there was something else which I didn't catch what the second thing was. I'm not sure those are the questions that you need to ask, as in those terms are not necessarily going to get you what you need to hear. Okay, let me come back to that. Let me finish on.
Okay, all right, because
let me. There's something else I was going to say, so let me come back to something on Trump.
Go ahead.
And I'll come back on the Sisway's question if he returns. Trump is. His inauguration is the 20th of January. That's about, what, 3 weeks away? 2-3 weeks away?
1 week.
So we could look at having a CIS after he's been in office for a couple of weeks to see what he's got up to in that time. What worries me is the comments that he felt safe to make beforehand about Africa and migrants eating pets and going to build the wall, and now he's been re-elected. That will probably make him think he's even more popular, rather than a black woman, an African woman was so unpopular that she would have a hurdle to climb to beat him. But he will come in thinking he is God's gift and he can do as he pleases. So hopefully he will mess up enough times. It's one of the things I found interesting this week, which is not UK news, so I didn't share it, but it's in our Facebook group, GAC UK Facebook group. The California fires, they had help from other countries. They brought in firefighters from Mexico. Now, aren't they trying to keep Mexicans out of the country? But when it suits them, when they're desperate, they bring in Mexican firefighters. We've got a whole lot.
We may be part of the people trying to be deported after he takes office.
I've got a whole load of posts about Trump that I'm trying to hold back on until we get nearer the 20th. That reminds people of the character of the man. So I'm not going to spoil it by saying too much now. But I suspect that lots of other people will be doing the same thing and actually reminding people of how awful he is. That anything that he does that is seen as being wrong or against any group, there will be people that will pick up on it and make sure that everybody knows. He will not have any means of hiding his little indiscretions because everybody will be watching him. Some thinking he's brilliant, some knowing he's not and wanting to be clear. They want the world to know all of the bad things, all the wrong things that he does. And it is really scary that he's got the finger on the button that could destroy this planet. And he doesn't seem to have a filter, doesn't seem to understand. And appointing people like Elon Musk, who are ramping things up as well, just makes it that much scarier this time round than it was the first time round. Okay, Sizway's not back, so I'm going to say what I was going to say. The research you do will get a response according to the questions that you ask. I'm not sure Sizway is asking the right questions. What I think he needs to look at is the PSHE syllabus in schools, which is your social education syllabus, where they would be more likely to be taught about logic or to use logic. The other one that occurred to me is the contested histories that teaches logic, in that it would look at two conflicts. So for instance, I'm not sure if it does Russia and Ukraine because it's so new, but they would look at those two conflicts, get students to look at what happened on this side, what happened on that side, why has it got to this situation, and what could be done differently to avoid it. So it's those contested history classes. And I remember enslavement is one of them. There's a third topic that they look at, and I can't remember if it's World War II or something else. But that is where I think you would find teaching about logic, that it wouldn't be a curriculum heading of teaching logic. That's it.
Okay, but is it that we accept the premise that, as Elder Sizwe put it, that the studies seem to be suggesting had people in Germany before the Second European War being more educated, it could have avoided the support that they got in the end. And I'm not sure I follow that or agree with that, because here we are in a more enlightened time, shall we say. I'm not saying they're more educated, but more people should have access to more information than they currently do, or would have done in the 1920s and 30s. And yet we've ended up twice with a president that, should we say, is somewhat suspect. So is it about education? Is it about experience? It just, to me, it cannot be as simple as educating the population. The education of the population is important. I mean, it was a joke thing that somebody put on the GAC list earlier on about, why do I need to go to school, and put in this thing about being manipulated and so on and so forth. But I'm stretched to really say or accept that simply having a better educated population will prevent the wrong person getting into power. But it sounds simplistic. I'm sure that's not what we're discussing. But popularism, and I don't want to even say charisma in relation to the subject matter, but popularism, I don't think it is a product of or a counter to somebody being educated. The clever people are conned. The clever people are victim of con artists and so on and so forth. Educated people are victim of con artists. In fact, the scenario suggests that people see the elite, certainly in this country, toughs and what have you, as easy prey than the man in the street or the man who's streetwise. So, I think hopefully you heard what Judy was saying about the premise of your research, if you were going to do that, LSD's. So the floor is yours, Cameron. Go ahead.
Sorry, Glenn. Roy, my hands kept dropping down. And the
okay.
more you guys talk, the more and more what I want to put.
Yeah, well, you haven't spoken for a little while, Frank, so let's see if I'm sure don't mind. Go ahead, Frank, and then let's see and Judy.
Yeah, I heard Joseph mention DuPont. Now, DuPont to me sooner or later we'll be hearing his name where Trump is concerned. But this is a particularly nasty person. The episode that Joseph was talking about is where they actually put up, I think it's General Baker to run for president, right? But fortunately, he was actually working on behalf of the CIA, and so that plan got scuppered. But if you look at DuPont, he's in charge. They set up the black shirts, right? That actually killed Malcolm X's father, etc. And he is a particularly nasty guy. Sooner or later we'll hear his name in the back of Trump's election. Now, you said that. I think Judy mentioned something about he's not electing Kamala Harris because etc. She's a woman, and anybody brother than him. That's exactly why Trump was elected. Biden was actually a terrible president. The only fact that Trump is there that it's deflecting, but he was a very particularly nasty guy. He is, Just look what he's allowing to happen. He's been selling all kinds of weapons to Ukraine. I mean, they're making money, but it's not. They're doing a lot of serious nasty business with it. Gaza, etc. Again, Biden's in the back of that. Now, would you elect him again? And I suppose it's just by default, same as our bloke here, Starmer, is by default. People are fed up with what's going on, so they didn't vote. The Trumpites kept voting, and that gave him his landslide. So basically, it's by default. Now, because he's got such a big majority, he can, and I expect them to try and change the Constitution so that he can keep going again. And I suppose when he's finished, he'll probably hand it over to Elon to carry on the good work. But by that time, I don't know what position the world would be in, because I know that the whole world would be fighting against America, because this is what happens when an empire is about to collapse. They get rampant, and people have to unite to get rid of them. And this is I expect. I don't see disaster upon disaster happening. But if the world do not unite against the crap that's going on in America, the empire will do anything it can to keep itself going. Cheers.
If I miss for a little while, I'm going to the provision person that just stopped at my door. So, but I want to make a contribution when I come back.
Okay, Elder Joseph, two people ahead of you, so yeah, should be all right. Sister Judy and then Elder Caesar.
Come in.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna mute Joseph. I'm not sure if America would change its constitution to allow Musk to stand. He wasn't born in the USA, and that was what they were trying to say made Obama not eligible. So it'd be interesting if they were willing to change the constitution to make him eligible. We've also got a rumor that he's going to stand as Prime Minister for the UK. Well, you don't stand for Prime Minister in the UK. So I didn't share that because it's just so ridiculous. You stand for a political party, and as the leader of that party, you become the Prime Minister. So I don't quite see how people think that Elon Musk could be standing for election as the Prime Minister of the UK when we've only just had elections, not even 8 months ago. So we're unlikely, and with a huge majority, they are well likely to serve their full 5-year term. I think he is a British citizen. He's got dual citizenship. Maybe it's South African and American. So he's not even a British citizen in order to be eligible to stand. But we'd have to look at the rules and see what they are. I don't know if you have to be born in Britain. Probably not, because what's his face? Bojo was born in America. Sorry. Boris Johnson was born in America.
And Winston Churchill.
And right. So, okay. So then to be British Prime Minister, you need to be a citizen. You don't have to be born here. So Musk has got a better chance. But he would still have to find a political party with a big enough membership.
He's got one.
To get a big enough number of MPs. What, 650 MPs? You'd have to have 320 MPs.
What Mike is saying, Judy?
He's only got 5, and they're all falling apart and running away. So
what
it'll be
Mike
fun
is
to watch
saying,
them shenanigans go on.
well, the membership reform is overtaking the Tory, according to Farage. So,
Membership does not translate into seats, clearly, because he's only got 5 seats. The Tories have got a lot more than that.
The investment, he's willing to put millions of pounds into it.
Well, but if it's foreign money, so he's not allowed. Okay, what I was going to say was...
Wait about...
Okay, you can educate people. You can try to educate people. But if that was the case, for instance, what happened in August in the riots in the UK probably wouldn't have happened. And there wouldn't be people who still think it's true. You wouldn't have people who, despite all of the information that is out there saying what happened about the sexual grooming gangs and who actually are grooming young girls in the UK, they won't believe it because it doesn't suit them to believe it. So you can tell people what refugees are fleeing from and coming to the UK, how few actually get to the UK, how little money they get in benefits when they're in the UK compared to citizens, what skills they bring, and so why it's actually a benefit for migrants and refugees to come here. And there will be some who will still think, I'm white, I have priority, you shouldn't be bringing these people in. The fact that these people have qualifications and so looking around the room, a lot of people in Britain are as thick as 2 short planks and wouldn't be able to get jobs even if there wasn't competition, is irrelevant to them. The fact that I was reading a post where it was an asylum, it was a refugee organisation putting up a quiz about what do you really know about refugees and where they live, how they come and what it's like when they're here. And this person who was posting somehow changed refugees to immigrants and started talking about how he lived in this immigrant community for 30 years and how horrible it was and how nasty these people were. And how these people were trying to get him out of his home. And I'm sitting there reading his post thinking, it's probably because you're a racist. And you're automatically assuming because somebody like me has a different colour skin to you, I must be an immigrant. Well, I was born and bred in this country. I've paid more taxes than he probably has in his lifetime. But because of the colour of my skin, he would assume I am an immigrant. And therefore, the reason why they might have been trying to get him out is because he was bullying and harassing them. But consonant dissonance, people believe what they want to believe, and it is very hard to shift those views. Some will want to be racist and have no problem and no embarrassment about being racist, and there is very, very little that we can do about them. But hopefully it's their children and grandchildren that we can reach, their neighbours that we can reach. And it's those people that we need to focus on changing the minds of, giving them the education so they sometimes can get granddad or grandmother to see actually what they're saying is a load of nonsense. Or just to shut up and stop talking. Don't post on Facebook when you can't even string a sentence together, but you're complaining about educated migrants coming in taking your job. I will leave it at that.
All right. Elder Sizwe and Joseph, if you could just hold on a second. I found the video, but also I want to share a cartoon. Just for thought purposes, what do people think of this cartoon? I don't know if you can see it clearly enough. And just to be clear, the tiger appeared to have chopped off one. Who's that? Danny.
I've muted them. Go ahead.
Just want to. Oops, sorry, wrong. Yeah, just want to put the cartoon in people's mind. The tiger is obviously the one responsible for cutting off one of the donkey's leg, and he's offered him a crutch. And the partner of the donkey and the donkey itself look very grateful to the tiger. Whether the design is that he can see that his leg is on the grill being barbecue or not, I don't know. But certainly the idea is that the person who's chopped your leg off is now assisting you and giving you a crutch to carry on your life. The other thing is this video that I was talking about. Let me now see if I can play because I can't get the audio on here. Hopefully I can get the audio on this. Bear with me. Audio. Oops. Okay, now I'm having a problem with the audio, my audio, so I'm going to play it. Can people hear that? No?
Oh, can't hear that. Can't hear that.
Hold a second. Let's pull it up. Okay. Now,
but I do remember the video. It was good.
Yeah, it does. It's not going to work from here. Try again. Now, what I'll do is, if I'm going to send it to you, and Judy, a number of people, Frank, one of you can play it.
Sure, I can do that.
Okay, I've sent it to a number of people. Anybody who is able to play that. So we'll go back to our list.
Quick question: did you send it to on WhatsApp or you sent it on here?
Email.
Oh, okay. No worries. I'll check.
I'd assume they would have
you have my email. You have my email, but
I do comment, but I haven't sent it to you. I've just sent it to Judy, Frank, and Ifo. But I can send it to you if you want. Let me just check. I have you.
Have you got it, Ifo?
One moment, I have to check, but my email is not on this particular computer.
Okay, let me check then, because it is on mine.
If you just send it to me in Zoom, I can open up in a second.
Joseph can't seem to find yours.
My address you might have is FOTG 2021. FOTG 2021.
Yeah, start again. What is it? Fully.
FOT. Like the initial for Friends of the Earth Grenada. FOTEG 2021. TEG 2021. The initial for Friends of the Earth Grenada. Friends.
Yeah. Let's not get into that at the moment. Yeah. FOTEG 2031. Yeah.
2021.
2021. At what?
At gmail.com. Yeah.
Gmail. Okay. Should be with you.
Actually, okay. I got it.
All right. Okay. So, Judy, Elder Seedway, and then when you're ready.
The recording has stopped.
Okay. Okay. Not sure why we did that.
Yeah. Glengo,
This meeting is being recorded.
Go ahead.
It's with some hesitation that I am belabeling this point. In so-called educational institutions, schools, colleges, universities, there's a lot of things go on. There's just straight provision of information to the students, information. There is provision of information that's in the form of whatever is the conventional wisdom. And there is straight indoctrination. And vestiges of all those three sometimes intertwined. Now, for all those, the student really needs only to use their mind, their brain as a sponge. During the lectures, at teaching time, you soak it all in. And at exam time, you squeeze it out. Now, when I was in school in the UK in the 60s, if you were to do that in any of your courses, the highest mark you're likely to get is 65%. Especially, I was in the social sciences and in the humanities. And to get a mark that's higher than in the 60s, 65%, there has to be evidence in your response of thinking for yourself, of thinking, your own thinking.
Not just repeating what you've been
Not
taught.
just regurgitation. Now, the point that we need to be clear about is that the type of education that's needed for people to think for themselves, to be able to think for themselves, is the type that you're likely to get from being grounded in logic and critical thinking and those types of courses. Now, I will admit that for students that study the sciences like math, chemistry, physics, biology, medicine, those sciences, they're less likely to be candidates for this type of indoctrination. They're not free of it, but they're less likely than students that are in the humanities and social sciences. But it's a phenomenon that's worldwide with so-called education. I mean, you go to a number of the Middle Eastern countries and so on, and some other countries, that, my gosh, that's all there is indoctrination. So you can have a lot of people out there that are well educated, but can't think for themselves. So that's the point, and it's a point I think flagging. Yes. Yes.
But I mean, I think the thought you're putting on the table really is about whether education would prevent these type of situation we have here. I mean, you threw out a bit about the possibility or the thought process suggested maybe proper education, what happened in 1920s, 30s in Germany wouldn't have happened.
I guess yes, but with the caveat that that's the only chance we have of people when they go to vote for them to be the real decision makers of their choice.
Yeah, but can you point to an example, that says the reason why, I don't know, Switzerland has never, this is just off the top of my head, I don't know if they ever have, but the reason Switzerland has never elected a far right candidate and whatever, something of that nature, because at the end of the day, and we're discussing theory. I don't think we're discussing hard facts. But
if I should come in here.
Okay, but just let me land. Let me land. Are there any examples that can be shown that says, and again, it's theoretical, not proof positive. So, if you hold that thought, Elder Caesar, Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah, in response to your question to Switzerland, one of the things that Switzerland does is that
I wasn't putting Switzerland as an actual thing. I'm just plucking it out.
I was just saying one of the reasons why that may not have happened. They have a lot of referendum for almost everything. Is they said that one of the country that have referendum for a whole set of things, so everything got processed. A lot of things get processed through referendum. So that is one thing, and there's coalition there. But I was going to say something in relation to why people do those things. In Germany, for instance, in the 30s, you had people that were doctors, lawyers, and others who actually believed that the Jews were animals, they had tails. And Hitler propaganda chief Joseph Goebbels was able to work on those things so that people actually believed that, even though they were doctors and lawyers. And you saw something similar in Rwanda, where for months and months they were saying that the Tutsis were cockroaches, and so by the time the thing the outbreak took place, doctors, lawyers, priests, and everybody was in the killing spree. So you could get a whole nation, and that is what's troubling about America, is that even some of the less, people could get involved in possible mayhem. And don't forget, Hitler had said one of the ways to defeat the enemy is to get him to be the agent of his own destruction. And there are many ways to do that. The Financial Times did a study, not the economics, did a study in which they tested people to see if people made decisions other than that what was set up. They did made some offers, where it made something look a way, like they would be beneficial, and they knew what decision the people would make, and they did it all the time. They made the same decision that the organizers of this research or stuff had arranged to happen. So people think that they are their own agents, or they think about most of them. No. No, they just have to put in certain words, certain feelings, certain images, and people do what you want. Like puppet on a string. And I think this is what Eldon Taylor was talking about, the way we have been dumbed down. You call it subordination of free will, which is very dangerous.
Okay. I think Ifo wants ready to play that clip now. Go ahead.
Yes, I am ready to play it, but I also have a comment. I have the misfortune of going to university. I studied computer science and engineering. And if you see this sort of racism and sexism that Africans and women are experiencing in the sciences even till today, I would argue that the so-called sciences do not do a better job of preparing people. In fact, they tend to be the worst because they usually do not have any social training on the social sciences. So they tend to think that ideas like gender don't matter. They tend to look down on Black people because in the sciences overwhelmingly doesn't show you anything positive that Africans have contributed to science. My head of department in university told me that I did not have the mental capacity to understand computer science. And he said that to my face boldly and did not even think that he was saying anything problematic. So I think the whole institution of colonial education is highly problematic, and it's especially been so since, I think it was around the 60s when the US government employed one of their generals to redo the education in North America because they found that the students were rioting and resisting too much. So they wanted a system that would prepare them to be able to be like soldiers, not ask any questions and just follow. But that's a different story for a different day. I will play the video. It's really, really short. And then
Ifo, just 1 second.
Okay.
Just to make the counterpoint in terms of what you just said, math, let's just take math as an example.
Mm-hmm.
To do math correctly, as students, they have to be able to work in a certain logic. 1 + 1 = 2. No argument. 2 - 1 = 1, and so on and so on and so forth in terms of math. And to some extent, that also obtains in some of the other sciences. But by the time you get all the way to the humanities, then the opportunity for a high percentage of what you're studying, of your education being indoctrination, presents itself. Okay? So
that's the theory that's been the opposite of my experience. And the experience of most racialized people in tech.
Yeah, but where have you discovered in education that 10 - 7 is anything but 3?
It depends on the color of the person telling you that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's have the clip and then come back to the discussion.
Let me play the video, and if you guys are not interested, if you're at the point where you want your brain to rot, look up Terrence Howard, where he tries to, and there are people who believe him when he's lecturing at universities, telling people that 1 × 1 is 2. But yeah. Anyway, I shall share this video. Where we go, share away. I pick the video, share sound. Boom, you should all be able to see it now. Yes, I believe. And I'll hit play.
Again, what are your thoughts on his emphatic win? Well, look, obviously, I congratulate Donald Trump on his victory, and I look forward to working with his administration over the next 4 years. You've got some bridges to build with him, though, haven't you, given that in January 2017 you said, Donald Trump is a neo-Nazi and a disgusting sexual predator, God help the United States. The Prime Minister and I have already had several meetings with President Trump in order to maintain a healthy relationship that benefits both countries, and I think that's what's important right now. When you met the President, did he mention this tweet you wrote back in March 2017 when you said, how can anyone spend time with Donald Trump and not come to the conclusion that he's an unscrupulous, egotistical, misogynistic fascist? God, I hate him. What I'm focused on is making sure that our strong working relationship with the United States continues under President Trump and his team. Even though you said this in July 2017, Donald Trump is contemptible, vile and odious, a tornado of corruption and depravity in a flappy blue suit. He makes me sick. Donald Trump is a man who speaks as he finds, but I think that it's important that we find some common ground in the national interest, and that's what myself and the Prime Minister are focused on doing in the coming months. So presumably you no longer think what you tweeted in December 2017 when you said, anyone who tries to forge working relationships with Trump is an unprincipled, morally bankrupt charlatan who should be treated with contempt and total disdain. I don't care who you are, if you want to work with that fascist monster, you're a piece of shit. The transatlantic relationship is one of the most important relationships that the UK has, and I don't think that bringing up tweets that I posted several years ago should have any bearing on what we're trying to achieve today. Even though you said in January 2018, oh God. Don't ever forget these things I'm saying about Donald Trump. Seriously, if you find me reeling off some spurious bullshit in years to come about looking forward to working with Donald Trump because he's been re-elected, God forbid, then take it as read that I've sold my soul for the sake of my political career and should be kicked in the face for the rest of my life by the people who voted for me. So much has changed in 8 years, and I think that it's incumbent upon us to extend the hand of friendship to President Trump for the sake of national and financial security. Okay, if that's the case, perhaps you should also change your profile photo. Oh, shit.
Oh, that was awesome. That gets me every time. Anyway, who's up next? I think Sister Judy.
It's a classic. Hold on to it if you've got it.
I forgot I wasn't hosting. Go ahead.
It would have been great.
Judy,
I'm not sure if that was the way that I got it. I'm not sure if I could actually find a link and share it, but maybe if we've got a title to it, we can Google it and see so that others on the call can get it. That is
sure.
so good. And I'm sure some of us can think of who we can imagine say exactly that are being caught exactly in that situation. What I put my hand up to say is that one of the things I learned at university, Polytechnic University, was what we learned before the age of 5 sticks with us and is very hard to lose.
Definitely.
So if you're told African people are one way, usually something negative if you're white, that is what you believe. I remember a friend of mine saying that she was somewhere public, like an airport or somewhere, and this child sees a black person for the first time. I can't remember if African, Asian, whatever, but it's the first time this child has seen somebody who was not white. And the parents dragged them away rather than let the child interact with the black person. So it was a positive experience. It became something they were told off for. So for that child, a black person then becomes something that caused them trouble. So in the future, it will affect how they react to black people. And I think people from their own innate racism or fear of how you deal with black people or not knowing how to deal with black people don't realise how important it is to just let children engage with others that don't look like them, that don't act like them, as long as it is safe to do so. The discussions kind of brought up 2 situations for me, and I'm going to repeat, they're part of my trauma, but I need to say it. I started on a maths degree in London in late 1970s. And the automatic assumption when I signed up for, like, you register, you're accepted on the course, but you have to physically go and sign up on the first days of before you can get into the lecture rooms and stuff. And the person who was signing me up, who must have been somebody fairly senior in the maths department, there to answer any questions that we would have had as new students, she insisted I couldn't be called Judy Richards because I was signing up for a maths class. I must have an African name. Yeah? So that was her stereotype. I moved to Brighton, was on a computing course. There were things, I had 3 maths A-levels, but part of the course was you had to do the maths course to get your marks for the year. And that's for people that were coming into computing but didn't come from maths. So I accepted it. I wasn't bothered. I wasn't getting myself to class early. So I turned up particularly late one day, according to the lecturer's viewpoint, and with my head wrapped, which I didn't usually do, but I had my head wrapped. He made some comment in front of the class about, oh, you're late because you've just come from Africa, have you? Which I just like, don't care, don't need to be here, wasn't bothered. But others on the course were furious. So we lodged a complaint. And I never turned up for the course again, for that particular class again, because I knew I've gotten 3 maths A-levels. I can pass it without thinking. So I could pass that exam and not have to do the work. But what about somebody who hadn't? Somebody who had to turn up every week and face this racist man who wasn't removed from the course, and racist students who were saying, we had a teacher who was, I think, Iranian, something like that, had a strong accent. I'm not even sure we asked exactly where he was from, but what we were dealing with was a white student saying, he's got such a strong accent, he shouldn't be here teaching. Yeah, there's those educated people, so-called, with their levels of racism that you have to deal with. And according to where you are in society, you're going to get different people, different types of racism towards you. And sometimes the hardest thing is when you're in a minority, because not many African people get to university in those days or got to certain courses in those days. So it's not like you can turn to another African in the room and say, did that really happen? Was it my imagination? Is there something going on here? And if you do turn to them, it's not automatic that they're not hiding it. They want to achieve, it didn't happen to them, they don't want to know. So academics are not always the best people at dealing with other human beings, but take pity on those that are having to deal with what can be absolutely horrendous situations designed to destroy you because you're African. I don't see the figures for Asians having that problem. It's still assumed that as African people, we can't be intelligent enough to do qualifications, especially when it's science rather than arts and sports. Well, even with English, they will mark you down. And there's statistics left, right, and centre that I can find, survey after survey, 5 years after another 5 years, the same thing. Africans are marked down. They assume we're not clever enough. So when we submit our papers, they assume you've stolen it from somewhere or somebody's written it for you. And they do everything in their power to get you out. Which is why I actually even stopped applying for computing jobs, because with a name like Judy Richards and a CV saying I'm born in Essex, when they're looking to have women in computing, I was a godsend to them until I walked through the door and they suddenly realised it's a black woman. It was making me physically sick. The tension of walking through that door and not knowing what they were going to do to me, how they were going to react. And that's one of the reasons I got into race equality. If I can't do what I want to do, I'm going to at least try and help the next generation or the people coming after me to have a better chance of not having to break down those barriers, because I have broken them down to some extent as a race equality officer. So it really hurts me. Over 50 years fighting racism in this country from when I was a child, I admit I was young when I started, and things are still bad. And you go to international conferences, UN, and the same things that we deal with in the UK happen in America and Brazil and Europe. And it's now that we're coming together at international level that people are seeing, actually, we've all got it bad. But we're not yet at the stage of saying, okay, we've all got it bad. What are we doing about it? How do we unite? How do we not undermine each other? Talk against each other, just follow white patterns of behaving, UN patterns of behaving, and look at who we are as Black people, whether African, Asian, Chinese, whatever, and find a way of connecting and talking and sharing and supporting, so that you may be the only person in your area, but you know there's a sea of people at the end of a WhatsApp group or a Facebook group that you can turn to and say, this is what happened to me today. And they won't say, oh, did that really happen? Are you sure? But they understand and sympathise because they've been there themselves. And even if they haven't been there themselves, they do not doubt you when you say, this is my lived experience. Sorry, rant over.
No, that's right. Hold on a minute, Joseph. I want to get back at some point with the theoretical discussion around education. Yeah, but Frank, you figured out that if you speak with your hand up, the machine will take it down. Yeah. I think there's a little warning that comes up there that says if you've spoken, whatever. So keep an eye out for that. Frank, then Ifo. Frank, can I, after you, Joseph, and I'm just gonna take it as it is. Frank, Joseph, and Ifo. I'm just gonna make myself a cup of tea.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to talk. Not even talk about, just to point out its hidden colors, where NASA had a group of black women, who can actually calculate the speed of or the variation of movement in a space capsule shooting through space, quicker than computers, but because they were black. They had it's a horrible picture to watch, and they wanted to rely on the computer. The only thing is they couldn't fix the computers, so the black women had to fix the computers so that they could do the calculation that the black women were doing anyway. And if you Hidden Colors, if you haven't seen it, have a look at it.
Yes. You know, Frank. Yeah, there are a few movies like that remind us that of the technological contribution, especially African women have made. But I just wonder how impactful it is on those people who are obviously set in their racist way. What conclusion do they come to when they're faced with the fact that here are stories or here are incidents of African women making those contributions? I mean, I remember we did the Black History, African History Month 1 year on Sunday International, and we started talking about things like the radar that was invented by an African woman and so on. Now, you would have thought that kind of thing is fairly public knowledge. First heart surgeon, person who invented the blood transfusion vaccine and all that. It is there as information, but it's not educating the globe, because we still have that situation where precisely what the story that Judy would mention would happen again. So it's not about the quality of the information, I don't think, because Hollywood produced these things. I don't know if anybody's ever looked to see what was that thing? I forgot what the name of the movie that you're talking about the calculation. But has anyone said, is this a
Hidden
blockbuster?
Figures, Hidden Colors.
Yeah, but did it win any award? Did it bring it greater to the attention of the American people or anybody else?
Yeah,
So
basically, it brought the attention to the black people, and so that they can.
Well, we say that, but it's like saying that Roots actually brought home the horrors of enslavement, and they refused to replay it. I think you got one series, and then there was a new one I think was created, and then that didn't last very long or wasn't as big a hit. But as far as I remember, the series Roots were only run once. I mean, it may have been rerun, I'm not sure, but I only remember seeing it once. And people clearly deciding, no, we're not going to show it again. So it is something to throw on the table. Elder Joseph,
the black the black route, so we have to be thankful for that, because it woke a lot of people up, a lot of black people, by most of the black organizations showed that series, so whether the whites care about it, but
we have to produce it ourselves, really. If we can find it, we steal the copyright. It's like the real McCoy. People have said the BBC have prevented themselves showing it.
Releasing
I make you wonder what work is being done to try and undo that. Elder Joseph, and then Ifo, and then Judy. And comrades, I know we usually go on endlessly, but you need to think of a time that we might naturally close. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, the late and former Secretary of State, U.S. Secretary of State, Colin Powell, I think in his autobiography, and one of the books I read about him said that one of his challenges was people with locked-in thinking, and he said, for instance, if a person trained as a surgeon or a engineer, they tend to think only in engineering or in doctor type thing. They cannot see outside the box. They cannot extend their thinking or broaden their thinking. And I think when we were speaking earlier about the CARICOM thing, this is partly the problem, and the people who are entrusted to help to promote those kind of stuff. And I see it all the time as somebody who's training community development and have some level of social work background. You see where people have no concept, the functionaries in government, they organize things in the wrong timing. Just imagine government people would come and organize something at 2 in the evening. Well, people had work. They want people involvement, or even if they have it later on, they might have it at 5. When women are home preparing supper and things for the children and preparing the children to go to bed. And then they complain people not involved. I mean, especially women. Women are not given a proper thing. Or else, if women have children and they need child care, so they're not provided for them. So all of that, because those folks are only thinking in the logic that they were trained. The other thing about it is said that we human beings think that we are logical, but we are not logical. We are biased. We have biases that impinge or impact on us every time we go to make a decision. And I first came across that with in a report that was done on some jurisprudence law, something to do with the law and from the Commonwealth. It was done in Nepal, and different people gave address, including a judge from New York City, former appeal judge. And he said most time people end up trying to please the public, the judge, because rather than apply the rules of the law, and because they want to be in favor, and maybe not most time, but all the time, they get that bias, that is societal bias, affects them. And he was saying we are not immune, lawyers and doctors and so on, are not immune from the societal impact. Or conditioning. Even though folks might try to say that they're neutral and so on, no one is neutral. You could be trying to be fair. This personally I try to do fair rather than neutral. I can't be neutral. I just thought I would share that. Huh?
Yeah, thank you for that. I was saying, I know you're on different time zone. Who else is on here? Okay, I think everybody else is in the UK. But that we should think of a time, certainly for me, 2 o'clock UK time is a good time for me to go. I'm going to make that cup of tea I said I would. Ifo and then Judy. Go ahead.
All right. 2 things. One, I hope it comes back to me because it was when Elder Joseph was speaking, and I thought, oh, yes, I have to say that. And then it completely erased from my mind. So I have no idea what I was about to say, but just imagine I said something very brilliant and profound about what Joseph was saying. Okay, now I'll go on to the stuff I actually remember. The movie Hidden Colors or Hidden Figures, one of the things that they added a few things because they didn't want the white people to look bad. They added the scene of the white man who insists that they provide the washroom facilities for the black women. The women who were actually at DASA said that never happened. That the whole time they were there, no white person did anything to try to help them to deal with the situation, the dehumanizing situation that they were dealing with.
Sorry, Ivo, I've seen the film. I don't know if everybody else has. You might have to explain.
Okay, there was a scene. There was a scene that they put into the movie where a white man goes and removes, like he angrily removes the sign that says, no, it was either whites only or something, and that was when the women were allowed to go to the washroom. What I have heard from the women who were actually working at NASA at the time said that that never happened. But the folks who were doing the movie did not want it to look like all the white people went along with what happened.
I'm going to take you back a step. It was actually, that was the result. The starting point was the toilets for the so-called coloured women was in a completely different building.
Yes.
So they had to go to another building, regardless of the weather, to use the toilet and then come back. And then they were receiving complaints because they were leaving that workspace for too long.
So the objective,
supposedly.
Yeah. So the objective,
they would have to do that.
Yeah. So the objective and the concern wasn't about the segregation. In fact, after they, even if we took the movie as it is, after they've had their pee or whatever, the segregation continued. So, you're right, Eva. I believe that would be the kind of game they will play of trying to induce a white hero who would, you could physically see him getting a sledgehammer away from, I don't know, smashing down the signs and whatever to show how he's fighting to bring equality. And they do that a lot of little, what's it called, editorial license that they will do like that. And reality
they always
is,
add a white savior.
Yeah, people were subject to that for a long time. Sorry, go ahead, Frank.
No. I'm saying it's always based on a white savior. This one guy will look and say, well, it's all right by me, so why shouldn't it be all right by you? It's always some white guy there who saved up.
It's like this, and I always call it Frank Bruno theory, effects, where you may have heard this story about an airline passenger who's some obnoxious white woman is refusing to allow her to sit next to her and whatever. And then the stewardess, i.e. the angel with her wings, will go and speak to the captain, God or Jesus or whatever. And the outcome of the story is that not only did she put the racists in their place, actually took the black person into first class so they can travel away from this racist person. And this thing about the story has always surprised me, how the victim never says anything. All he has to do is just sit there, and this white savior of the stewardess will come and save him, and the captain will, and it's designed to say, don't resist, don't do anything.
Don't do nothing.
And we will be given your reward in heaven. It's basically the message and whenever I see... Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Eva.
I saw a video just last week of African American guy who was at the airport waiting to get in line on the plane, and a white woman rudely comes in front of him and cuts in front of him in the line and pushes him away. And so he tells her, you need to back off and you need to get back in line. And she is taken aback because she's not used to black people speaking back to her. So then she starts to cry. And the airline comes up and they try to console the woman, and then they ask what happened. And so they get the whole story of what happened. And then they ask the black man to calm down. And he says, why are you asking me to calm down? Wouldn't you be upset if somebody pushed you? That's technically assault. And secondly, why are you consoling the person who not only broke the rules because you're supposed to follow the lines, but pushed me aside? This is wrong, and you need to deal with it. And they told him, because of his attitude, that the airline felt unsafe
and raising the voice.
And they wouldn't allow him to fly. Now, so you can see the difference in their reaction to a black person or an African and to a white person. They're comfortable with the white racist who doesn't want to sit beside the black person, so they will accomplish that by sending the black person apparently to first class, but they would not kick her off the plane.
No.
And that's what I like. The stories, I look at them and I'm like, this is messed up. Similar to, I'll end with this. I saw a story of another woman who was talking about her experience in Hollywood and how she got into a lot of places because she had a name similar to Judy Richards, so they would realize that she was black until she got there.
Until she turned up. Yeah.
Yes. And then she said sometimes when they realize she's black, they will not even bother to give her an audition.
If you listen to...
But the part that pissed me off was then she spiritualized it and said, God provides for you what's supposed to be for you. So if they decided to be racist towards her, it's because God didn't intend her to be in that part. And then the white guy that was there was saying, yes, God provides us things. And all these people that are talking about racism and how race affects people, that we just need to just keep on trying like this woman, and eventually you will succeed. And it's all good.
Or your reward in heaven. There's another cartoon that I think people should have seen, was where this cartoon character was preaching to this African person, either a man or a woman, looked like an athlete of some sort, and basically telling them how white people are exploiting them. And the idea is somehow this image is that this person will stand there, listen to this, and like a 20-minute, 30-minute video, that actually the person does nothing, doesn't and who's so I'm thinking to myself, so is that supposed to be black people just sitting there listening and being lectured? It was just extraordinary. Judy, you got your hand up. There was something else I wanted to raise before. Go ahead anyway. I don't know if it's a legacy hand or you're still muted.
Sorry, I thought somebody was coming back in. No, it's not a legacy hand. I'm fascinated by African history, by Black history generally, but especially African history. One of the things that I do, if I get the time, is in Brighton do British African history, because it is so rare. So when I came across a Facebook group where, again, it was commenting on some anti-racist, diversity awareness, whatever course or event, and then they're all the usual racist, oh, these black people have never invented anything, why are they having Black History Month, blah, blah, blah. So I told them some of the things that African people had invented, like the refrigerator, the ironing board, the pencil sharpener. And they came back with, oh, they weren't inventions, they just improved things. It's like, what? Yeah. So ignorant. They don't want to hear, they don't want to know. But there will be some who were following that discussion who I hope will have picked up on something. My trade union, Unison, has a policy of what they call proportionality and fair representation. Proportionality basically means if we have 70% of women in the union, then 70% of positions should be filled by women. I think we're actually probably around 80% of our union because of the nature of the work, public services, school support staff, social workers, some nursing or health staff and so on are predominantly female workplaces. Fair representation would be for other, like Black groups, disabled, if you're a technician in a particular field, for instance, so that's a bit vaguer. If we have a training course or in events and people socialise afterwards, the policy is you do not automatically say you're going to a pub, because we recognise that for women, for Muslims and certain other communities, that is not an acceptable space. So you don't put people in a position to say, I can't go there. You consider where you socialise that is actually open to other people who may not be like your white working class male that a lot of trade unions have as the majority. We pay childcare and carers expenses. So if you have to be away for a couple of hours and somebody needs to pick up the children, it can even be a relative. That was another big argument, but it can be a family member who picks up the child, looks after them until you've finished your training, your meeting, whatever, and you go and pick them up, and they get the going rate for that. Same if you're a carer for somebody with health issues, you can get carers expenses. Most of those things, if not all, were because Black members started it. We got fed up with a particular ethnic group. Sorry, I'm looking around the room before I say Asian men who were effectively saying we don't have any Asian women, we don't have any Black women. Can we please have the 6 seats for our branch all filled by men? People said no. You've got to find one woman, and then you get 3 votes, because you could have 2 men, 1 woman. The other 3 can come as observers. That's fine. They get speaking rights, but they don't get a vote. Magically, these men were able to find women to come to the conference to get their maximum number of votes. But it was Black members who put their foot down and said, no more, we're not having this. We know there are women out there, and you've got to include them. The other thing, which is definitely something the trade union does, but try and avoid, is if you're in a work situation where you have to lose pay because you're attending a meeting, you can get a letter from your employer saying, we have taken this amount of money off your pay because you're going to this trade union meeting, and they will then get the money back from the union. Now, I don't know how often that happens or how easy it is to actually get that, but that's the principle that our union operates on. And I know that not many unions behave like that, but it shows it is possible. If people are really serious about equality and look at their members and what the barriers are for their members in turning up for meetings, then you can come up with solutions. And we're not a particularly wealthy union, although we are the biggest in the country again, I think. But membership involvement is important. And so the structures are in place to ensure that members can be involved if they wish to be involved. You then still have the problem of people who will use the fact of childcare or hours or travel or whatever as an excuse not to get involved, and you can't do anything about that. But if you put into place the structures that means it's easier for people to take time out of family, life, social commitments, whatever, then you've got a better chance of them actually being actively involved in what's going on. And that, for me, is one of the reasons why I like the idea of a universal basic income, because it would mean everybody would have something to start with that would be enough to then apply for other benefits if need be, but give people the chance of being able to live the life they want, have the resources to do that. And if they want to go and earn more money, let them go and earn more money. But start out on a level playing field of what money comes in. Whereas at the moment, we seem to have a government where it's rumoured that even disability benefits they're going to be cutting because it costs too much. Never mind that people are applying and getting these disability benefits because they're disabled. There are things they can't do without specific money to help them. Adaptations, whatever it is that they're needing. But the mentality of capitalism is that everybody has to be working, everybody can work. And so if you're not working, you must be work shy. Not actually, some people are really not able to. And some people I wouldn't want to work with. I'd rather be on long-term sick leave than coming and making everybody else around them sick because their attitude stinks and their behaviour and whatever isn't for a workplace.
But you know what? Even under the Tories, which would have thought would be an easier target when they try to cut disability benefit, it's to actually, you know. And sometimes people are just, to be quite honest, really shy about or frightened that they can't prove their disability, because that's some of the trick, isn't it? Because doctors can contradict that. But one thing I never noticed in any of these attacks against disability people is anybody saying, well, are they suddenly going to be cured? You know, is it that you're saying somebody who, you know, and I think the current one is for example, COVID, or the long COVID, any medical assistance? Because it's all very well that your desire is to stop people being off sick and being claiming benefit, but what is it you offer as an alternative? I can't really see. But also in your thing, and Ebony and Frank is still on air. What we got with London Transport, at least, was that there's a distinction between trade union duty and trade union activity. And if you are conducting a trade union duty, even if it's representing another person in a hearing or attended, and we are actually very successful on this, equality conferences, not conferences, equality advisory committee. And we started off with, say, Women's Committee and Black and Ethnic Minority, as they used to call it. And then suddenly we had youth, we had LGBT, et cetera, et cetera. And the company said, well, hang on a minute, you know, we only agree to so many reps you could have. So we said, well, are you suggesting we should discriminate against all the new ones coming up? And which should it be? Should we make sure youths are not treated in the same way, LGBT? And of course, they could never decide, or we told them, well, you tell us which one you won't release and the union will have to cover it. But I don't think we got down that far. Elder Joseph, before I forget, the last clip you played in your presentation, it's probably not something you would have noticed. The MC had a hat, a Union Jack hat. And I don't know if anyone noticed, you know, for me, people who at my age in the UK, where the National Front and so on were running rampant, seeing something in the National Front or a Union Jack hat is quite alarming. I don't know how old that clip is, but they were basically displaying the use of the right-wing racist organization in the UK. You know, if you get a chance, have a look at it. It's the guy that introduced the performer as he's leaving the stage. You can see his Union Jack hat.
He probably might not even be. He probably might not even be Grenadian. Might be Trinidadian. It's some Trinidadian.
He had a Union Jack hat.
Well, sometimes people overlook that in such activities. But you're right to really spot that.
But what I noticed is in Zanzibar, there is lots of that. Now, either people just send their friends reversing mirrors or what have you, or little flags they put in their van. There's lots of Union Jack around, and I haven't decided how to approach people about it. You know, I love when I see Man United T-shirts, but not so much Arsenal. But anyway, that's another story. Ifo and then Ifo.
If I
and
can
then,
continue just for a minute, I made a decision many years ago that not to wear anything prominently promoting not just advertisement, United States advertisement, but even especially USA. So I don't wear the T-shirt at all, or but it depends on how conscious you are, and some people don't. They see. For instance, I've never worn a T-shirt of the New National Party. Not because it's what it's represented from a Grenadian point of view, but because it's a creation of the Republican the United States. That's part of the legacy of the invasion.
Yeah. That would be the message of that said. But things like baseball hat. Never mind whether they got "Make America Great" or not. I think people wear baseball hat. I'm thinking that's what comes to mind, especially if it's a red baseball hat. Imagery is successfully been implanted in people's mind, and I'm very much conscious of it. Ifo and then Elder Caesar. Comrade, don't forget my suggestion or concern about 2:00. But go ahead.
Which is like 20 minutes from now, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Two things. When Sister Judy was talking, it reminded me of in the so-called Americas, the Asian, mostly Chinese American community, had been fighting to get affirmative action removed from some of the colleges because they felt that too many Black people were getting in. So they successfully got that provision removed from some of the universities. And then the funny thing is the number of Asian students who were getting accepted at some of those mostly white institutions now drastically dropped because the Chinese students had assumed that the white people were only discriminating against Black people. They did not realize that they were also getting in due to affirmative action. And now those same people are trying to fight to get it back because they say it's not fair that the Chinese people have not been allowed to enter the universities in the same numbers that they could before. So it's really, really funny when people don't really think outside
the box.
Yes, because they're so focused on trying not to have Black people there, they don't realize that those rules were also protecting them. I think Harvard is one of the universities that's been affected by that.
All right.
In the United States, one of the problems.
Hold on a minute, Joseph. Hold on a minute, Joseph. Just Kwame. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't think you've said anything or given a report. So if you do want to, let me hear Elder Joseph, and if you want to say something.
I wasn't finished with my part though.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, if you hadn't finished, go ahead.
My second one was when Sister Judy also was talking about experiences in school with
university.
Yes, I studied for an exam. I studied computer science. Did a midterm, and it was one of those times where I'd studied so well that I was extremely confident. I went into the exam, wrote the exam, finished in record time. I think it was like a 3-hour exam or something, or 2-hour exam. I was done in 30 minutes. I reviewed all my answers twice before I got up and handed it to the professor. The professor presumed that I had given up. So he failed me. I got a 47 out of 100. So I thought, maybe I did not understand these things as well as I did. So I booked a meeting with him after we got the exam back, and I went to see him, and I said, can you explain, can we just go through this thing so I can, because I felt very confident, so maybe I obviously misunderstood something, so can we go through this? So I asked him each question what the answer was, and whatever it is that he said was the answer for the question was almost exactly identical to what I wrote down, which means that I should have gotten a 90-something in that, not a 47. So I asked, why did I get a 47? He said he just assumed that I didn't know what I was doing, so he just put zeros on each of the things. This is a midterm that he's marking. So then I said, well, since now we've established that I actually have the right answers, can you give me my full mark? And he said he has a policy that he doesn't give full marks when he reviews a paper. And I said, I don't give a damn what your policy is. But if I write the correct answer and you tell me that I have the correct answer, I have been around universities long enough to know that you have a responsibility to give me my correct mark. Now, if you assumed I was brilliant and didn't look at my answers and gave me 100, I don't have a problem with that. But I have a serious problem with me writing the right answers and not getting my marks. He refused to change that. I had to fight this all the way to the head of department. They said that I was just causing trouble in the school. And so I was kicked out of the university for challenging a professor who didn't want to do his own damn job. So I had to fight to get back into the school. And then also requested that somebody else teach. I waited until someone else was teaching that course for me to take it, and I avoided him pretty much till my last year. This was in computer science, which is supposed to deal with logic. So the idea that magically people in sciences or whatever are more objective is pure friction. They're equally as racist as anybody else. Especially when it comes to anti-Africanness. When I graduated, there were lots of other Africans who told me that they dealt with that as well, and that's why they switched out of computer science, because they couldn't take the abuse that they were receiving. That's my story for now.
But I mean, in the UK, they had a situation where psychological questions were being constructed in tests that were deliberately, if your English wasn't your first language, for you to misunderstand the question, to give the wrong answer. It was psychologically constructed, and they knew people would end up giving this answer when they wanted that answer. You know, it's quite scientifically constructed, and made sure people didn't pass the exam. And these were, and this is a grown-up thing in our railway industry, where they didn't want people to become train drivers. They deliberately constructed tests that made sure they didn't pass. Elder Joseph, you wanted to say something, and then Elder Caesar.
Yeah, I was just interject another aspect of that. You know, it said that one of the things that they used to do in the United States to discourage African American voting, they would ask them stupid, outrageous questions that had nothing to do with the possibility of voting. So a lot of times the African American might not understood what they were asking for, or so on. They would fail them, prevent them from voting. But I had some particular experience. I think it depends on if you're confident in yourself, you could overcome some of these others. I was part of an international Canadian organization that facilitated exchange program, cultural exchange program. In fact, I was a beneficiary. When I mentioned I was in Canada in 1981, when I found out about this, DuPont and so on was attempt to overthrow the U.S. government was doing that, but this was one such time. I became later on, about 10 years later, 9 years later, I became the one who was running this program in Grenada. And what they used to do is that for every 3 Grenadian, every 3 Canadian that we accept, they give us 1. And I got my people in Grenada to agree with me that this is not fair. So whereas they deal with the Africans and others, for every 3, the Africans and then go on, I was getting 2 Grenadians for every 3 Canadians. And then if they have, an additional person, like for instance, they called me one time, there was a group that was supposed to go from Quebec that was supposed to go to West Africa. And they couldn't, same thing didn't work out, and they couldn't cancel those people. So they asked us in Grenada if we could facilitate those 2 additional people. So for that particular year, we had 5 people. And I said to them, if we're taking 2 more people, you have to give us one more space. And they asked it because they didn't have a choice. I mean, you know, sometimes we have to have the confidence to know how we could negotiate. I mean, how we could really leverage. Our advantage, the advantage also because they wanted us to facilitate these two people who wasn't unable to go to West Africa because of whatever, and I wasn't prepared to have them inconvenience me without getting something out of it. And we got an additional person going to Grenada. It used to be a 3 month, basically 10 weeks, 3 months experience. When I went, it was actually 3 months, but then it became a 10-week activity. What used to happen is that the Canadians used to use that as a means to get into foreign service because they could claim they had, overseas experience. That was one route. But you know, before you mentioned about this person in America who was treated with their life, there's a guy in Canada, a Nigerian guy. I'm not too sure where he lives, but he has an organization, School of Greatness, and he have a organization also called Diversity and so on that promote diversity and thing. And he did a video how he was mistreated, and because he's a very confident person, he and another person, and they actually filmed the thing. So in the end, they missed the plane, and he insisted on being compensated. I mean, getting some alternative because they were just going to leave him just like that. And his name is Alex Ahama. He wrote a book about leadership, is about greatness or something like that. He's somebody maybe you might want to get to know in Canada. But I mean, sometimes we forfeit our chance to set things right.
All right, your volume dropping slightly.
No, I said that sometimes we
no, I heard you. I heard you. I just am telling you the volume went a little bit low, but it's still audible. It's still audible. Before you come in, Elder Seasway, whether people think this guy is a joke or whatever, and you talk about it's not Trump so much as Trumpism or whatever. Do Canadians seriously see Donald Trump bypassing Canada to go all the way up to Greenland when he could just take over Canada and then he'll have a land connection to... Surely there is some discussion in Canada about what the new relationship with Trump will be, because as I understood it, Trudeau is responding to what he sees as a challenge from the right, and the right might win. I think we had this discussion before where somebody was asking, is the right-wing person that I think came up on social media a real serious contender? But if Trump, what Trump is planning, he goes along with, I find it difficult to see how he will bypass Canada. Must be some strategy about Canada. Do you have any idea what that might be? Go ahead.
Well, let me respond this way. Among a lot of other things, Trump is a clown. Clowns usually work in circuses and other places. And I myself, I like to go to a circus, but it's for a specified time. You know, it's a 2-hour deal. I go, I know where I am, I know what the deal is. And when the time is up, I go back to my world of reality. And unfortunately, many people, again, regardless of their educational level, etc., fail to make that distinction and will respond to anything, particularly if it's projected at them through the media. And had Trudeau's father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, been in office, he would not have responded to that comment, Trump taking over. He wouldn't have responded at all, or had he responded, it would be with a one or two word quip that would put Trump in his place. The danger with Trumpism is it's almost like the emperor's new clothes. It's for the rest of us, it's for a lot of people deal with a clown as though it was not a clown. And that's a huge, huge danger. In his first term, his first 4 years in office, Trump was the laughingstock of the whole world except America. And what has changed? So I wouldn't take any right-thinking person would not even heed that comment from Donald Trump about Canada. The other thing comes from my experience. In 1963, I hitchhiked. Actually, I cycled. I cycled from Birkenhead to London, and from London to the South Coast. And I think it was Folkestone. From Folkestone to Ostend in Belgium, and from Ostend to a place called Bergen-op-Zoom. That's in the center and the central part of the southern part of Belgium. And I think my memory could be Holland. But anyway, my first stop for that day was to be a youth hostel in Bergen-op-Zoom. But the wind was in my favor and the land was extremely flat. And in no time at all, I had arrived in Bergen-op-Zoom, shortly after noon. So I decided I will continue on to Rotterdam, which was supposed to be my next leg. So I continued cycling, and halfway through, the wind direction changed, and it started. It changed, and it started raining a bit, and even though the land was still very flat, I couldn't make much progress, and it's the worst experience in the world, because if you're going up a hill and you're cycling a bicycle, you know what's giving you resistance. But you're seeing, a very flat surface in front of you, and yet you're not making progress. Anyway, long story short, it was about 2 or 3 in the morning when I limped into the outskirts of Rotterdam, dead tired. So I deposited my bicycle in the first gas station that was open, and I took a taxi to the YMCA, which was supposed to, there was a youth hostel there that I was supposed to embedded for the rest of the day. Now, I slept right through that day, till the evening of the same day, you know, from about 4 in the morning, thereabout, to the evening of the same day. I was sleeping in the bottom bunk of a 2-level bunk bed. It's a dormitory. There are lots of beds and so on and so forth. So I woke up in the evening, sort of tired and slowly waking up, and I could hear all these American accents. You know, young people milling about the place, and I listened. They're talking English, but it was an American accent. And eventually, I woke up enough to look around and see what's happening. And just about all of them were featuring Canadian flags. Canadian flags on their shirts, Canadian flags on their knapsacks, and so on. And the story goes that America was, or what Americans were so disliked, and Canadians so liked, so loved, that the Europeans in those days gave them 2 different treatments accordingly. And the smart young Americans knew well enough to try as much as possible to subsume their identity under a Canadian identity so that they can have an easy time in Europe. Okay? Now, the problem is that that piece of intelligence, as it were, was, and I believe still, how do you put it? Not widely publicized. It's almost like there is a conspiracy not to mention it. Because I discovered long after that experience was that the same thing obtained for years and years and years after my observance of it in 1963. So the point of all this is that it's absolutely important, both as an individual and also as a group, and in this case as a country, to know who you are. To have that proper sense of yourself or who you are, and therefore no one else can come and spin whatever and have you take it seriously if it in fact does not respect your sense of who you are, and so on and so forth. So that is key.
And also not only who you are, but who you represent in the globe, or how people see who you are.
Who you are, what's your metal, what's your possession, what you have, what value, and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, as I say, it's easy to take a candy from a baby. But a baby, but by the time you get to an adult, you should have a sufficient sense of not only who you are, what you are, but what your possessions are and what your entitlements are, and therefore equip yourself accordingly. But in terms of Donald Trump, I said Trumpism, it's
well, surviving him is the thing. But that's thank you for that.
It takes sanity to survive Trump. Nothing else. Sanity.
I wanted to ask Kwame, from his perspective, and anything else you want to tell us about what's happening in Brazil, because the whole story of Bolsonaro's allegations seem to have gone quiet. It's as if somebody got some headline out of it, but Bolsonaro's just either slipped away quietly, or there isn't any substance to the story. So I just wonder where things are with you, and how are they welcoming the election of Bolsonaro's mentor, re-election of his mentor in the US? So go ahead, Kwame, the floor is yours. Sorry, Judy, just after you come up. Go ahead.
Okay, but I can't waiting for talking after Judy too, if she want.
It's okay to go ahead, Judy. Yeah, let's go ahead. It's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
By the way, Kwame, if you'd rather do it in Portuguese, my partner is Portuguese. She could translate with you in a few minutes, but if you can do it in English, that's fine.
Eu posso falar em português? Tem alguém aqui que fala português, é?
She's on the phone right now, but in 2 minutes she can translate for you if you want to.
Okay. I will start in English and after I can speak in Portuguese. So, here in Brazil, the left make manifestations 2 days ago in 80 of January, because 2 years ago, after Lula winner the election and start his government, the Bolsonarism, the group, to Bolsonaro elections, the group starts the go to parliament and broke the windows and something like happened in USA in like Congress too, something like that. But here in Brazil, the left make this date to protest against this right, far right. Yes, it's far right, né? Extrema direita é far right, né?
Yeah, far right.
Yeah, okay. Your brother stay here if I can speak.
Just one moment. She's unfortunately.
Okay. Do you tell me when he?
I'll tell you when she's available. Judy, you want to go first, and then I'll have the Portuguese translation ready in a moment.
Okay.
So groups around Brazil make manifestations pro democracy, and tomorrow here in Sergipe.
Kwame, if you could hold on just a little while until Ifo says he's ready. Yeah, we'll hear from Judy.
And maybe in other states, this group will make a meeting, a presence.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, Judy.
Okay. Tomorrow here in Sergipe and maybe in others places in Brazil, we'll have a meeting to think about the futures of this. Fight for democracy against the. Maybe I will a meeting with the sindicatos. How can I say sindicatos in English? Working class.
Trade unions.
Yes, trade unions. Tomorrow the trade unions will make a meeting together with the social movements to make an agenda for these years, for the next months. Yes, this is what is happening in Brazil for starting this report.
Yeah. And are the syndicators in a position to put any pressure on the authority to take some action about what happened in regard to Bolsonaro?
Yes, there is. I don't know what exactly is happening in this part of judicial
process.
Recently have
okay, Kwame, sorry, my partner is here, so you can do Portuguese if you want.
Certo.
He's trying to tell us
Qual o nome
something.
dele? What is his name?
Name.
Speak.
Hello, olá.
Olá.
Olá, fala português?
Ah, sim, eu falo. Qual o seu nome?
Diana.
Diana? Ok, sim. Diana, eu sou Kwame, sou do Brasil. Eu estou contando aqui um pouco como é que está a situação no Brasil, uma situação política, sobretudo, em relação ao ex-presidente Bolsonaro e a tentativa que ele fez de golpe há 2 anos, em 8 de janeiro. Confirm your speaking language. It sounds like you might have switched to different language, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Ok.
Yeah.
Então, Diana, eu estou contando aqui algumas coisas sobre o contexto aqui do Brasil. Eu falei um pouco dos protestos que os grupos de esquerdas estão fazendo. Amanhã haverá uma reunião dos sindicatos e os movimentos sociais aqui na cidade onde eu moro, em Aracaju, no estado de Sergipe, no nordeste do Brasil, mas eu não sei se ocorrerá também em outras cidades, isso eu não tenho certeza, mas talvez esteja acontecendo isso. A esquerda aqui no Brasil está pensando...
Se quiser parar só um momento para eu poder transduir o que estás a dizer para o resto do grupo.
Ok,
mas também compreendes o inglês, não é?
Sim, não fluentemente. Eu consegui me expressar aqui um pouco isso que eu estou contando para você. Eu falei já para as pessoas um pouco em inglês.
Eu posso traduzir um bocado e depois podes continuar com o que estás a tentar dizer. Eu só estou a ajudar um bocado.
Okay, now everybody's lost. Okay. You wanted to tell them.
Right. Yeah. So sorry.
No.
Everyone can hear me?
Yes.
I see. So he was just talking about the political situation in Brazil and especially when Bolsonaro was in government and the problems there. And then he was talking about the protests that are happening now and specifically where he is in Brazil is in the northeast, is it that you said? Northeast or northwest of Brazil? Where
Nordeste
of Brazil. And he was talking about the protests that are happening now. And that's where we just left off. So he was just talking about...
Yeah. Un momento, por favor. Do you want to make sure that you stop him after a couple of sentences so that you can actually tell him exactly what he's saying, not just this, you know what I mean? Yeah. So if you just want to tell him to speak 1 or 2 sentences and then stop so you can...
Okay. So if you want to tell me about the protest and then I can translate that. So se quiseres podes dizer a mim agora bocado dos protestos e o que está a acontecer e depois eu posso dizer ao grupo se quiser continuar.
Certo. Amanhã ocorrerá uma reunião, eu não sei se ocorrerá também em outras cidades. Aqui onde eu moro, haverá uma reunião amanhã dos sindicatos, dos movimentos sociais, para pensar uma agenda para os próximos meses, uma agenda de protestos, um calendário de lutas, para os meses seguintes, para os próximos meses.
Okay. So what he's saying is tomorrow they're going to be meeting in order to coordinate and pick like the timing of the protests that they're going to do. So it's more kind of organizing themselves for not protesting itself, but organizing when and where. It's not just where he is, but the idea is that they're going to be in different cities throughout Brazil. So, se quiser continuar.
Acho que não. Esse é o repasse, é o que eu tenho a dizer no momento sobre o que está acontecendo aqui no Brasil. Eu vou tentar participar, eu buscarei participar amanhã para falar dessas questões do movimento negro. Eu sei um pouco, eu participo aqui do Fórum de Organizações Negras de Sergipe, que reúne as organizações negras aqui do estado onde eu moro, e então eu vou levar para essa reunião mais ampla, com outros grupos, os sindicatos, outros movimentos. Eu vou levar um pouco da agenda do movimento negro que eu conheço, que eu sei que vai acontecer. Por exemplo, dia 19, agora, 19 de janeiro, no próximo domingo, é o Dia Municipal, aqui da minha cidade, de Aracaju, é o Dia Municipal da Consciência Negra. E o Movimento Negro, o Fórum de Organizações Negras de Sergipe, irá fazer uma reunião no próximo domingo. Então, amanhã, eu já vou colocar também para as outras organizações que estarão nessa reunião de amanhã, eu vou falar sobre essa reunião do Movimento Negro, do Fórum de Organizações Negras de Sergipe. Me compreendeu, Dayana?
Sim, eu compreendo. A sua cidade chama-se Sergipe?
É o estado. A cidade é Aracaju. Aracaju é a capital, a cidade onde eu moro é Aracaju, e ela fica no estado de Sergipe, que é o menor estado aqui do Brasil.
Sergipe, ok.
E você é de onde, Diana?
Eu nasci no Canadá, mas meus pais vêm de Portugal, do norte de Portugal.
Ok.
So just to translate that last bit, he says that it was just this last bit he wanted to say, and then he's done. But he himself is going to participate in this meeting that they're having tomorrow, and also some of the protests. And what he hopes to do is to bring the perspective from the Black community into these protests in the meeting. And then he also said that next Sunday is the só para compreender, ao domingo
é o dia municipal, Municipal Day of Black Conscience, Consciência Negra.
Black Consciousness.
Black Consciousness.
Dia municipal, no município, a cidade de Aracaju tem uma lei municipal, dia 19 de janeiro. Foi uma luta, foi uma conquista nos anos 90 do movimento negro aqui da cidade. Conseguiu esse direito a ter esse dia.
Okay, so it's this January 19th, Black Consciousness in his city, in his municipality, not across the whole country, but where he is. And so he will participate in that, and also describe about the other meeting that they're having about the protests. So it's kind of like bringing it all together is what I understand.
Amanhã eu vou informar. Eu vou falar também, convidar também as outras organizações a estarem conosco, celebrando o dia 19, o Dia Municipal da Consciência Negra.
Right. So tomorrow when he goes to meet about the protests, he's going to also let people know about the Black Consciousness event that's happening next weekend on Sunday. So he's also going to sort of promote that tomorrow. So I think that's all that's right. Did you tens outra coisa para dizer ou está só isso?
Não, just that. Somente isso mesmo. Obrigado.
Okay. Yeah, no problema. So I think that's all he had to say, but if people have questions or want to discuss them, I can translate them for him.
Okay, I see 2 hands. Yeah. I'm not the one moderating, but I guess there's hands. There's Uncle
Yeah.
Sizwe and Sister Judy. I don't know.
Okay, Sister Judy, and then Elder Sizwe. And after Elder Sizwe, Ifo, can you chair?
I can, but we're supposed to end 16 minutes ago.
Well, that was my timetable, not everyone else. So go ahead, Judy, and then Elder Sizwe.
Yeah, there was something I wanted to say, so but I just want to ask the question. When I Google, it says that Black Consciousness Day is the 20th of November. So is it specific municipalities, certain towns or whatever, have their own separate days?
Compreender essa pergunta?
Acho que sim. Existe o dia nacional, que virou feriado pela primeira vez em 2024. Pela primeira vez virou o Dia Nacional da Consciência Negra, que é o dia 20 de novembro. Mas antes, eu acho que, não tenho certeza se nos anos 90 ou se início dos anos 2000, aqui em Aracaju, já tinha um dia municipal. Além do 20 de novembro, que lembra Zumbi, aqui, do Zumbi dos Palmares, aqui no município de Aracaju, o movimento negro já tinha há algum tempo conquistado um dia municipal. Não era feriado, era só um dia...
For me, spare some gaps for the interpretation.
No, I got it. So what he's saying is, as of 2024, Brazil has a national Black Consciousness Day, which is November 20th, and that's national. But where he's from, which was Aracaju, they've actually been having a Black Consciousness somewhere in 1990s or in the early 2000s. They've already had a Black Consciousness Day. Not that it might have been a holiday in his city, but it was a day that was understood as the Black Consciousness Day, but only in his city, right? Está certo? Perfect.
Sim, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, Judy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Elder Sizwe and Ifo, if you continue discussion after that. I'll be here, but I'll just shut off the camera. Go ahead, Elder Sizwe.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation, that insight into a couple of things that are happening in Brazil. The first time I saw you on the program, I commended you on your name, Kwame Kwanzaa. I wish that was my name. And now I'm looking at you and
Uncle
I have to commend you on your beard.
Uncle Sizwe, do you mind stopping after every 2 sentences or 3 sentences so she can just translate quickly? So she doesn't have to remember as much.
Oh, yeah. Eu não sei se compreendesse, mas ele estava a dizer que ele gostou do teu nome e ele gostava de ter o teu nome. Ele gostava de ter o seu nome. E agora ele estava a dizer que ele gosta da tua barba e também, agora eu não sei se ele também queria ter a tua barba, mas eu vou ver o que ele diz. Yeah, go ahead, Uncle Sizwe.
So that everybody would hear, I know when I'm beaten, so I relinquish my title of the handsome Uncle Sizwe. Ok?
Essa eu não entendi, não. Eu não entendi.
Ok, ele está a dizer que ele perdeu a competição porque ele pensava que ele era o mais bonito homem e agora está a dizer que tu és mais bonito. So ele perdeu nessa competição.
Quem tá falando mesmo? Quem foi? Deixa eu ver aqui. Eu tô com... O meu vídeo tá aparecendo na minha tela maior do que a de vocês, aí eu não tô...
É o Sizwe, estás a vê-lo? Elder Sizwe é o nome.
Ah, sim.
Está a ver? Sim. He was just having an issue with the video and couldn't see who made that question.
Okay.
Yes.
You're so more beautiful than me.
Oh, no.
Yes. Oh, no. No, this is for, it was, Judy. Judy wants to talk. Judy.
Is that a legacy hand?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Someone have more question about here, Brazil?
I have a question quickly.
Okay.
Black consciousness, that interests me. Okay. There's some organizations that call themselves Afro-Brazilians, or some individuals that call themselves Afro-Brazilians. Okay. Does that mean that they all embrace Africa, or they're just recognizing the fact that they have some African ancestry, but they're really Brazilians?
I think this second
You want translation for that?
Yeah, is more near from reality. É mais próximo da realidade esse segundo pensamento. A gente tem dificuldades aqui. Existe muito, por exemplo, as religiões de matriz africana recebem muito hate, né? Discursos de ódio. Você me ajuda? Pode começar a traduzir, Diana?
Sim, só estou a perceber. Estás a dizer que a religião
de matriz africanas, como candomblé, umbanda, religiões de origem africana. Sim. Aqui em Brasil, elas são muito perseguidas, uma intolerância religiosa.
Como? Não estou compreendendo. Em Brasil,
compreende intolerância religiosa? Intolerância religiosa. The hate by religion from em religiões de matriz africana. Candomblé and Umbanda are Brazilian religions from African roots, and these religions have very hating in society. The people hating associate with bad things, the bad, com o diabo, com o mal, entende? Uma intolerância.
Sim, em Brasil tem uma intolerância para estas religiões. Estou
compreendendo. Religião de origem africana. Isso mostra, então, que há um ódio também. Existe um ódio ao negro, né, um ódio anti-africano, um discurso muito forte aqui enraizado no Brasil, né? O que chamam atualmente de racismo estrutural, muito forte aqui no Brasil. Então, não é fácil. Por exemplo, pode traduzir essa parte? Entendeu?
Estás a dizer que tem um racismo muito forte aí em Brasil.
Contra a África, então não é tão...
Contra a África ou a religião da África?
Também.
As duas coisas.
Um influencia o outro, se alimentam, né, se retroalimentam.
Okay, so he's saying in Brazil that there is a lot of racism towards African culture, as well as the African religions, as well as Africans themselves. So it's all together the racism. Is what he's saying.
Umbanda e Candomblé são duas religiões afro-brasileiras.
Okay,
de raízes africanas.
So the Ubanda, I'm not familiar with these religions, but Ubanda, and what's the other one? Outra religião é Ubanda e...
Candomblé.
Candomblé. These two religions are practiced in Brazil by African Brazilians, but they get a lot of racism towards that and intolerance towards those religions that they try to practice in Brazil.
I'm familiar with both of them. One, they're connected to Ifa and also connected to the Congo, the religions from Congo.
Compreendeste? Estão relacionados a isso? Yeah, okay. Okay. So, se quiser continuar.
Certo, então, Helder, você percebe então que essa consciência negra, esse Dia da Consciência Negra, essas muitas organizações negras, elas percebem mais como uma origem, mas não é tão forte assim. Para um país de maioria negra e um país tão grande, né? Mais da metade da população brasileira é negra, né? 56%, eu acho, agora, atualmente. Então, isso são mais de 100 milhões de pessoas, 110 milhões de pessoas, algo assim. Não há uma... E essa consciência africana, infelizmente, não é tão forte nesse total.
So what he's saying is the Black consciousness that he's talking about. So in Brazil, we have to remember that it's 56% of the population is Black, which is about 100 and how many million? Quantos milhões? 105 million people are Black in Brazil. Yeah. And unfortunately for so many people, and such a high percentage, that the Black consciousness is not that strong and not as well supported as you would expect it to be with that many population behind it, unfortunately.
Yes. E olha só, aí, sobre as religiões, o que é importante é que essas religiões como a Umbanda e o Candomblé, elas guardaram muito de uma resistência, de referência a uma cosmologia africana, né, de orixás e de formas tradicionais e de contos. Porém, o número é muito pequeno. Acho que 3% da população é do Candomblé ou da Umbanda. É um número muito pequeno. O Brasil é muito cristão, né? 80% da população pertence a alguma religião de origem cristã. E principalmente as evangélicas neopentecostais, que são as que mais crescem atualmente no Brasil, ainda não são a maioria da população brasileira ainda é católica, mas o grupo que mais cresce são os evangélicos neopentecostais. E esses grupos são muito intolerantes, fazem muito discurso de ódio com as pessoas que são do Candomblé e da Umbanda, ou seja, dessas religiões que lembram mais a África.
Okay, so what he's trying to say is that Brazil is mostly of Catholic type religion, so like 80% Catholic or Christian. Christian, but evangelism is growing, and the evangelists are even less tolerant of these African-based religions. So it's getting worse. And that the African-based Ubanda religions are only about 3%. But with the growth of the evangelistic religion, they're more intolerant. So it's getting worse.
Yeah. And very quickly, the answer to that issue in Brazil, and there are similar issues wherever there are Black populations all over the Americas, and even in Africa, the answer to that question is very, very simple. A cultural revolution, that's all. A cultural revolution, and that cultural revolution cannot respect national boundaries. That's all.
Sim, compreendeste o que ele quis?
Sim, yes, I agree. Yes. O Molefe Asante, the professor Molefe Asante say something like that.
Yes, yes.
Kate Molefe Asante.
Yeah, he's a good example. He is. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you all for me ouvir, me compreender, me aceitar aqui no GAC do Reino Unido. Sempre uma honra. Desculpa sempre pelo meu limite, mas eu tô aprendendo, tô treinando, tô improve, né? My English. Okay. Thank you, Diana. Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Yeah, he said thank you for accepting him in this space, and thank you for listening, and thank you for putting up with his learning English. Yeah.
Oh, I have a question. How do you put up with listening to us for so long in a language that you're not so comfortable in?
I can sometimes I'm lost the conversation. I want to say nothing. I have all to stop all things I'm doing and pay attention and reading and taking context of all. But it's good. I love this. This is important to me. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I have to spend my time to others Pan-Africanists. Okay.
Yes, very good. Very good.
Thank you very much. Sister Judy, did you have a question?
Here. Okay. I continue here listening. Okay.
Sister Judy, I see your hand up. Was that a question, or you're just for him, or you're good?
It's something else.
Okay, cool. That way we can. Diana's off duty now.
Yeah.
Off her translation duty. Thanks again, Diana. All right.
Yeah.
And Diana have her report too.
No. I said you.
No. Okay.
Thanks.
So did you say, is it Diana or Adiana?
It's Diana, like the princess.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you said Adiana for some reason. Going back to something I think Glenroy said about psychological tests to work on the railways, that we had a similar thing for computer jobs in the UK. And I remember, I can't remember what came first, but I remember the Commission for Racial Equality, our National Human Rights Institute, writing a report that challenged how useful they were, because they were set by white people for white people, and usually men. So even white women struggled to get to the standard that was expected. And you were told you don't fail a test, you just don't achieve a high enough score to go through. But where computing was a big thing in the 70s, 80s, and people there were jobs, no, it must be 80s, and jobs were available. You had a whole load of people applying who had no background, no skills, but could get in at entry level. So those that did have skills but not enough were competing with new people who all were being given the same psychological tests to do, even though it later became clear those tests were racist and sexist. And I can remember it was British Gas, which in those days was a nationalised industry. So you got into British Gas, you were pretty much in a job for life in computing. And it was the sort of job that once you get in, you could then get promoted or apply for somewhere else because you were in the industry already. And I had similar attempts to get into local authority, which again was get in, then maneuver into the position you wanted to be. But British Gas was most blatant. The test that they did, it was a certain number of questions you had to answer in the order they were given you on the paper and in a short space of time. So if you were stuck on a question, you couldn't move to the next one and come back, which is what I would normally do, or a lot of people would normally do. You had to sit and try and get that question right before you could go on to the next one. And what they had in those questions was one that was a scenario about racism. There was another one about gender that I can't remember specifically, but it was definitely the one about racism was, if this thing happened, what would you do? Now, if you're black or you're an anti-racist, you are automatically pulled up by that. Now say you'd be traumatized because it would remind you of the situation that you'd been in.
Don't talk to us because next thing.
Sorry. Yeah, so when you're supposed to be answering at speed and not skipping a question, you get stuck on a question that reminds you of racism. And you've got to dismiss what you've done before and answer that question in the way that they want it answered, which may not be how you would want to answer it yourself in real life, but it's what is the answer that they want. So, of course, you get to the end and black people, women, anti-racists have been weeded out of the process by what is on paper a fair process. I believe they've stopped using those tests now, but it was a good way of keeping people out that they thought might be trouble. Yeah, that's it. There was more, but it's half 2 and I've got a meeting at 10 o'clock. So I'm not going to say.
All right. Well, I have to say good night, everyone. It's
excellent.
a long one for me today. So we'll see you next week.
Yes, yo.
Okay. Take everyone safe.
Yes. All right. See you. Good night, everyone. Anyone who wants to save the chat, go ahead and do that.
Good night, everyone.
We're closing. Yes. Good night.
Good night. Have a good week.
You too. I will give everybody a couple of minutes to save the chat and then I will close it down. Boom. Sister Judy, we're muted.
Yeah, so I'm just looking. It's the host has switched to GAC UK streaming server.
Oh. But we should be able to stop now anyway.
Yeah, we can stop. It's just Glenroy.
The recording has stopped.
I'm
still here, so he can.
Yeah, I'm not doing the streaming, so I'm not sure how that works.
Well, whoever's signed in as GAC UK streaming server is what is
the host.
On my screen as host.
As far as I know, it's Everton, but I can reclaim the host. Yeah, but I can reclaim the host. Its features here. Okay, comrade, everyone ready? Okay.
Ready.
Save your chat, etc., etc. Okay. Good night, everybody. Adios, abrigado, and I'll see you next time. Next week, I'll send out the 12-point plan. Okay. Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye.